drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I never. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him.
Hello. Good morning. So sorry to be tardy to the party. Wait, did they term the wrench into a shield, and when did that happen? I have no idea. I only see wrenches on my side. But anyways, I'm sorry to be late today. Basically what happened was, if you guys can hear me, I think I see my bar going green. Monday I streamed, and then in the morning I did the 5 hours. Then at night I did the, what would you call it? The marketplace of ideas. So that was like another 2 to 3 hours on top of the 5 hours. And then yesterday I did 5 hours. Well, I think I did 4. I think I did 3 hours and 45 minutes. And then I thought, okay, I'll leave and I'll get a nap. That way I can recover because I'm hurting. And then I'll do the speakeasy debate show at night and I'll leave early. Well, I didn't leave until 12:35. So 9 p.m. to 12:35. So yesterday we also did 3.5 plus 3.5. We did 7 hours. I know 7 hours is not a long workday to you guys. You guys are suffering in the trenches. But I will say that yapping and paying attention to shit for 7 or 8 hours in a stream thing, it does just kind of make your brain soup. And then also the split schedule of doing something in the morning, then doing something in the evening, and then trying to force yourself to go to bed so you don't feel like shit the next day. That was hard. So at 12:35, I was like, okay, I need to force myself to go to bed. Otherwise, I'm going to feel like shit tomorrow. And then, of course, it takes me an hour to wind down. So I probably didn't force myself to close my eyes until 1:30 a.m. And I probably didn't get to sleep until 2 to 2:30. So, go to bed at 2:30, wake up at 8 to take the kid to school. So I'm on 5 hours and change of 5 hours and change of sleep. I'll be grumpy enough. I'll be pissed off enough. I do have enough energy to do good commentary today, but I needed that extra 21 minutes today to get set up because I needed to shower and drink caffeine and rally. So my apologies for being late. My apologies for being tardy to the party. Patriarch says hello. Subry Keller says yo. Christian Blair says good morning. Solidus says oi. Subry Keller says wait, did they turn the wrench into a shield? I haven't seen that, but if they turn it into a shield, that'll be excellent symbolism for the cog. The community of grill hottists. Shit, if they make custom symbols for mods, then we'll turn it into like spatulas or something. I don't know. Short says, my sources are telling me Connor is a never Trump guy. Can somebody confirm? I am so... Do you know how validating it's been to play the long game? Do you know how validating it's been to just be like, yeah, I understand the entire Republican Party is losing its fucking mind and joining a cult of a fucking retard. Sorry for using an ableist slur on Valor Media Network, but that's genuinely how I feel. I think Trump is a genuinely disturbed and stupid man. He might be cunning, meaning that he can manipulate events and rhetoric into his favor. He might be powerful, but he is a genuinely stupid human being. And so to watch the entire right wing fall into this cult of personality around this dumb man, and then to have this man subsequently fuck up everything in reference to the economy, geopolitics, in reference to, I don't know, covering a fucking pedophile sex ring up, that's how much more validation could I have than Donald Trump saying and his cronies saying, there's nothing to see in the Epstein files. Don't worry about it. There's nothing to see here, nothing to see here. And then there's a fucking email where, I don't know if you guys have seen this in the past 24 hours, but people are still going through the documents. And there was oh, hey, Jeff, I just got a new Brazilian girl. She's 9 years old and super sexy. What? And they blacked out the guy who said he's not a victim. He's a perpetrator, you fucking pieces of shit. I have to assume that this is like FBI malicious compliance, where they got orders from the top saying like, you need to blank out. We are going to consider people who participated in the sex trafficking ring as additional victims of Jeffrey Epstein. Therefore, you can black out the names. So they blacked out the name, but then they left the fucking pedophilia in there. That way, the Trump administration could be viewed as the fucking pieces of shit, monstrous dickheads that they are. Holy shit. How fucking validating to have the president of the United States sweep for a fucking pedophile ring to the point that his base can't even defend him. What a great day to be a fucking never Trump guy who's been taking shit for a decade. Do you know how much shit I took in 24? Do you know how much shit I took in 23? Being like, yeah, the Democrats are the lesser of two evils, obviously. Do you know how fucking great it is to have that validated every single day? Where it's like the Trump administration could not be more laughably incompetent or stupid or malicious or evil. Oh, fuck them. Fuck them and fuck all their apologists. Sorry, that's not nice, but I'm in a spicy mood today. Sorry. Cosner says, yo, good to see you alive. Subry Keller says, am I hallucinating? Probably. Grassroots says, hey, Fashion. Hey, CL. Yeah, good to see you guys. Thomas Dudley says, Iran tried to touch the Abraham Lincoln and take over a U.S. flag tanker. I suspect a proportional response this month. Oh, yeah, you're going to get airstrike like a motherfucker. Christian Blair says, Connor works hard for the money, so hard for it, honey. Connor works hard for the money, so you better treat him right. I mean, that's how I feel. You guys work harder than I do, okay? So if you're like an IT bro who has to field all these bullshit calls from random customers who don't know how to turn on their fucking computers, and every 15 minutes you're interrupted with some bullshit IT fucking ticket. If you're an electrical engineer running around the country doing the wiring of like nuclear and natural gas sites, if you're like a stock boy who's putting all the shit on shelves for like hours upon hours upon hours on end, you work harder than me. That just doesn't mean that I'm not grumpy when I'm a very like I'm a sleep bro. You know what I'm saying? If I could sleep if I could sleep fucking 12 hours a day, I would sleep 12 hours a day. I'm like a fucking lion. You know how lions like sleep like 18 hours a day? That's the way that I'm designed to function. I'm supposed to be asleep 18 hours a day, but the material industrial world demands that I be conscious for like 16 to 18 hours instead. Well, QC John says, good morning, girl hottest. May your girl stay hot. May your beer stay cold. And may you keep all your fingers while blowing things up. Amen. Amen indeed, brother. I already see the oil coming in from Grassroots Hegemon. Thank you, King, for kicking us off in style. $100 super chat. I'm waiting for Trump to say that 13-year-old Brazilian girl abused me. I hate you. I hate that you made me laugh about pedophilia this early in the morning. What the fuck? It's not funny. I hate myself now. But there's a meme that I sent my friend. He's like very liberal, very progressive. He lives in New York. He's a journalist. He hates the Trump administration, this, that, the other. But he was in town the other week. And we were just like going back and forth because we partook in some reefer, and then we were hanging out. And then I left my watch in his car because, when you're baked, you don't want you don't want to be constricted. You don't want to be constricted. You don't want things on you. So I took off my watch and I left it in his car. And so his parents have it. So I need to go pick it up at some point. But he was like making fun of me for being a dumbass. And I just knew that this was because I've known him since high school. Like I've known his fucked up sense of humor. And there's this like horrible meme. Trust me, I'll get to the point eventually. There's this horrible meme where it says it's like teen bully not so tough since being molested. And it's like a 1990s bully staring into the distance. And I sent that to him and he did laugh. Like I get it. It's not funny. Molesting kids, not funny. That joke, kind of funny. Randy Chang says, good morning, nerds. Good morning to you. Grassroots is the shield on our side, which is gangster. True. Short says, walking from his bed to his desk while humming, my collar's blue, but my neck is red, and sitting down for a hard day work. Somebody told me that the other day, not the other day. They told me this 10 years ago, 15 years ago. Now, I've been alive for so long that things from 15 years ago feel like yesterday. He said, there's a difference between rednecks and white trash. And I was like, oh, what's the difference? And he's like, rednecks are actually, their necks are red because they're out working all day. White trash is just white trash because they're fucking stuck inside doing pills and smoking meth and all that bullshit. So like, If you call somebody a redneck, that could be like a working class invective for like rural folk, but rednecks themselves are proud of being rednecks because they could be white trash. So actually in the hierarchy of white working class folk from the country, being a redneck is better than being white trash. Oh, Randy Chang says I might need to clip this. You might. Short says to appeal to arslers, Trump has a head start by also being an arsler. True. Fellrunner says any in-depth thoughts on Nadler and Trump's comments on making the elections national? Yeah, let's Fed post. Okay, Fed post. Okay. I can't actually talk about my sincere opinions in reference to that because they're all terms of service violations. I don't think they're going to happen. I think the Republic is strong enough. I think Congress doesn't have the will to pass any legislation to nationalize elections. I think the states would wrestle back power anyways and tell them to fuck off. So it's not going to happen. But effectively, like even the instinct to say, hey, I haven't proven that the 2020 election had outcome determinative voter fraud, but I want to nationalize elections. All I have is terms of service violations to say to that. So I'll keep my terms of service violations to myself. Jonah says, now MAGA is either quiet or embracing Epstein as a based guy. Those are only like dissident right-wing schizos in the Groyper movement who are like, well, you know, I'm a 19-year-old incel, so, you know, that's not that big of an age gap, you know? Like that's only the Groypers, so who are saying that sex trafficking teenagers is based. Short says, hey, now, according to Destiny, that's all just a huge coincidence and there's no ring. Dude, I was trying not to get pissed. Because I was watching that. I think it was last night. Destiny's like, oh, well, you know, everybody has this conspiracy theory about like billionaires running a pedophile ring. And, you know, we just haven't gotten like hardcore evidence yet. We've just seen that Jeffrey Epstein is sex trafficked to himself and maybe a few friends. And there's all these implications about like intel agencies being involved. And I don't want to play into it until we have smoking gun evidence. And I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. Like you could argue that you don't have the smoking gun evidence. But when you have a fucking email saying like, yeah, bro, Brazilian 9-year-old who's sexy. Like, at what point do we just get fucking pissed that the state, our government, has been sweeping this shit for 20 fucking years? At what point do you just go, oh yeah, like yeah, there were powerful people. They were molesting kids and teenagers. They knew they were powerful enough to get away with it. So they got their friends in the prosecutor's office and the federal government to effectively say, nothing to see here, folks. They swept until they couldn't sweep anymore. And now the evidence is coming out regardless of whether or not there's sufficient evidence for charges. Okay, ring, multiple people in a criminal conspiracy. Jeffrey Epstein, the heart of the conspiracy. Trafficked children, including like 9-year-old Brazilian girls, 13-year-old French girls, 15-year-old girls from Palm Beach. We have the sex trafficking victims. Then we have all of Epstein's pedophile fucking friends emailing him saying like, damn, that was a crazy party. Ha, 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 ha. You know, the young girl, ha, 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 ha. She's so feisty. Like, bro, it's close enough. Even if like, what is it? The conspiracy theorists want to take it a step further and say that they're like sacrificing the children in a ritual to Moloch. And we don't have any like video or photographic evidence of the child sacrifices to Moloch. At what point do you just go, oh yeah, this is fucking evil enough that we should be pissed? So like what's that line for you? You know? And then Stephen was kind of like, it's bad. What do you want me to say? And I was like, okay, fuck you. Like at some point, I think Stephen's just being contrarian. I think he can feel the uproar of his audience and the public at large. And so he knows that if he's not as pissed off as everybody else, then that will give him, like, it could be subconscious. I don't know if it's subconscious or not. I don't know what's conscious and what's subconscious for Stephen. I have no fucking idea. But effectively, like, he feels all the momentum going that way. So he doesn't want to run in that direction because that's what fucking rubes do. When there's like a universally despised public event, only rubes go with the masses in order to agree that it's a universally despised event. True geniuses find the nuance in the situation. You know what I'm saying? Nightingale says more abuse than with Pisco Connor. Yeah, probably. Randy Chang says, as someone who totally bought into how scary a Kamala presidency would be, that all feels so dumb right now. Dude, you could totally feel like Biden let in 10 million fucking immigrants and that Kamala wasn't going to stop the border. So we're going to be overrun with fucking Mexicans. And some of them are going to be like murderers and rapists and shit. You could totally feel that way. And by the way, that might be partially true, but 99% of Mexicans are chill. So like we can like kill or incarcerate the 1% of bad Mexicans. And then we can, integrate the other ones. And then that's not as bad as fucking up the geopolitical world order and sweeping for a pedophile ring. And by the way, who knows what the Democrats would have done? Right? They might have not done anything. They might have just kept it quiet because nobody was demanding accountability from the Democrats on Epstein. So Trump getting in and then playing into the conspiracy theories around Epstein actually forced the government to take action on Epstein. And therefore, we're getting all these revelations about how big a piece of shit some people are in the upper echelons of our society. So actually, I don't know if it was worth the lives of like 14 million Africans, but you got to find your silver linings where you can find them, I suppose. Fashion 40 says, who's not a pedo? Hunter Biden. That's not even true. Hunter Biden is not a pedophile because he didn't have sex with anybody under the age of consent, but there were some prostitutes there that looked like some of the prostitutes in his pictures didn't necessarily look like they were of drinking age. So that's not true. Hunter Biden probably had sex with underage ephebophilic sex trafficking victims. So that's not even true. Kosser says, we're so fucked that our whole destiny is in that guy that we're cooked. Please don't mind if any Iranians sweep for Trump. They got no choice. Yeah, sure. Do your thing. Do your thing. If Trump invades Iran randomly and frees the Iranian people, if he becomes like, if like every Iranian mom has a shrine to Donald Trump and they're like, yeah, he molested kids, but he freed the Iranian people. So, you gotta take the good with the bad, then, yeah, I'm not going to resent the Iranians for doing so. Kidda says, do you find it weird that libertarians tend to be atheists, seeing how libertarianism is the most deontological? No, because libertarians are skeptical of authority and God is the ultimate authority. So being skeptical of the ultimate authority seems to actually go pretty hand in hand with libertarianism. Cavill Cadell says, good morning, boss. Good morning to you. Sorry for being tardy to the party. AK Batu Sai says, I like Republican ideals, but I have no love for Republican politicians. Me too. Christian Blair says, as Hassan used to say, old enough to count, old enough to mount, ? Yeah. Fuck. I hate Hassan Piker so much. Yes. Horse God says, I tossed a super chat question on Venezuela last night, but Star Wars kind of sidetracked most of the night. My apologies, Horse God. Feel free to not super chat and type in your question, and I will address your question now. Taze was giving me shit in the Discord saying like, oh, you didn't even read your super chats before you dipped out. That's because there's something with the StreamYard that the host set up where if you have StreamYard and they have StreamYard, then you can link your StreamYard to their StreamYard. And then they basically have control of everything, but your super chats go to you and their super chats go to them. But then if I leave the room, I'm done. So I would have had to force Speakeasy to hang out and then read my super chats and then respond to them as if I was the only person on screen. And that didn't seem fair to everybody. Hedonic Samuel says, yeah, I had to try not to Fed post just hearing them float that authoritarian shit. Yep. Fed post. Grassroots says, oh, that's why you give me the God wrench so I can Fed post for you. True. Ray Sunlight says, if Trump hosted Miss Maga Teen, the cult would light their daughters up with glee. I mean, weirdly enough, not all of them, but there's enough cultists that 100% he would be able to run a successful MAGA teen pageant event even after the release of the Epstein files. I fucking, Fed post. Excuse me. I'm going to try to replace all the times that I jokingly say KYS. Jokingly, of course. I'm going to try to replace that with just saying fucking Fed post because like I get like I don't want to get hit for like randomly telling a chatter to KYS and then they get mad. So Den Winkler says, I only lose Apple Watch during sex events. Events sounds big. That sounds too much. If sex is an event, that sounds like too much. I mean, like, sex is supposed to be like an event between the participants, but I don't know if it's supposed to be like an event that you RSVP to. Okay, Ayala, the gangbang girl, chill out a little bit. Let's take about 20% off of her there, Squirrely Dan. Holy shit. Jen Winkler says QAnons have already decided Epstein was undercover sacrificing his life for our country to get the pedo evidence. Holy shit, I hate them so much. The Hutch thing is so good. I know, I'm looking forward to it. Times 2 Sav says, I did a Fed post once during the George Floyd riots. I said that Chauvin's address and posted Minnesota IRS headquarters address to push the rioters there. Well, I disavow. Fed post. Felrunner says, okay, my levels are like really relevant, so maybe refresh your brain on it. We are going to need to have a TOS discussion of these prescription steps into authoritarianism. Okay, I'll stop talking about it for 20 minutes. Thank you. I'm not going to track the levels, man. I'm just gonna say what I need to say, and then when I see you like, can you make this conversation deeper? Then I'll make the conversation deeper. That's going to be our relationship. If you're not ready for that, my apologies. Fashion 40 says, maybe you could debate Destiny in the Epstein files. No, I would kill myself. Like, so there's a reason why Steven's been going live at like 1:30 or 2:30, and then I've been dipping out. Number one is I'm tired and I'm done and I don't want to talk anymore. That's number one. Number two, if I had the same conversation with Pisco, if I had the same struggle session with Steven, I think we would have screamed at each other, which would have been like great content, but also I don't want to fracture our relationship over a debate where we just straight up don't agree. Then same thing with the Epstein files. If I jump in there and I'm just like, you're wrong, pedophilia is bad. And then he's like, yeah, pedophilia is bad, but I don't have hard evidence. That's not really like it's more like a moral frogging thing. It's what I did to Chud Logic with food shops a few years ago. It's great for you, but that also sours relationships. So I don't want to do that. It's not that I could have like a sane conversation with Steven as well. But if I was going to have a sane conversation, I'd want to take a nap. I would want to eat. I would want to not watch any clips of him talking about it to piss myself off before the conversation. I would want to go low and slow. And even if it was terrible content, we would actually just communicate our ideas instead of like screaming at each other. You know what I'm saying? Like, I understand that you guys want a screaming match, and to some degree I do too. But like, I want to pace myself with screaming matches. Pisco and I can fight all day fucking long because the truth is we've been fighting like cats and dogs for 5 years now. So like the bridge will never be burned on my end with Pisco because Pisco is Pisco. Pisco's been Pisco for 5 years. Pisco ain't changing. Neither am I. Horse God says, Connor, Washington scum and the pedophile billionaires have learned how to communicate with encryption in the past 5 years, so likely won't see email dumps like the Epstein files anymore. Sure. Yeah, I'm sure all the new Epstein files, whoever's running the pedophile ring now is probably using like Signal. So Christian Blair says, I don't think it's everybody in high society, but it does look to be some powerful people. Yeah. Well, who knew that Woody Allen, the director who raised like a Chinese or Korean adopted girl, and when she was like 15 or 16, they started a romantic relationship and he abandoned his wife for his adopted daughter. Who knew that guy was an ephebophile? You know, shocking. So, whoa, I'm so surprised. Times 2 Savvy says, it's just the right amount of people in politics and power just happen to have blackmail on them. Not all are complicit, just the right ones. Sure. Samson says, I know why Destiny doesn't care. All right, stop it. I don't like what you're insinuating. AK Batu Sai says, can we finally talk about the coded pizza language from Democrats? Yeah, sure. Having John Podesta say, oh, I'm bringing over 2 pizzas at this time and you're going to love the anchovies or whatever the fuck he said. I don't remember what John Podesta was talking about, but John Podesta was definitely talking about pizza the way that, like, you know, people talk about molesting children. So I'm going to, even if John Podesta didn't molest any children, I'm just going to say, like, that's his fault for writing about pizza creepily. I talk about pizza creepily. I don't email about pizza creepily. So Christian Blair says, make sure to bring up the point to Destiny's face. Lol. He loves when people call him a contrarian. Yeah, I know. He does. Fashion 40 says it worked for him during the Rittenhouse shit, but yeah, he's totally fucked on that. Yeah, it's crazy position. Andy B says Destiny locked in that it's a nothing burger to defend the Clintons and it's incapable of changing his stance, so he's locked in. I'm not trying to be too mean about it, but let's just say that those are my instincts as well. because he was saying like, oh, well, if there was a conspiracy, then we'd have more evidence. And now we got more evidence. For me, this is just Hunter Biden all over again. Okay. I understand that we meme about it, but you guys do understand that 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I had Straighterade, Wicked Supreme, Destiny, somebody else in orbit. Even Josiah like came into the convo to like try to help me from getting my dick kicked in. And I was like, no. There's something here. Like the IRS whistleblowers are calling them out. There's tax evasion. He's taking money from shady people, this, that, the other. The money's being funneled back to his family to the tunes of hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. This is fucked up. This is like, this is, effectively bribery by another name. And they're like, no. Don't worry about it. It's nothing. It's a nothing burger. Kill yourself. It's conspiracy theory. That was fucking everybody in the Destiny orbit. And then what ends up happening 2 years later? The motherfucker gets charged on fucking like 3 tax felonies, 6 misdemeanors. There's no charges for FARA violations, but when they go to negotiate his plea deal, they say, "Oh yeah, we're not giving you blanket immunity for FARA violations." And the Hunter Biden team freaks out and withdraws from the plea deal. Like, dude, sorry, I'm just right. I'm just fucking right. Okay, I'm just right. You're wrong. I'm right. You're wrong. Okay. And this is the same thing with the fucking Epstein shit, where luckily, I guess a majority of the fucking country and even Steven's own audience agrees with me already, but it's the same fucking thing. Okay. Steven wants there to be a nothing burger because he thought there was a nothing burger, and he doesn't like taking a strong position on stuff that doesn't have evidence, because typically you get your dick kicked in. The easiest way to get your dick kicked in is by taking a strong position on shit that isn't substantiated by evidence. But I also think that that's like, it's like a point of, I don't want to say rhetorical cowardice, but I'll say rhetorical cowardice. It like, you can still stay what you think. Okay. You can still opine on things. Like you can say the evidence is pointing me in this direction. And if I wanted additional evidence, this is how I would obtain additional evidence. That's 100% something you can do. But then people it's a rhetorically weak position, because people can then say that you don't have hard evidence. And you're like, yeah, I don't have hard evidence, but this is what the evidence is pointing me to. This is what I sincerely believe. And they're like, well, you don't have hard evidence. And then that's the entire conversation. So it's a rhetorically weak position that invites you to get your dick kicked in during debates. But I also think it's a perfectly rational, insane way to communicate with other human beings. Anyways, and I'm sure Steven has been validated by taking the I need hard evidence in order to form my position. I'm sure he's totally been validated in previous debates on that. So, Grassroots, thank you for oiling today, King. I appreciate you. Thank you for the 50 on top of the 100. On this topic, you need to end my embargo on Fed posting for sincere reasons. Well, dude, I don't want you to get banned. I don't want to get banned. That's the reason why I don't actually Fed post. Like, we should just go to Kick. Apparently on Kick, you can just say whatever the fuck you want. I could just tell my audience to Sudoku, like, at all times. So on top of needing to get Danabo, back in the game. Shit, I need to pay Danabo. I need to pay Danabo, get Danabo back in the game. I need to cut my own short form content. I need to put it on TikTok. I need to edit my Counterpoints 40K sci-fi and Star Wars this week, because I don't have anything, because I was busy on Monday and Tuesday. And then on top of that, I need to start a Kick account and figure out, and I need to set up my OBS with like multi-streaming to Kick and to Twitch. And then instead of going to Twitch whenever we're doing Valor Reacts, I need to go to Kick. That way I can start Fed posting. So Sen Patriox says Connor has to praise Hunter Biden for not being a pedo. Lol. Whatever. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck anymore. I don't care if you guys sweep for Hunter anymore. You guys have rage baited me so hard with like Bonnie Blue and Hunter Biden that I'm not sure that I can be rage baited anymore on the topic. Like, I'm sure you can. Catch me on the right day. You'll totally piss me off and I'll go on like a 20-minute rant. But today, I think my anger is exhausted. I cannot get angry about Hunter Biden or Bonnie Blue today. Jen Winkler says, wrong, Connor. The Alexander brothers being prosecuted in New York are from the Epstein files. Some list with the Trump complaints. Biden admin was still investigating and trying to bring charges. Okay. How about this? How about the guy who sent the email of, I had a sexy 9-year-old Brazilian the other day. How about you find that motherfucker and you just shoot him in the face? It's an option. You know what I'm saying? Shapingro says, membership gift post so I can get my memberships back. Thank you, Shapingro. Parasocial love you. The MJ of this shit, true. You know who's not a pedo, Connor? Dick Cheney. Yeah, bro, that's what I was posting on Twitter. I was posting that on Twitter, bro. There's this picture of Dick Cheney, like AI imaged into being a knight, or it's photoshopped. And it's like, hey, for all the dirty shit fucking, Dick Cheney did, you know where he's not? In the fucking Epstein files. The motherfucker was just invading foreign nations and blowing up fucking civilians for the love of the game. He wasn't a part of like an international satanic cabal trying to get money and power so they could molest kids. He just liked oil and money and women above the age of consent. What a Chad. Dick Cheney. Who knew? Who knew he was the hero we needed? He just did evil shit for the love of the game. He wasn't doing it as a pretext to molest kids. What a fucking American hero. Oh, holy shit. Christian Blair says Eastern European whores look younger than they usually are. Also, drinking age equals minor is straight fucking cope. Okay. Some of them were Asian, okay? And I know that Asians look young too, but still, get the fuck out of here. Thomas Martin says, come on, Connor, dies. Your Hunter derangement syndrome has not faded at all. Thomas Martinson, I just said I couldn't get rage baited, and yet here I am getting rage baited. Christian Blair says, you can have Clinton, but you can't take Hunter. Bonnie and company need him as a defender of goonerism. Okay. Dana Calico Cloud says, sex workers are not the issue. Cultural relevance. The issue is sex trafficked minors. Those people's are sons and daughters. Okay. Well, that's like saying I don't care about drug dealers as long as everybody involved consents. I don't agree, Dana. This is why I'm not a liberal. Like, I am a liberal. I like maximal human freedom. You and I and the other liberals do not agree on where maximal human freedom ends. Politics JK, hey, good to see you, King. I saw you pop into the Marketplace of Ideas thing, but then we lost you somehow. So sorry that we didn't get to chat. Politics JK says, hey, Connor, how you feeling about giving the tech bros the keys to the kingdom now that you realize they're all on Epstein's list? Oh, I'd rather kill myself. If Gavin Newsom or Mark Kelly or dude, just find me a white straight male. Okay. Find me a white straight male that isn't totally insane on gun control, and I'll vote for him. Okay. Find me a white straight male who isn't totally anti-gun, and I'll vote for him. All right. Begrudgingly, but I'll do it. Trim Reader says the narrative of Biden doing nothing on the Epstein files is false. The Biden Justice Department did a lot of investigation, even though the previous administration put all sorts of roadblocks in the way. All right, how about instead of having this conversation, I just kill myself? How about that? Ved Sunil says sex workers are a cultural issue. I see it as a symptom of society's spiritual rot. I'm with you, Ved Sunil. Although, if you go to Vegas and party, you might change your mind. Fellrunner says you just tell them to grill themselves. True. An event means there's a ticket and a mask required to get in. What do you think the pile is? No, come on. No. Oh, dude, the Marketplace of Ideas wasn't ready for one of you. One of you came in wearing a fucking ski mask and aviator sunglasses and talked about how they were going to do a gooning charity. I don't know if you guys, for those of you who didn't see the Marketplace of Ideas thing, we were doing call-ins. And a guy shows up in a ski mask and aviators, and he says, I'm starting a charitable organization called Gooning for Good, and we're going to have a charity fundraiser around Valentine's Day where we raise funds for something. I forget what it was, but it's going to be like a 24-hour goon sesh where streamers or like people are going to donate while they're gooning for 24 hours. And I know it was like 80% a meme, but some of y'all say some shit in my chat, and I'm like, is it a meme? I don't know if it's a meme. Subri says, I woke up at 1 a.m. and fell down a Junior Pina hole, and it is crazy. This dude actually worked with coyotes and got kickbacks from people being stuck into America, and he was pro-Trump. Oh, wow. That's interesting. Yep, plenty of hypocritical pieces of shit in our country. True. Let me... Excuse me. We should start the content momentarily because I am not going to last today, guys. I'm just telling you. I'll do this content and I'll be happy and grumpy while doing this content. But when we move into the second content, if I'm able to do it, I'm going to be dragging ass. I'm just telling you. Whew. So Grassroots says, hey, shit. If you've been married for a while, sex can be an event. You guys are wild. Christian Lair says sex events, i.e. the pile, is like, oh, come on. I'm not finishing that sentence. How'd last night's debate go? Y'all, I passed out early. Vigilante's a smart dude. He's still a socialist, which, you know, you got to take off like -5 IQ points for that. But at the same time, like, he's smart enough and he understands history and he's well read and he understands the mechanics of different political organizations. So we were able to have like a really high level conversation. Matter of fact, Fellrunner, I don't want to hear you fucking complain for like a week, dude. If you want level 4 conversations, just go watch the Vigilante convo debate on repeat for the next week. Okay. That was exclusively like deep cut historical references going back and forth accurately between two huge history nerds. So if you're like, oh, Connor's at level 1 again, go fucking watch that shit. That was for you. Okay. That was for you. Josh says, that being said, Jen, what's your at? Hey, by the way, the gooning section of the Discord is going to be a separate Discord server. I'm not going to create a Goonopolis in the Counterpoints Discord because it will just turn into like an NSFW goon pile. So no, we're not doing that. Whoever wins the Gooniver of Goonopolis, I think part of being the Gooniver of Goonopolis is you have to create a separate Discord. I think that comes with the responsibilities of being the Gooniver of Goonopolis. AK Batusai says, I do know how you hang with the Speakeasy gang. They seem way too Christian lens heavy. I get the debate spaces and battling ideas, but just wondering if you actually think you can change them. I can't change them, but there's probably members of their audience who are hanging out with them just because they're looking for like a right-wing space that doesn't totally jump down their throat if they're a little transphobic or racist. So yeah, I'm assuming there's conservatarians who hang out with the Speakeasy gang. We're not going to get the Christian nationalists out of that group, but we could get the conservatarians for sure. Officer Nasty says, thank God I joined after whatever the Destiny opener was. Lol. I wish I could come to your house and force you to rewind and then make you watch all of that. Horse God says, how much of Venezuela is Trump grabbing a geostrategic playbook off the shelf to try to distract his legacy from Epstein? 70% in my opinion. Versus regardless of who was president, this was unavoidable. Oh, but versus your latter, like 95%. In general, I would say 70%. Whew. Christian Lara says, Desi doesn't think this is a cabal of sex traffickers related to Epstein, which at this point looks like Giga Cope. It does seem like Cope. Jen Winker says, laugh my ass off. Speaking of Pisco, he just went live. Oh, great. Should I just go talk to Pisco and just have him like rape my brain for the next 2 hours? Is that what I should do? Cavill Cadell says, Food Chops has been around for a year. I only just found out about this person. Laugh my ass off. Dude, Food Chops has brutal lore. Good luck with that. Chipingro for 2 says, chips for the cogdom. Thank you, Chipingro. Thank you for chipping in the past like 48 hours aggressively. I do appreciate it. I hope I'm making content that's entertaining enough for you. Randy Chang says, I'm also with Steven on this. I don't think Epstein will release us from the Trump circle of hell. Yeah, of course not. I don't think I was arguing that. Josh says, you're also asking Steven to care about rich guys on their hedonism, which isn't going to happen. I'm going to just let that hang. Fashion 40 says, Connor, to be honest, I like your chill conversations. It was the MIB that brought me here. Remember, my unbecoming comment was when you were raging at him during that debate about his deranged tweets. Perfect. Perfect. Jeb Kush says, I think people in power are addicted to it to some ring made them feel powerful. Sure. Much like the Lord of the Rings rings. That once you reach a certain threshold of power, you're addicted to power and rings as symbols. It's just that, you know, this one was a pedo ring. Fashion 40 says, I'm probably the only one who likes your sane combos. Thank you, Fashion 40. I appreciate you. I know there's like all 10 of you who like my... Oh, hold on. Hold on. There's like a wild comment followed by a wild comment. Hold on. Let me find it. So Horse God says he molested that pizza. Dana, oh my God, Dana says grape soda. Fucking kill me. And then Jonah tops it all off with, I'd like a thick crust pizza with big tits. This is a family show. What are you doing? This is a family show. Brutal. Brutal. Grassroots with the 20 says, embrace the wood chipper. It's not its fault. It had a big appetite and it's hunting in an open field. I mean, at least definitely that 9-year-old Brazilian guy. The Brazilian with the 9-year-old needs to get got. That is wild. So Fast and Bulba says we should ban concurrent sentencing. It should all be consecutive. Yeah, I think for some crimes, absolutely. Christian Lair says, call Hunter a corrupt, fail-son, drug addict, degen, but do not call him a pedo, a phebophile. I will not allow both sides in this. You can have Clinton, not Hunter. All right, fair enough. Dusty even accused you of having Trump's dick early in your ear that day. I know, that was crazy. Josh says, damn, Cotter definitely saw Hunter's cock and immediately wanted him jailed. I hate you guys. I hate like the Thomas Martinson and Josh CFC. They're not really coggers. They're like Pisco fans who, well, and Destiny fans who like to come in here and throw elbows because it's entertaining to trigger the fuck out of me, which definitely like that serves a community purpose. But you guys know that you trigger the fuck out of me on purpose. Christian Lair says, we need Hunter to impress. Hey, I disavow. Sean Kaplan says, I'm big, you're little, and there's nothing you can do about it. True. That's actually me. I'm going to use this to create a D&D campaign where the first monster is a mimic that is a wood chipper. Excellent. Fashion 40 says there's a honeypot in the Destiny subreddit right now. Today may be the day he's forced to actually opine on it. Oh, good. Jen says, good thing Trump eliminated FARA requirements in the Foreign Corrupt Principles Act. I know. Fed post. Whew. Dana says Hunter Biden was an active addiction and likely did lots of things in a blackout state that he can't remember. Let him be in recovery and care for his dying cancer father. You guys are way nicer than me. Hunter certainly gave him some hard evidence, Josh CFC says. Ha ha ha. Get it? His penis. Vazraka gifted. Thank you, Vazraka. Thank you for being my favorite lurker. Tezzy, you're my second favorite lurker. Brooklyn, you're my third favorite lurker, ranked by how often you guys donate. But Brooklyn and Tezzy, if you're out there, just know that I still parasocially love you. Generic Play says the Hunter Biden stuff was such a nothing burger. Years of investigation, and they got was tax evasion, and he paid the money back with a stupid gun charge. I fucking hate you, Generic Plays. I fucking hate you. I hate you on a personal level. You obviously have not engaged with a single fucking iota of the content, okay? And I'm really grumpy today. So my apologies for hating you so fucking much. No, a DNC mega donor paid Hunter Biden's bill. That's not the same thing as him making money and then paying it him fucking self, okay? Okay, it's not the fucking same. It's not the same. And you're ignoring the FARA shit. Fuck. We've been over this 20 fucking times. I literally said earlier that you guys could not rage bait me into being pissed off about Hunter, and yet here I fucking am. Airborne Kite says, you could take a look at Michael Tracy's Epstein stuff. Interview with Michael Monahan is informative. PF Young plus JJ McCulloch is content. True, but that's if I wanted to be sane. I don't want to be sane. I want to watch shit that makes me angry, that entertains you fine folk at home. Connor, I'll take the psychic damage for you. Thank you, but I think this is my job. All right, somebody put ice out on that mission. Sure. Josh CFC says it was a 9-year-old Brazilian tree. I hate you. I hate you. Stop making me laugh about pedophilia. Grassroots gifted 5 Valor Media Network memberships. Thank you, King. Thank you for oiling today. Thank you. I am anxious. Not that we're not doing good. We're doing great, but I need to do whatever it takes in order to grow the community, because I cannot be reliant on the same 50 coggers. Not that I don't love you or appreciate you, but I know that you guys might get bored eventually. You know, you might find a hotter, younger streamer. You know, a hotter, younger, more entertaining streamer, and I don't want to lose you. Okay. Fashion 40 says, where did you even find that image? I was rolling when I saw it quoted that immediately. I don't know. I don't know where I found it. It was in my, I think I found it on Facebook, by the way. I started going on Facebook again, and I think it was on there. Christian Blair says, neither was Hunter or Charlie Sheen, and they didn't invade any nations. True. Charlie Sheen, as far as I know, was actually dealing with experienced adult women, primarily pornographic actresses, who were willing to live with him and live off of his money and do drugs with him and have orgies. So actually, Charlie Sheen is probably the most wholesome gooner that we have. He just liked oil and money. Dick Cheney is my spirit animal. AK Batu Sai with the Fed post. Generic places, but they found nothing to back up the huge claims that they made about Joe Biden being implicated in Hunter's shit. Okay, you haven't watched the content. I'll try not to Fed post about you. I am Simba says, reading through witness testimony that led no further to investigation isn't really more evidence. Reading through witness testimony that led to no further investigation isn't really more evidence. Yeah. Do you know what you should do when you have witness testimony that's corroborated by additional evidence? You should follow up and investigate all that shit. You know, like so for instance, I'm sure in reference to like, there's 30 corpses on this golf course because Donald Trump raped and murdered all these people and buried their bodies here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that one's bullshit, right? It's just like so extreme and so weird and so random. Like, yeah, like take like a ground radar and run it over the surface of the place where they say the bodies are. But realistically, I think that one's bullshit. But the one where there's an email from somebody with an identifiable email address saying, I have a sexy 9-year-old Brazilian. Yeah, find that guy. Find that guy and break his fingers. Okay. Find that guy, take him to a CIA black site, rip his fucking fingernails out of their finger beds, break his finger sideways, and then ask him who his friends are. You know what I'm saying? And by the way, that's not Fed posting. I'm asking the feds to do that. Holy shit. Like, here we are over here just fucking, torturing jihadist terrorists, and they've killed like 3,000 Americans in the past 30 years, but then we're looking the other way when there's a fucking pedo ring. It's like, no, let's use the terrorism laws to go after the Epstein cabal. That would be great. Mayshak says the Kick Partner program is apparently great. They give incentives to SoloStream over there. Based. For the love of the game. True. Airborne Kite says Scott Alexander's eulogy for John McCain ended. Not death, with all the peace it brings, could stop his love of bombing things. Ah! Holy shit. I love it. Christian Lair says drugs kill people. Sex usually doesn't, excluding Matthew McConaughey's dad. That's a deep cut reference. For those of you who don't know, Matthew McConaughey's dad and his mom loved each other and loved to bang like rabbits, even into their 60s and 70s. And Matthew McConaughey's dad had a heart attack and he died, but his penis was still engorged. And Matthew McConaughey relayed the story, which makes it a little awkward, but honestly, it's so wholesome, I can't even give a shit. They were trying to like smack his boner down while they were taking him away in the ambulance. And Matthew McConaughey's mom was like, no, I want them to see, which is like, listen, that's crazy. And it's crazy that your son is relaying that story to the world, but that's how I want to die. Right. Like if I don't want to die of a cardiovascular event, I want to die from cancer, to be clear. But if I died from a cardiovascular event and it was during sexual interaction and I had been with, my hot ass wife that we had like aggressive relations for like decades, then I would want her to be proud of me as I laid there dead. That's the ideal. Not a lot of us are going to achieve that kind of relationship, but we should be trying to find the person who is proud of our boner as we lay dead. Good Grief says, why do they have to be white, or are you just trolling? I have no idea. I don't even remember what I said. Josh says, Connor, is pussy still carb free if you had a top? Bruh, I'm 40, not 20. Okay. I can make some sexual illusions. I cannot get into the nasty, nasty, nasty gooning comments that you guys get into. Politics JK says, you lost me because I'm wired into the modern now, and the German Shepherd decided to test a new wire a little bit. Oh, sorry about that. Although I sympathize with you as somebody who owns dogs who likes to step on power strips. Vince Neal says, it's all fun and games till your daughter decides to be a whore. Agreed. Jack Hanma says, I will never look at the term cheese pizza the same way again. Correct. Who's the Giga Chad? Me. Horse God. Laughing. Generic Play says, Trump probably more anti-gun than Harris at this point. True. But I want Pete Buttigieg make government boring again. True, but Pete needs to ditch his husband and get married to a woman and keep his beard growing. What's Connor's new Twitter? Neo Counter Connor. NEOCOUNTERCONOR. Oh, you guys are brutal. Brutal with the sex jokes. Hi, Grid. Good to see you. Fellrunner says Goonopolis is good, but if it starts to overshadow Grilla, if I will declare Grill hot on it. True. We need to keep Goonathlon. We need to keep tabs on Goonopolis and make sure it doesn't overshadow the Grill. Grassroots says, I'm so committed, I'll lie about my gayness to get Connor's vote. Also, I'm 7'6". Oh. Well, might have to vote for you. Anonymous Chatter for 10 says, don't forget the Gatorades and Viagra. I hate you guys. I hate you. This is it's funny though. Jack Hanma says nothing more hypocritical than leftist WASP protesters making racist and bigoted comments at Hispanic and Black Border Patrol and ICE members. Why? You know what I'm saying? Like why? Who cares? Who cares? That dude, the leftists have been racist for a long time. Did you not see their whole anti-white arc? Have you not seen the anti-Jew arc since like October 7, 2023? Leftists have been like mad fucking racist for a hot minute, dude. I don't even think that's like they pretend that they're anti-racist because they're always siding with the dispossessed group. But they're not actually anti-racist. They're just like racist in a different direction. Real serious for 100 ARS says, Connor, this is you every single day, 5-second video. I can't click on it because I'm on StreamYard, bro. So my apologies. I can't click on the link. Time Shoe Sav says, I fucking love history. If you don't know about Shays Rebellion, you don't know shit about American history. I always get the Whiskey Rebellion and Shays mixed up, but, you know, I'm sure I could figure it out. Grassroots says, I'd run the NSFW goon shop, but I'm already the Grandmaster. True. Thomas Dudley says, Connor, I know just a straight white man who's not a pedo who loves guns and is slightly lib, Dick Cheney, or failing that, Liz Cheney. Yeah. Dick Cheney for Republican president. That would be wild. That would be wild. Benson Neal says, Connor, can you put your new Twitter in the chat? I can't seem to find it. No. Neo Counter Connor. NEOCOUNTERCONOR. That's what it is. Josh says, Connor being 10 minutes behind. You must be new. Sometimes I'm like 40 minutes behind because chat's just wilding the fuck out. You know? Other guy, good to see you. 11 asshole. Don't know what that means, but okay. Ruin all lore. Go ahead. True. I love the level 3+ discussions like last night. Good. Dozens of you who like the same conversations. Thank you for your emotional support. Christian Blair says pizza code is how government meetings will be commerced in the Goonopolis. I hate you. Josh says, I actually like all three of you, and it's boring at work. You have to hold some of these jokes. All right. My bad for being fucking sensitive. I'm a sensitive soul. You guys think I'm joking when I'm like, I'm a sensitive soul. It's like, no, my feelings get hurt. I'm just self-aware enough to be like, I'm a pussy for my feelings getting hurt, but my feelings get hurt. Christian Lara says, remember when Connor said he was past the Hunter Biden Sugar and Pepperidge Farm? Remembers? Yeah, that was Cope. That was totally Cope. Officer Nasty says, maybe younger, but never hotter, Connor. Thank you. I appreciate that. Other guy says, Andrew Wilson is much older than you. Why do you think I switched to you in the first place? He's not that much older. He's in his like early to mid 40s, right? I'm in my late 30s. I think he's maybe got 5 years on me. I think we're peers. I think once you get past 30, you're pretty much peers anyways. Fashion 40 says, I never thought a day in my life that I would find joy in anything Dick Cheney related. Yeah, me too. Officer Nasty says, bro, didn't Charlie Sheen fucking destroy the lives of his castmates on 2.5 Men? Laugh my ass off. Yeah, but that was like a really fucking degenerate, shitty show. You know what I'm saying? Like, so what happens is YouTube will just get into like a content recommendation cycle. Well, they'll recommend me clips from random TV shows and I'll watch them. Like I've watched a bunch of like 2.5 Men. I've watched a bunch of How I Met Your Mother. I watched a bunch of like random police shows and all that kind of shit via clips. And the truth is that like 2.5 Men is entertaining enough to keep me like watching it for like 2 minutes or whatever, or 3 minutes, whatever the clip is. But if you actually think of what's happening in the clip, they're fucking nightmares, dude. It's all played for a laugh because obviously like you don't actually see the sex acts that are implied constantly throughout the show, but it's actually like a fucking nightmare. Like, I don't know if you guys remember this, but one of the main characters is Alan, who's a broke chiropractor in California who works his ass off to pay alimony for his like kid, who he does love and he does get to see on occasion. But his brother is a huge gooner, so he tries to follow in his footsteps in being a gooner. Meanwhile, his wife gets fucking ran through. What a fucking nightmare. Like, dude, Alan easily should have fucking killed himself. Like his life was absolutely a fucking nightmare, and it's done for laughs. Well, QC John says, you will not lose the original Coggers. There's still some of us that stuck with us after a year of random Tuesday, 2:36 in the afternoon streams. We'll be here. Well, thank you, Weld. I appreciate you. All right. I think we need to, Cicero says, okay, ground penetrating radar. All right, Lance. That's a deep cut reference for the Lawrence Southern debate about ground penetrating radar from the Native American genocide in Canada. Based. Conserve says, but you don't know who they would be doing that to. Let's be real. They're likely a Fed. All right. Eric Dom says, my aunt's father died during sex too. Based. He'll be in Goonhala. Cavill Cadell says, damn, his dad was either on Cialis or rigor mortis set in immediately. I know. Subry Keller says, holy shit, Matthew McConaughey is even more hot now. His family is based. That's what I thought. Kazra says, I think Destiny said so many other people covering Epstein, it's boring for him. Can you go through the files? I watched some Asmongold. Well, no. I watched CoffeeZilla yesterday. I watched CoffeeZilla on Friday, I think. You can go check out that content. TLDR for you, Kazra. It's just that, like, it's real. Okay? It's real. So Bill Gates allegedly had sex with a 20-year-old bridge player and maybe some other Russian prostitutes. We don't know the ages of the Russian prostitutes, but allegedly he contracted a venereal disease and gave it to his wife, Melinda, which is part of it. And he was like contacting Jeffrey Epstein on how to covertly give her anti-STD meds in order to, save his relationship with Melinda. Didn't work. She divorced him and also said that part of the reason why they got divorced was because of Epstein and his associations with Epstein. So Bill Gates is fucked. Peter Thiel was hanging out with him, but Peter Thiel's gay, so there's not really too much reason to think that he was diddling kids. Elon Musk was trying to party with Jeffrey Epstein in the early 10s, which was after his pedophile conviction. So Elon Musk being like, oh, I never went to the island. It's not for a lack of trying. He was emailing Jeffrey Epstein to be like, hey, when's the most degenerate party night to come hang out? So Elon Musk is catching a black eye, but there's no evidence that he diddled kids. I'm trying to think. Bill Clinton, it's all insinuation. There's like photos of him hanging out with what looks like an adult woman. He also has what looks like a teenager kind of sitting on his lap, but to my knowledge, they don't have specific testimony or videos or photos of teenagers banging Bill Clinton, but there's definitely a lot of smoke around there. Who else? Ehud Barak probably banged Virginia Giuffre. Alan Dershowitz probably banged Virginia Giuffre. Donald Trump was boys with Epstein through like 2012. Steve Bannon was trying to rehabilitate Epstein's image after the 2016 election. There's some insinuations that Trump was hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein at the White House after the 2016 election. Yeah, man, there's like a lot. There's a lot. So, unfortunately, and also like the smoking gun evidence. So, for instance, whoever emailed saying like, I had a 9-year-old sexy Brazilian yesterday, that guy needs to be found and fucking killed. But the FBI is sweeping by blocking out his name. Why the hell do you want to die from cancer? I want to die slow. That whole like having your heart pop in your chest thing freaks me the fuck out. Do you want the police officer carrying the box out of the house with the 2-foot-long dildo? Sure. Old School says, does your wife ever give you shit for comments you make on stream? Absolutely. Billy Koo says, looking at Charlie Sheen and 12-year-old Corey Haim on the set of Lucas. No. I'm good. I don't need any more black pills. Morley Neutral says, my 6-year-old son made his Roblox name I Love Cheese Pizza, and I had to explain to him that's not a good idea. The innocence of youth. All right. Let's start some content. Otherwise I'm just gonna die. I don't want to die. I want to start the content. All the MPs go and say, hey, I need to check out your Hutch debate, but if you want to catch up at some point today, we could. I'm not psychically prepared. I do not have enough energy for a BDSM Pisco debate. I would have enough energy for like a good faith debate, but not a BDSM Pisco debate. That would fuck me up. Anyways, let's get cracking. Max out volume. I'm going to skip the first 20 minutes and I'm going to summarize it during my intro. Just so we don't waste 20 minutes rewatching shit that I could summarize in 2 seconds. So, all right. Add to stage, remove from stage. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican. And today I got a little bit of perfectly cooked psychic brain damage for you. Okay. I got Hutch. I would say Hutch is a centristy liberal. I got Josiah, who's supposed to be a centristy liberal, but I think he's stuck in a liberal echo chamber, so he takes more extreme positions in this conversation as well. Then we got Pisco, who I would say is politically liberal, but he hangs out with lefties and progressives, and I think he caters to them way too much, and he's co-opted by them way too much, and we fight all the time like cats and dogs. And they're arguing about how the Democrats should handle the Trump administration, particularly if they think they're going to win in the midterms and if they think they're going to win in the presidency. Pisco and Josiah is saying that whoever runs for president needs to effectively be fed posting about how hard they're going to hold the Trump administration accountable via the legal process, where Hutch is saying, like, why wouldn't you just dog whistle that you're going to hold corrupt people accountable, but then not make it a sticking point issue during the election that the Democrats are out for blood? And that's what they're fighting about. So without further ado, let's take a look at it. I'll pause intermittently and break it down. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. My parents social love you. Thank you for being here. Let's go.
That's what he's saying the special rules for. And I understand that logic. What I'm saying is I don't know what the special elections this year and last year's off-year elections have to do. If I remember correctly, what he said was, you got to look at where the party is now. And he was citing how well we are doing in the 2025 elections and the 2026 special elections. And my thought process is, I don't know what that has any relationship to a 2028 presidential campaign on which the candidate may or may not campaign on holding the Trump administration criminally accountable for what they've done in those 4 years. And as a matter of fact, the only connection I see is that the people who are doing well, that the party that's doing well right now is the party that's doing well on campaigning in opposition to Trump and holding investigations. I understand congressional investigations and executive investigations are separate, but I don't see where this is instructive for 2028.
But I think respectfully, of course, because you're my boy. I love you. Josiah, sure. You're my boy. I love you, dog. I fucking love you. I don't think that's why the Democrats are doing so well right now. I don't think it's because Democrats in special elections are running on accountability for the Trump administration. That's not what we're actually seeing. Like Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill, they were not running on, pressing for accountability for Trump. I haven't seen any campaigns that are running on this explicitly at all. They're all running on affordability and just sort of like the anti-corruption is like a big thing that's salient with voters right now. But they're not running on like, we're going to lock him up. Can
we just adjust what Josiah said? Josiah, I think the strongest version of what he's saying is, regardless of whether the campaign specifically, quote, is running on it, that part of the reason we're seeing these out.
Anonymous chatter with the 10. Connor, I can only handle missionary today. Pisco putting away the ball gag and chains. Oh, yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Yeah.
Growth of special elections and all these movements is because of opposition to Trump, and not just about because we really, really care about the Texas Senate district, whatever. It's because people are outraged at what they're seeing from the administration, as opposed to like the rhetoric specifically from the campaign. But maybe that speaks to your point, Hutch, about the rhetoric not being necessary.
So every candidate or most candidates, unless you're living in like a blowout district or state, they have to balance the demands and the needs and the desires of their base with the center. And so I agree that right now the Democratic voter base are like frothing at the mouth with rage and want like Nuremberg trials for the administration. I can see that that's where they're at, but that is not necessarily going to be a campaign strategy that is going to build a bigger coalition to maximize. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let me clean up here
to maximize the chances of victory. Dude, I'm sorry. This is just where I'm with Hutch, man. I know the Democrats want blood. I know that there's a certain amount of momentum on the left right now in order to hold Trump accountable, quote unquote. But what you have to understand is a third of the population is left, a third of the population is right, a third of the population doesn't vote. And so the anti-Trump coalition is not just the left. The anti-Trump coalition is moderates and independents and also center-right people who fucking hate Trump, okay? So if you start saying, oh, yeah, like, fuck the rule of law, we're going to go hard in the paint. If you start destiny posting You know what I'm saying? Where Destiny was saying anybody who participated in the Trump administration whatsoever should be barred from office. Like, you're going to lose a shitload of the fucking independents and the center right who want to vote against Trump. Okay. So obviously there's a balance here that we need to figure out and we need to fight. But like Hutch bringing this up is not crazy. It's actually like perfectly sane to say like, hey guys, you're putting the cart before the horse. How about we worry about trials after we actually create a message that appeals to the broadest fucking coalition in order to win elections? You know, it's like the most like sane, sober, boring fucking take on the internet. And yet it gets treated like it's insanity. Connor, do you think Prime Kai was a repeated victim of Epstein? You know, maybe.
Because I understand what the confusion is, and this is where I misspoke. What I'm referring to is the leadership of the Democratic Party. So what do we hear from Hakeem Jeffries and Robert Garcia, the ranking member of the House? What are they? Because I interviewed Garcia. What's he saying? Put us back in power. Mm-hmm. You put us back in power. Top priority is to investigate the Trump administration, check corruption, because they know in terms of like affordability, they're not going to be able to do anything meaningful on affordability until they get the White House, right? So the next
but you still need to talk about that shit.
2 years of the Trump administration, what are Hakeem Jeffries and Robert Garcia and congressional leaders talking about? Give us back power. We will check this administration. So I agree with you that the candidates running, especially in swing districts, are not like campaigning on, hey, elect me and I'll check Trump. Mm-hmm. What I'm saying is that the people that they would be ultimately working under, a leader Jeffries or a oversight chairman Garcia, et cetera, and so forth, they're like, hey, here's why you should come out and vote and give us.
Fashion 40 says, Connor, should there not be trials for the batshit insanity and illegality of this administration? Well, number one, we have to agree on what's actually illegal first, because y'all motherfuckers want to like round up ICE agents, decapitate them, and put their heads on pikes. So we probably need to have an argument about what's actually legal versus illegal first. Then when it comes to like the federal pardons, you have to understand that in reference to federal pardons, Trump it's been untested, but he could self-pardon and or he could step down the day before he leaves office and have JD Vance as acting president pardon him. So he can pardon JD Vance. He can pardon his entire cabinet. So once you pardon the cabinet from federal crimes, once you pardon Trump from federal crimes, once you pardon JD Vance from federal crimes, what you got left, right? What do you have left? Because y'all motherfuckers are putting like the cart way before the horse. Okay, you got to win first, motherfuckers. You gotta win first. You haven't even won yet. You're acting like, oh yeah, this is Nazi Germany, and when we seize power, we're gonna have Nuremberg style. How about you fucking focus on winning first? How about that shit? Holy shit.
These seats is because we will then take that power and investigate the shit out of Trump. That's what I'm talking about.
But that's so that we're getting into what Pisco was saying, which is like my whole thing is that the special rule literally only applies to the president. Rashida Tlaib, when she won her seat.
Who said that, Timothy Douglas? Lol, bro, arresting ICE agents who knee-jerk reaction unjustifiably kill people isn't decapitation of innocent good boy ICE agents. Yeah, but y'all motherfuckers don't even know what legal is. Timothy Douglas. I'm going to try not to get like dragged down into a level 1 argument, but you can't pass a law about officer caused jeopardy and then retroactively prosecute people for a law that was just passed. You can't, codify law enforcement communication in reference to, gun versus disarmed and then retroactively hold ICE accountable for a negligent homicide. You know what I'm saying? Y'all motherfuckers need to focus on the process. You need to focus on passing laws. You need to focus on like legal outcomes fought through the courts. You need to focus on, winning fucking elections because everything else is just a virtue signal.
In 2018, in her acceptance speech, she said, we're going to impeach that motherfucker. Like, I don't think that was necessarily politically prudent, but I don't have a problem with her saying that because that the Congress is a totally different, their job is to pursue. Process. Yeah. Their job is to pursue political remedies to these kinds of things. That's fine. I think that when Garcia said that to you, that was him like throwing red meat to the base. But if Garcia was running in a competitive district, and I don't know what his districts he serves and if it's competitive, but if he was, those candidates, I can basically guarantee you that we're not going to see a single Democratic Party candidate running for seats in the Congress that are going to be running on like, we're going to eventually prosecute Donald Trump.
No,
we're eventually going to impeach them. All of those people are going to run on like your energy bill and gas prices.
Uncontested. I totally agree with that. I'm just saying the leadership has made it clear that if and when they get power, their priority in the age of Trump will be to punish Trump.
Yeah.
Good. That's different, by the way. So for instance, like, let's say that, listen, old school, we're all getting fat. Okay. Be nice. Speaking of which, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. The Oilers have already oiled, so I'm not asking Grassroots. Grassroots doesn't have to donate for the rest of the fucking stream. He doesn't have to donate for the rest of the week. Neither does Christian Valeris, although it is appreciated. Donate to me so I can get fat. But the point is, yeah, 100%. Like, I need to differentiate because I'm so pissed and I'm so grumpy that I feel like the energy of what I'm saying is I'm going to be fighting Josiah and Pisco in this segment of content. But at the same time, I need to avoid the like becoming so pissed and grumpy that you guys miss what I'm saying. So hold on. If the Democrats take back the House, they should still do impeachment proceedings for what is impeachable. What I mean by that is they should do the impeachment for bribery. They should do impeachment for war crimes in the Caribbean if they think they can do it. They should do impeachment for, not for the Venezuelan operation, because like I said, I don't think that's historically supported, but they should do impeachment for the Epstein files, right? For sweeping and redacting the Epstein files in violation of federal law, right? And so those impeachment things, even if they don't have the Senate, they should still pass that in the House. That way it's on record who swept for Trump and who went after Trump. Now, if they actually have the Senate, which I know is like a long shot, but if they had the Senate and if they had the House, then they should go to Republicans and say, listen, motherfuckers, like, you have a pedophile in charge of your party who's destroyed the principles and foundations of your party. Shut the fuck up, fell runner. You made me refer to the Republican Party as a pile, a pedo pile, if you will. So anyways, you could go to the Republicans. And by the way, Thomas Massie is already down. MTG is going to be gone, but we don't know who's going to replace her. Maybe another firebrand MAGA person who hates pedophiles will replace her. Lauren Boebert voted for the Epstein files. You know what I'm saying? So, and even if they're not willing to vote to impeach Trump, they might be willing to vote to impeach Bondi. You know what I'm saying? They might be willing to impeach Kash Patel. So go after Kash Patel, go after Pam Bondi. And even if you don't pass it, at least you have it on record where you get to destroy or damage the public reputation of the Trump administration. And by the way, all of this stink is going to be passed on to JD Vance. I know that we're presuming that JD Vance is a more competent Trump and therefore will be able to get the backing of techno-feudalist freaks and also use enough economic populist messaging and also enough MAGA messaging in order to win. I know we're all presuming that, but you have to understand that however much damage you do through the impeachment proceedings to the Trump administration, that stink is going to carry over into a JD Vance presidential run. And so for me, you really have two options, right? You have two options when JD Vance is running. You either focus your political capital, energy, and resources on making sure that the stink from the Trump administration sticks to JD Vance, and as a result, JD Vance doesn't achieve power, or you try to violate federal pardons in order to go after Trump and his cronies for what they did in the previous fucking election and the previous administration. And that seems like it's totally like wasted political capital. And by the way, it's not about what's moral. It's about what's effective. So if you're perfectly moral and yet you try to overrule federal pardons of the Trump administration in order to incarcerate Trump, yeah, that's probably the moral thing to do. But if you lose the country to a JD Vance techno-feudalist, I'm trying to think of the other bad thing that he was. Somebody brought it up the other day and I was like, oh shit, that actually is bad. I forget. I think it was Palantir. I think it was the techno-feudalist shit. So JD Vance is just going to turn these he's just going to turn the country over to techno-feudalist lords who are going to create like the next iteration of war on terror, anti-domestic terror, murder robots, and AI facial recognition software. So like, you know, if you lose the country by going after Trump, then what the fuck is the point? I'm sorry for being grumpy, but I know that some of you guys enjoy my grumpiness. So thanks for being here.
Congressionally. But again, I understand that there's a difference to you between the legislative process and the executive process. I agree with that.
Yeah.
This is why I'm saying I'm not buying the argument that, you know, this isn't something that a presidential candidate in 2028 need not campaign on crushing corruption and investigating corruption and holding the Trump administration accountable simply because
but they should run on those things, but not the third thing. You said crushing corruption, investigating corruption, and then looking into Trump. Like just drop the third one, and you're good.
Hutch is correct.
Well, I think I'm convinced it needs to be all the above, but that's why I'm saying I don't think.
But I don't understand. But what is this? What you seem to think that there's like an electoral. You think that you seem to think that we might net more seats, or the presidential candidate on the Democratic side of the aisle might get more votes by running on this. I don't know what that is based on, because it feels like, and this is my problem that I'm having with a lot of left-wing pundits these days, is that they're purely speaking to the base. They're not really thinking holistically about, in my opinion, they're not thinking holistically about like the broader American electorate.
Correct.
And there are a lot of people in the center or that are politically unaffiliated with either right-leaning or left-leaning independents or true centrists that are looking for a path to get back to certain norms that used to facilitate a much more like functional version of government, you know, bipartisanship and independent investigations free from political influence. Like there are a lot of people in the center that are looking for a return to that. I don't think that it's going to benefit the Democratic Party to just run on things that are going to like appeal to their base. I also don't find the argument very compelling that the Democratic Party voter base is not going to be wildly enthusiastic and engaged in terms of showing up to vote in both the midterms and the 2028 election. I think
correct. Everybody's pissed off. I'm pissed off. You're pissed off. Everyone's pissed off. You don't need to piss people off even more.
Those elections are going to be fucking blowouts. I think we're going to see enormous like voter participation, like really high levels of engagement.
I am certainly not making the case that in a general election, punishing the Trump administration or investigating the Trump administration a centerpiece or a central pillar of your campaign. I'm not making the case that that's going to win over swing voters or is more likely to win over swing voters than not. What I am saying is it's my assessment that in a Democratic primary, the Democratic base is more likely to support a candidate that is more vociferously in favor of something like that than not.
Well,
that's what
go ahead, Pisco. You haven't spoken in a minute.
I think that
okay, Melody, I think you're actually making the miscalculation that Hutch and I are trying to point to. The center, number one, 70% of the human population is just R-slurred. Okay, the 70% of the population is just in R. They're just not that well read or intelligent or anything. Okay, so let's go ahead and just accept the fact that 70% of the population is already dumb as hell. All right, not my chat. My chat is 3,000 IQ, Giga Chats, and Giga Stacy's, but everybody else. Okay, you meet 3 people on the street, 2 of them are fucking dipshits. All right, they could be really nice dipshits, but they're still dipshits. And so when you're saying like, oh, Trump's violated Republican norms and he's used, this, that, the other, and he's violated this procedure and blah, 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 like all that kind of crap. They don't give a fuck about that. They care about, I know eggs are back down to normal, relatively speaking, but they care about the fact that putting a breakfast together costs $20 fucking for a family of 4. You know, like the current cooking for your family costs as much as fast food used to cost, and fast food is now a fucking luxury. You know, they care about the fact that gasoline and insurance prices, gasoline was through the roof. I know that it's relatively speaking back to normal for our economy, but they care that like getting gas into their truck is a fucking pain in the ass for them to get to work. They care about the fact that making ends meet is difficult. They're working harder than they've ever worked. They're working more hours than they've ever worked. They're getting the best pay they've ever gotten in their entire fucking lives, and yet they're still broke as fuck, right? They're still barely making the mortgage. They're still late on their bills. They're still late on their student loans. They're still late on fucking everything, right? So if that happens, then yeah, like a pedophile ring at the top end of the American government, yeah, some people are going to care about that because generally speaking, most people hate molesting children. You know what I'm saying? So if you actually get like the pedophile stink onto Trump, and then by proxy you get it onto JD Vance, that could 100% shift the election in Democrats' favor. Okay? And then also pointing out all the illegal shit that the Trump administration has done, particularly like the bribery and grift. Yeah, that could stick too, because Trump was saying like, oh yeah, I'm like a warrior for the working class. I'm a warrior for the middle class. I'm trying to make it so America's great again economically. And what did he really do? He started trade wars that fucked over the middle class, that fucked over the working class. And then he swept the pedophile ring, and then he blew up Iran, and then he blew up fucking Venezuela. You know what I'm saying? Saying that Trump is like a lying, grifting piece of shit is like borderline self-evident at this point. So don't focus on the procedural violations of the Trump administration in reference to obscure balance of power shit that most motherfuckers don't even remember from middle school. Focus on the shit that like if there's 3 dickheads on the road and 2 of them are fucking idiots and or outsource their thinking to other people, then focus on the shit that they actually give a fuck about. Right? Samson 484 says, if nobody does anything crazy, we have rhetorical ammo for years to come. True. The BLM riots were in 2020. That's 6 years ago. That's ancient fucking history. It feels like yesterday to me because I was arguing with people about politics in 2020. And it feels like all those people now are still R-slurred and still in the Twitch and YouTube political debate space, never had to admit that they were wrong about anything. But at the same time, the BLM riots are ancient fucking history. So if somebody says, oh yeah, you want to go after the Trump administration because of bribery? Well, the Democrats are just as lawless as the Republicans. Don't you remember the summer of love? Say, yeah, that was 6 years ago, dumbass. How's your pedophile sweeping going? You know, like they got nothing. They got fucking nothing. The anti-Trump coalition has all of the cards. And once again, I am unsurprised by Democrats' willingness and ability to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. Okay? I love you, and I'm sorry that I'm grumpy. Fast and Bulba says, Connor addressed Elijah Schaefer's wife going to the way of Mama GAF. So I wanted to see more. I wanted to see more evidence before I made a ruling. But I did see today, and I watched the first 10 minutes of it, that Destiny saw a bunch of tweets from Elijah Schaefer saying that his wife has disappeared. Did the kids disappear too? I don't know if his wife disappeared or if his kids disappeared, but I'm pretty sure like Elijah Schaefer has a drug problem. I'm pretty sure like there was a video that I saw of Lauren Southern hanging out with Elijah Schaefer and a couple other conservative creators in Texas. And Elijah Schaefer looked like he was like coked out of his fucking mind, like drunk and coked out. So for those of you who don't know Elijah Schaefer, he was working for conservative media for a while. He, basically decided that like Nazi posting was the way to get internet celebrity. He started fucking Nazi posting despite having Hispanic family members. He got like accused of like sexual harassment at his job. So he got fired from his conservative think tank job for being a fucking Nazi and for harassing other people on set about like sex shit. Then he was still working and still making money. But yeah, there were like some tweets of him saying like, oh, my wife and kids are missing. And it's like, oh shit. So what you're saying is like, you murdered your wife and kids probably. So yeah, I want to see more evidence, because if they find the wife and kids and they were like, no, like he's a psycho. So we dipped out and we drove a couple of states over and we're staying with family and we just didn't tell him because he's a fucking coked out fucking psycho. Then I'll be like, oh, okay, he didn't murder his family. But if the wife or the kid, if the wife and kids, or if the wife stay gone, totally disappeared, then I'm gonna be like, yeah, that motherfucker murdered his family. So, yeah. Andy says odds are high that his wife and kids are hiding from him. That, for me, they're equal possibilities. People with drug problems do really, really, really crazy shit. So he could have murdered his family. Maybe he murdered his wife and the kids are going to pop back up. Maybe they're hiding from him. I have no fucking idea. But yeah. Anyways, back to it.
Hey, I'm not convinced that there's a huge political cost.
I know what I do when I can't find my family is tweet about it. Conserve liberalism. What an excellent fucking point. What an excellent fucking point, dude. Like, I understand, like, if you exhaust all other possibilities, you've called the mother-in-law, you've called the father-in-law, you've called police, you've done the missing police reports, you've done all that kind of stuff. I understand, like, commiserating on social media after something that you're facing, but it also does feel like almost like planted, where he's like trying to garner sympathy for his family disappearing. And that's kind of that is sending off some yellow flags and red flags in my mind. That's definitely a yellow flag or a red flag, that for sure. Yeah. I would still like to see more evidence, but yeah, there's plenty of yellow flags and red flags on this. It's actually like borderline scary.
Independence. Not convinced that the additional just like you're saying, well, what additional good does it do to attract voters to say that actually, like, and we're going to look into the crimes that probably happened in the administration. What good does it do? I'm not convinced, A, that it's particularly risky. 2, I think that the political benefit is less to do with the statement itself, but more so how it unchains the candidate. I want to be able to use the populist rhetoric of these guys like stole your money. These guys scammed you.
Sorry, real quick. I didn't see the Numinax super chat. Numinax, one argument that's worked for me is the deficit made from tax cuts to the wealthiest people on the planet. And who covers that deficit? The working class. Absolutely, King. The Republicans have argued for fiscal conservatism for the past like 40 or 50 years. And yet the only thing that they do that is quote unquote fiscal conservative is cut taxes. But they don't even cut taxes for the working class and the middle class in a way that is actually substantive. They do it with a deadline where the taxes go back up so they can piss off the base again. So, yeah, dude, fuck Republicans in reference to taxation. Like, and by the way, hold on. Let me not lose all my fiscal conservatives real quick. I think the easiest way to say it, even though it's accurate, is I want to cut taxes in half. But that's not what I really want to do. I don't want to cut the effective tax rate in half. What I want to do is I want to double the tax brackets. So what I mean by that is right now for a family, for a married couple, income tax is like capped at 12% up to $100,000. So the first 50K, you're at 10K. The second 50K, you're at 12, not 10K. The first 50K, you're at 10%. The second 50K, you're at 12%. And then after that, it jumps to 22 or 24. I think that should be like, based off of how far behind the American working class and middle class has fallen, I think that should be doubled to 200K. And then likewise with a single person who right now at 50K, they get hit with a 12% tax rate. And then over 50K, they get hit with a 22% tax rate. I think that's fucking criminal. I actually think that's fucking criminal that right now, as an American, if you want to have like a decent life, you need to make $50,000 to $70,000 a year. And immediately after you start having a decent standard of living, the federal government is taking a quarter of your income. That's fucking criminal. And so I would effectively double the tax bracket, where if you're a single individual and you're paying taxes, you should only pay 10 or 12% for the first $100,000 you make. And then after that, I still think like 22 or 24% is like extortionate, but whatever. You go cry about it on your fucking jet ski. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, so actually, unironically, while keeping effective tax rates for the upper class, like in effect, that would actually bring in a substantive amount of tax revenue, I would alleviate the tax burden of working class and middle class families, because it's fucking absurd. More tax brackets? No, 5 is fine.
These guys allowed fraud to happen. We're going to try to get your money back. That's going to be a priority of the administration, of any kind of administration that I'm a part of. We're going to try to get the money that they scammed from you, that they grafted from the American people.
I'm going to listen to weights while I'm lifting. It's cheating to just like not ignore the content, but half-ass pay attention to the content while doing something else. But I need to work out or I'm going to kill myself.
Bribes and stuff, because that's your money. And being open about that, I think, unchanged the candidate to be more plain spoken, to be more honest and blunt, while maintaining always the notion of the principle, which matters to me, that I won't get involved in the day-to-day, but it will be a priority. And then number two, this is totally separate from the political benefit. Even if I was convinced there was a very slight political loss overall, it's worth it to me. The reason it's worth it to me, because I want to increase the odds that it actually happened. And him being on the record saying that they're going to do these investigations, to the extent that they want, it would show a mandate for that policy, and it would give it more legitimacy for that policy. And two, having candidates on the record does in fact pressure, to bring those promises up in any other given context. And then finally, in a primary situation where I'm trying to decide which candidate I want to back, put my eggs behind in different contexts, I want to know, because it's my top priority, which among them has the best interest of what I think the American people are at heart. So all those different things, the fact that I don't think it's incredibly risky politically, the fact I think to the extent that it is anything, it is more likely to cause a candidate to be candid with the American people and say, hey, JD Vance, you are the one trying to hide the graft and the corruption, and we're going to try to get the money back because we're going to look into what you did. I think that that is a political benefit to the candidate itself and signaling. And then finally, I think that it is a more likelihood that when you have that commitment actually be followed through and have legitimacy from the American people.
Yeah, real serious. I do like our tax system better, that effectively it's on profit. So yeah, if you destroy businesses by taxing them on revenue instead of on profit, then I think you set up an economy that's kind of like not as vital as it could be. So I'm with you there.
I'm still not really understanding why your method is preferable to mine, because I feel like using my method, you can have both of these things. You can have government accountability, and you can have an example of a political party seeking to, firmly reestablish a norm that I think is really important. And I think that matters.
You have half of it. You have you have the critique, which is you guys did criminal stuff, but you don't have the other half of the populist rhetoric, which is, and we're going to get that back. And we're going to make sure the American people are repaid for that, or we're at least going to try doing it. You're going to continue to hide for your billionaire friends. And we're actually going to make sure that to the extent possible, we're going to get that back for the American people, because that's their money.
I guess here's another thing that maybe there's a disconnect here is I think that this principle is actually really fucking important. So it's not just about the politics of it. I do think it is corrupt for a president to be directing DOJ to investigate specific people. I think it's thoroughly corrupt.
No, but that's not what we're talking about. We're saying that's not what I'm saying. Did you think that I'm saying that he should order the?
Yo, y'all are so fucking mean. Fellrunner says listening to Pisco is like reading a college textbook without pictures. Fast and Bulba says listening to Pisco is like eating plain yogurt while an autistic child screams at you. What the fuck? What did Pisco do to you? Dana Calico Cloud says, okay, Pisco quota is full up. See you later. What the fuck? The guy's been talking for 3 minutes. What's wrong with y'all? Listen. That's some vicious shit. And I disavow. Okay. I disavow. But, seeing how mean they are in Destiny's chat, seeing how mean they are about me and fucking Pisco's chat, I'm not going to lie. That feels like karmic balance. Okay. That does feel like karmic balance.
The department to look into particular people?
Brutal.
Well, when you say, the administration fleeced you from tax dollars or what, I don't know how exactly you said it. That's what you're saying, right? You're saying, and we're going to look into that. That's what you're saying. You're saying
that's not particular people. Agree that's
wait,
literally particular people.
Well, no, it's a particular group of people. Like you're saying that you're gonna, but you are saying that you're gonna instruct your DOJ to investigate the previous administration. I actually think that coming from
that is a priority. Yes. Sorry, I think that's important.
I think that this is I don't want to live in a country where that is like the norm moving forward. I think that's a really, really awful way to do criminal justice in a country. I don't think the leader should be instructing the Justice Department to go after specific individuals.
Hutch, remember Maidan and like the massacre that occurred with the protesters. Let's say that we have a situation in which like there's actually decent information that Trump or JD Vance or Noam or someone ordered like a massacre of 20 protesters. In that situation, and now I know it's different than the situation we have now. Why would it be wrong for presidential candidates say like, and we saw.
Austin Nasty says, Hutch is just arguing you guys should appeal to the middle more. Correct. That's correct. A third of the country votes left. A third of the country is independent and goes with the wins, and they don't all vote. And then a third of the country votes right. Okay? So you have a unique historical opportunity where plenty of motherfuckers hate Trump for a huge amount of reasons. And so if you appear reasonable and sane, then you get to fucking take out huge chunks of the center right and the center in the independents. Whereas if you come across as a vindictive fucking sociopath, then you lose those people and decrease your electoral effectiveness. Correct. That is the thrust of the argument.
The massacre that occurred that day, and we're going to get to the bottom of it. They're going to cover it up. We're going to investigate the massacre that took place, that someone in the administration, they're hiding it. Someone in the administration is covering this up. It gave the order. We're going to find out who. Would that be wrong to do?
Or I would say like a more concrete example, the timeline doesn't quite add up, but just imagine January. So imagine like, so in Brazil had their own version of January 6th. It was January 8, 2023, and it happened after Lula da Silva was already inaugurated, right? So it wasn't like where they were certifying his votes. He was already in power. But Bolsonaro supporters stormed the executive building, the legislative building, the judicial building. So imagine a January 6th, which happened not before Biden was in office, but imagine after he had already been inaugurated. And President Biden was asked, sir, yesterday, Trump supporters stormed the U.S. Capitol, stormed the White House or whatever. Will you be, what's your comment on that? Will the administration be looking into that? Blah, blah, blah. What would, in that sort of hypothetical,
the administration broadly would not be the ones looking into it. It would be the Justice Department. And I think you can answer that question in a way that gets to the point without sullying or dirtying the waters. You can say like, of course, I feel total confidence that the Justice Department that operates underneath me will do everything in their power to investigate like these kinds of matters. You would just say it very broadly, and you can like dog whistle, I suppose. But do you want a situation where,
I'm going to fast forward a little bit, not because we're not getting the crux of the arguments, but the way that Hutch, the first 20 minutes was okay content, but realistically, my fellow libs have gone insane. All right. I want to see some fucking insane body language. All right. I want to see some people screaming. And looks like we get some hand movement out of Pondering. Looks like we get some knife hands along with some, showing... we get some knife hands. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the knife hands because I have to assume that it gets a little bit more spicy later on with a title like that. So realistically, like we get the point, right? I don't need to sit here for 3 hours in order to hear them repeat it was a little fiery, but mostly peaceful conversation. Okay. So I'm gonna fast forward because we get the point, right? So, and I think even Thomas Martinson just said, it's like, no, I'm trying to communicate that to Pisco's community, and it's going out like a wet fart in church. It's going up like a lead balloon, and we get we understand what's happening. Pisco and Josiah are saying that the momentum is with the Democrats right now. The Democrats want real action. The base is hungry for it. If you feed the base red meat, then the right wing hasn't been punished for being extreme. So therefore, if we're a little bit extreme, we're not going to pay that much of a political price and we're still going to win. Okay. That's what they're saying. Whereas what Hutch is saying is that there is a broad enough coalition of people who fucking hate Trump, including center writers, including independents, that if you go scorched earth, then you're going to lose some of those people and you're not going to be as electorally effective as you could be. Okay. That's the thrust of the conversation. So if they're still looping like 2.5 hours later, then I don't fucking know what to do for these motherfuckers, but we'll take a look at it. We'll take a look at it. And if we need to change up content, we'll change up content. But I want to see if they actually get into a scrap.
MAGA stuff, because that's like my primary enemy.
Yeah, I mean, me personally, I'm not going to spend. I mean, I shouldn't say not spend, because there are times on Twitter and in my YouTube videos where I'll call out, people on the left or even
Yes, lefty infighting. Let's go. That's the real content I'm here for. I'm here for the lefty infighting. Hassan Piker's bad. Mike from PA is bad. Denims is bad. Frogan's bad. Fuck all those people. It sounds like I'm being sarcastic, but I'm actually not being sarcastic at all. Fuck all those people. Darth Panzer 1888 says, I don't even know why they're having this convo. Trump's obviously going to pardon everyone in the admin. Dems aren't going to try and avoid the pardon power, so it's wasted air talking about prosecuting anything. Dude, that's what I said. That's what I said. I was saying, like, yeah, sure, go for it. But you have to work within the limitations of the balance of power of the government. And if you're not like taking that into your calculation, why wouldn't you try to maximize the electoral effect? Number one, so you can maximize your opportunities of like impeachment. And why wouldn't you want to maximize your opportunity in order to, if you get the Senate, then you can put even more power through impeachment proceedings. So why wouldn't you maximize your electoral result rather than trying to throw red meat to your base? It doesn't make sense. Darth Panzer says, just got here, my bad for parroting. Nope. You did a great parroting job, Darth Panzer 1888. You and I'm scared of all the 8s in your name. That's scary. But realistically, you and we are of one mind. We have done a Vulcan mind meld. Adonic Samuel renewed their membership for 3 months. Thank you, King. Josiah brought up a spooky fact. 2028 is going to be rough based on people moving from blue states to red states just because it's cheaper. Ooh. Wouldn't that be advantageous, though, to Democrats? Wouldn't that be advantageous because you would be losing more people in blue states to the point that red people or conservatives become more competitive? But then isn't the opposite true as well? Whereas like a ton of like Democrats in red wing states might shift the Overton window leftward. That's a double-edged sword for sure. That's double-edged sword for sure. Chapingro with the 2 says populism is an unfortunate bane on human condition. True. Thank you, Chapingro. Thank you for being based and thank you for all the chips recently. All right. Anyways, let's see if we can get some Hassan bads out of this content. That would be fantastic.
Democrats as well. So I'm not going to say that it's just never going to be my primary focus. And again, for me, the line is, but that's just me. Do you prefer the Democrats to the Republicans? Will you urge your people to vote for Democrats over the Republicans? So now let's say that you have a commentator who says, yes, I recognize that the Democrats on their worst day are better than the Republicans on their best day, but I'm not going to encourage my chat to vote for them. Then I would say I would probably leave myself open to engaging with them, but I don't think I would consider them part of the coalition. So let's say Zach and Gavin from the Vanguard come out and they say, Josiah, which I don't even know if I consider them part of the coalition anyway. I haven't really thought.
Base, this is the lefty infighting I need. Dude, take that sentence, distill it into an injectable drug, and just shove it into my veins.
About this, but I like the guys, and they've been friendly with me. We've had some heated back and forth. Zach in particular, he and I've gone back and forth on when they've had me on their show 2 or 3 times. But let's say they come to me and they say, Josiah, listen, we recognize empirically the Democratic Party is better than the Republican Party, but we're not going to encourage our audience to vote for Democrats in 2028. And then I would probably say, well, listen, we can still be buddies or whatever. Test your, check your pulse from time to time, but we're not part of the same.
But Fed post. Dude, Josiah. Okay, so this is part of the reason why I love Josiah. All right, like, and I know I've been punching the liberals a little bit for being too friendly with the leftists, but this is why I love Josiah. Is he's such a nice guy. Okay, So he was nice when he was streaming. He was nice to me when I was getting my stuff kicked in during the debate with everybody about Hunter Biden. He obviously found his niche, effectively making like Midas Touch clone content, and it's been wildly successful for him. And I'm really happy for him. However, you can tell that just underneath his non-profane exterior, which, by the way, he says profanity in his videos every now and then, but it's nowhere near as bad as I do. You can tell just underneath the moderate exterior, there is a sincere desire to tell his political opponents to Sudoku. All right. Was Carter having a seizure? No, I wasn't. That was on purpose. So yeah. So like, yes, you can see the rage bubbling underneath his palatable and marketable exterior. It's excellent. I love it.
Coalition. And so I'm going to spend less time, trying to do outreach or whatever. That's how I look at it. It's got to be a state of preference, and then it's got to be a call to action to vote for the Democrats when push come to shove. And that goes for Kyle too. If Kyle, reneges on it like he did in 2016, 2020, 2024, that would be the end of, you would see a lot less Kyle content on my channel, a lot less me covering Kyle in very flattering lights when he goes on Piers Morgan.
100%.
Yeah.
And there's tons of proof of this, because like if Kyle was talking like Cenk Uygur, you don't think that we would be calling him out? I take whenever I see something like negative, like Cenk Uygur doing a false equivalence, he did it the other day where he even said that Biden opened the border or something, like they weren't enforcing the border. And that was madness. And that's part of the uniparty shit. Like it was the most stupid fucking thing there's ever been. And if he was talking like that, making a false equivalence or in that kind of respect, I would be calling that out. And the final thing, I'll let you talk, Hutch. I'm sorry. Timothy Douglas says, treat a leftist saying Shapiro covered up a murder the same way.
Timothy Douglas, one of our coggers, probably more of a Pisco or Hutch fan, but in the communities throwing elbows. Let's go.
You treated MAGA saying it, and that's not like we'll have a conversation about it later. G. Willikers, I guess I'll talk to you about it later. If I say something like, you guys are fucking liars, this is so wrong, whatever, and they call me on it in that moment, and I like don't have the best command of the facts in that moment, like, do you understand that if I write a check that I can't cash and they call me on it, it looks fucking horrible, and you look like an idiot saying that if I'm not confident in the moment to have that discussion that I should anyway, or to have a strong position and be like, yeah, well, I know you're wrong and I just don't remember. Like, this is so stupid. Obviously the right thing in that context is to say, I don't agree with you, I think that's wrong, let's talk about it later. And unfortunately you're saying, no, I had to have known all of those facts. I had to have known to debate it in that moment. And even if I didn't, I should have like puffed up my chest and say, I know it, so that they can just call me on it and I can look like a fucking idiot. That's what you would do, Timothy, because you are an idiot. Sorry, Hutch.
Well, I also say, I'm sorry real quick, because chat, and not to give one guide, I understand what they're saying. I just disagree with it. People are saying that Cenk and Kyle are the same. I don't think even Hutch would say that. I mean, Kyle's gone after Cenk nonstop since Cenk started his like MAGA diplomacy thing. I mean, one of the worst ass beatings we've seen in like alternative media was the conversation that Cenk had with Crystal on Breaking Points. Like I think right before Trump was inaugurated or shortly thereafter. Like I do think there's a meaning.
Yeah, I would actually be really curious. I would be really curious about apparently Cenk Uygur and Tucker Carlson had a conversation or a conversation debate recently. And I didn't hear a lot about it. Somebody linked it in the Discord, but I didn't see a lot of conversation about it. So I have to assume that it's so inoffensive because if Cenk had been overly friendly to MAGA, then I think a lot of liberals and centrists would have freaked the fuck out and then been like calling Cenk like a traitor and a dumbass and like a useful idiot and all that kind of stuff. I'm sure that still happened, but it didn't seem like a big enough of a splash to actually hit Twitter in a way that a lot of people cared about it. And then same thing, if he was like really fiery and if he attacked Tucker during the conversation, then I would have to presume that it was it would have been fiery enough to hit Twitter in a big way. So I think, unfortunately, what probably happened was Cenk was probably like too chill. Like he might have challenged Tucker enough for the liberals not to attack Cenk, but then he might not have attacked him enough in order to make like fiery clips. And so as a result, like nobody really cared about it. So, I mean, I would cover that, but I would want it to go one way or the other where Cenk fucks up by being a traitor and a sycophant to MAGA to the point that it's repulsive, or I would want him to be like fiery and try to actually attack Tucker on his bullshit. So, you know, barring anybody saying like, no, I watched it, it's fire, you should check out this timestamp, I don't think I'm going to cover that. But I do think Cenk is a useful idiot for a lot of people.
Meaningful difference between Kyle and Crystal's commentary and what Cenk is doing. I mean, Cenk is talking about breaking bread with MAGA, and he's you know, he has all the negatives associated with Crystal and Kyle,
Right.
and I think very little by way of the positives. Like, Hutch, would you agree that you see meaningful difference?
I mean, I would say Cenk is worse,
Yeah.
but I would push back against the idea that Kyle doesn't do false equivalencies with the Democrats and Republicans. I just watched a video just like a week and a half ago where he in no uncertain terms basically described the Democratic Party, while they're the minority, by the way, as Republican light. I mean, you can call that colorful language or hyperbole if you want.
Base, let's go.
But I find that to be extremely destructive. And I know I brought it up in our conversation, Pisco, but I'll bring it up again here with Josiah because I don't know if he saw that. It was a couple weeks ago.
You guys want to unban some people? You want to unban Tagarung and Doobie? Did I ban them on Valor? Maybe. I'll pull it up. I'll see if I ban them here.
Just pulled up, I'll check in with Kyle's videos like once every couple weeks on stream. So I just pulled up the first video that I saw where he was talking about the Democratic Party. And in that video, he made a claim, speaking of the recklessness that we were talking about before, that Gavin Newsom vetoed a single payer bill in California. That might not seem to be like a big deal on the surface, but I think there's more to that kind of rhetoric than meets the eye, because I think Kyle is in that.
Wait, what's wrong with Tagarung? Targan East Boren says don't unban Tagarung. What's wrong with Tagarung? Tagarung was pissing me off on the day of because he was like soying out, but like I think Tagarung and I have we've had good conversations in the past. I don't like his name. Targun doesn't want Tagarung to get unbanned. Well, dude, we have Patriarch and Send Patriarch, and it only took me like 6 months to figure out the difference between Patriarch and Send Patriarch. Send Patriarch lives in my walls. Patriarch is an oiler from Ukraine. So, like, just give it 6 months. And by the way, you're the European who pissed me off about Vietnam, whereas Tagarung is like a soy lib. You know what I'm saying? It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Patriarch says 6 months is an understatement. Oh my God. Yeah. And then they're like, why unban him? Money. Of course, money. Okay. Because Doobie is sometimes as annoying as my worst reply guys, but he puts his disagreements in $10 and $20 super chats. And on occasion, he calls me an F slur. Not really, but he practically does. And those super chats are like $200 or $500. So why would you ban your most entertaining chatters? Well, because they were annoying me. So yeah, do it before Ved Sunil notices. Okay. All right.
Moment, he is basically telling his audience that Gavin Newsom committed a cardinal sin. When you look at the priorities of Kyle Kulinski's political wing of the last like 10, 15 years, it's been Medicare for all, single payer healthcare. That's been like the number one goal for their movement. And so to say that a bill to give everyone in California single payer healthcare landed on Biden's desk and he vetoed it, I think he's actually communicating something deeper with that. And I think he is signaling that like he would not vote for Newsom in 2028. And I think he is. You guys surely would agree that Newsom, as it stands now, has a pretty decent chance of winning the nomination, right? So I think it's really bad for someone with a audience size that large to be telling people information like that is just simply not true.
I don't understand that, Hutch, because on the one hand, I'll ask him that. By the way, if he answers yes to that, people, half the audience, as they did with the Vanguard, when I asked them the very same thing, they will say, I don't believe him. Do you believe him? Do you believe him? And like, so they can't win in that respect because they'll just say, well, come on. He just says that as a self-serving statement. And you have to look at the balance of the coverage. He's doing material harm, whatever you want to say about that. But I will ask him the question. And the next time I talk to him. But number two, with respect to the other statements that Kyle has made, where he has said, I would like walk through nails to vote for Joe Manchin at this point. You don't think that would apply to Gavin Newsom, or you think that he was being insincere in that moment when he does regularly say stuff like that? And I understand, I saw in the video that you showed me that he referred to Republican light in the context, I think, of a Cory Booker statement on Israel or something. And so I don't know if it was the same, it's as broad as you're trying to make it, but regardless, he makes the statements that I would like do anything to vote for Joe Manchin, like given how different they are in this context. And so why don't you credit that?
Well, I think we judge people by their actions, and I know how he's been for his whole career in terms of his political strategy. Just the fact that he's saying that it's going to be different now, that's not enough for me. Like, honestly, we have a good test coming up in the midterms, you know, like will we see him suggest to his audience members that they support more moderate candidates, you know, like that. If we see that, then great, I'll welcome that. And if he does do that, then, you know, he will have like built goodwill for me, and I'll be inclined to believe that he'll do the same in the future. But that's not going to change the fact that I think that.
Okay, I did unban Taggerung. I also unbanned Vlad the Kebabber. Shit, if I saw whatever 4690, then I would unban him as well. So yeah, what have we done? What have we done? But I unbanned all the people that I cared to unban. Weirdly enough, I did not see Doobie on the ban list for Valor Media Network. He might be banned on Counterpoints Politics. So I think he probably got banned on Counterpoints Politics, and then he was just like, yeah, fuck you, and then he just didn't show up to this channel, which is fine. I'll unban him on the other channel, and then I'll just, you know, send him a DM and say, hey, we don't need to kiss and make up, but just to let you know, I unbanned you. I just banned you because you were fucking pissing me off with the police shit. You know, we don't have to be friends, but you know, I'll unban you. Good, stay gone, bitch. So rude. You guys are so rude, but that's okay. Yeah. So I think that what's frustrating to me is there was content earlier in the week as well, and I can't remember if I started covering it or not, or if I just watched it in my own time. But Pisco was talking to the Vanguard, and the Vanguard were like, oh yeah, like, you know, Pisco is white pilling me because he's talking about you know, how we're going to survive in the midterms and we're going to be able to vote, and Donald Trump is going to impose martial law and we're going to be okay. And number one, that guy sounds like a stoner idiot. Like that's kind of you know, pretty dumb. But then Pisco was like, yeah, and I need to, you know, he was kind of trying to talk to them to being like willing to vote for like a moderate Democrat, and they were like, yeah, I can't you know, I can't commit to that because of Israel Palestine. And it's like, okay. The dog is whimpering because she's simultaneously asking me to scratch her ear, and yet I think she probably has a cut in her ear or something. So say Doobie's name 3 times. Doobie, doobie, doobie. Doobie, 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 doobie. Doobie, 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 doobie. Let's talk about Israel Palestine. So he pops up. So Old School says kissing Connor sounds like a nightmare. Why? I think it's a quite lovely experience. What's wrong? What's wrong with kissing me?
People like Kyle and people like Emma.
Fell Runner. The West did nothing wrong in reference to Islamic extremism.
I think is like the worst example of like constant.
Emma endorsed Kamala,
but Emma
Vigeland, the biggest dumbass in online politics,
is just like when we talk about the flowchart meme, it's like a literal meme with her. Like, I don't know if you've watched. I've watched like a decent amount of Majority Report stuff, and it's like comical. We'll do like bets with the chat, like how long until she makes this thing that Trump did about the Democratic Party, and it's just a matter of time. It happens like basically every fucking time. And so for me, it's like that's the basement of whether or not I would consider someone to be like on the same side is, you know,
true.
You know, are you willing to endorse a policy or electoral strategy of straight to take a Democrat?
Which Emma meets more than Joe Manchin.
But
Joe Manchin talks a lot of shit about Democrats all the time too, and he did back when he was senator.
So listen, I'll take.
My party's crazy. My party's insane. Everyone on my party's insane. I think they're totally out to sea on everything. Like Manchin would constantly shit on Democrats.
But we're not talking about. We're not talking about politicians.
I'm trying to clear the standard. Okay, I know that there's a different standard. You're saying you're applying a higher
Manchin
standard
was
for
also
pundits.
instrumental in getting all of Joe Biden's legislation across the
I
finish line.
understand that.
Just to be clear, you know,
I'm not. I understand that. I'm not disagreeing with that. All I'm just trying to say is on purely the metric of coalition or not coalition. You know, I consider Emma Vigeland way closer than Joe Manchin's conduct, and that's including. I understand that Joe Manchin was essential for Biden's policies in a way that Emma Vigeland was not. But on the specific question of political alignment and the standards that you put forth, I don't even think it's close.
it's like the Soviet Union and the United States in World War II. I view it that way, you know, where it's like after the election, we're in a kind of a Cold War situation with people like Emma Vigeland. But I'll take the help. I'll take the help during elections. But I think it's extremely destructive. I want to let you speak, Josiah, but I just want to give you like an assessment of like, here's where I view people like Emma, Kyle, Hassan, and Vanguard. I think all of them have a philosophy that can be summarized as, you know, they represent a silent majority of people in this country that are actually super far lefty, but they just don't know it yet. And they think that the Democratic Party,
True.
one of the primary
Tell me where he goes wrong, because I actually think this is exactly matching their rhetoric.
functions of the Democratic Party is to prevent them from taking power. And so their main priority is changing like the Democratic Party fundamentally, which there's nothing wrong with that goal in itself. Like everybody kind of has that goal when you're doing political engagement. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. But they serve up this narrative, this constant narrative that they're the victims of like the Democratic establishment boot. And if only the Democratic establishment would just get out of the way, then all of us would have healthcare and, you know, we would all like just be fucking super tight and get along and it would be great. And that, I think, like, I totally disagree with them in that philosophy.
Yeah, but that's a substantive. That's a substantive like disagreement, though, right? Like, what about that?
I think they're wrong. I mean, I just think they're wrong about like their assessment of where the voters are at. I think they're wrong about the, you know, the merits of like their political movement. I think like it's kind of destructive the way that they do it. It's like better than MAGA in terms of like the destruction done, but I think that they are selling a kind of vision of America that I don't think is accurate.
Can we walk through it, Hutch? Because like I am actually not sure that there's that much disagreement on policy between you and Majority Report. So number one, you're in favor of.
I'm gonna hit the road here real quick. So
somebody was saying that when Josiah leaves, it actually gets more spicy. So I'm kind of looking forward to this. Sean for 5 says, send Pisco that J. Cole, don't save her. She don't want to be saved in regards to these lefty R slurs. Well, yeah, but people then they send that to me in reference to Destiny. So there you go. Oh, can't make a wife out of a hoe. No, you know, like that's a lot of people feel that about me and Destiny. They're like, stop trying to save him. Stop trying to be in Captain Save a Ho in reference to Destiny. He's too big of a hoe. Oh my God.
I just want to say, I just 2 quick questions just like popped into mind. I can't even remember the first one. Oh, the first one was, again, I take your point about Joe Manchin as long as he's serving, you know, in a lawmaking capacity where he coalitions with the Democrats. Now that he's out of office, obviously he has no congressional utility. So to the extent that Joe Manchin doesn't endorse Democrats and shit talks Democrats, you agree that Joe Manchin in 2026 is not part of the coalition, but that he was in 2024 as a sitting member of Congress. Now Joe Manchin, because you mentioned he was instrumental when he was a member of Congress. Now he has no instrumentality.
Hutch granted that he wasn't. Yeah. Hutch granted that he wasn't part of the coalition, but he could distinguish how he treats them based on their instrumentality of.
No, but he said something earlier about, he goes, you know, Joe Manchin was instrumental, and he was in a lot of Biden legislation, but that doesn't give him a pass. Right, but that doesn't give him a pass for forever, is what I'm saying, right?
A pass in what kind of sense?
But he wasn't a part of the coalition then. Like on the grounds of coalitionness, he was not in the coalition. He may have been more useful for other reasons, and maybe he would have treated him differently. But on the grounds of, is he part of my side or is he opposition? He was more opposition than Hassan Piker was. That's what Hutch said.
Here, but I think.
Oh, fuck off. I don't even know who I'm telling to fuck off. But say if they're still talking about Joe Manchin, saying Joe Manchin is less a part of my coalition than Hassan Piker. If that's your position, like Sudoku, bro, fucking Fed post. What a wild fucking thing to say. Oh, a centrist Dem who has to be socially conservative in order to maintain his seat in West Virginia is less of a member of my political coalition than a tanky piece of shit who travels to China in order to apologize for the CCP. Fuck that shit. I don't even know if I'm quoting them correctly because I'm still trying to unban people from fucking YouTube or whatever. But if that's anybody's, if that's anybody's position, then, Fed post. That is fucking crazy.
I think we can address this in a different way. If Emma Vigland announced a run for a district and she was competitive in a red district, I would endorse her and tell my people to vote for her. And the same
Why? God, I hate that woman.
kind of thing applies to Manchin.
Even though she's in opposition in your mind.
Right.
Or
Yes.
I actually don't think that she would qualify for opposition. Right. So then this opposition thing is like she literally has a seat at the table. The opposition literally has a seat at the table on your view.
Well, the congressional majority is.
Oh, correct. That's how coalitions work. Oftentimes with coalitions, you don't agree with your people whatsoever. That was one of the things that actually politically illiterate people could not understand. They're like, why are you working for a progressive organization when Democratic organizations or Republican organizations exist? And it's like, it doesn't really matter as long as we're pushing in the same direction. We don't have to agree on everything. We can just all push in the same fucking direction. And if I'm useful to them and they're willing to pay me, then yeah, fuck it. Let's go. And so that's the thing. It's like you could have a dissident wing of your own party that I think I did. AK Batusai says unban Acreal. I think I did. I didn't kick my dog. I was helping her scratch her ear, but I think she has a cut in there because she's probably been itching it too much. But anyways, Kaya, place. I think I actually did unban Acreal. I was going through all the ban list, and basically if I saw a name that I think I saw more than one or two times, then I unbanned them. So, yep. If you don't understand coalitions, it's kind of stupid. Times 2 Sav says Connor versus Hassan debate whenever he wants, man. Whenever he wants. He wants me to stay up till 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m. He wants to do it at an hour that's inconvenient to me. I'll do it. Matter of fact, I'll meet him in LA. We can have a debate in a boxing ring. You know what I'm saying? Like, it'd be fun. It'd be fun. We could do a sparring sporting event. We could do a in-person debate. We could do chess boxing. We could do debate boxing. I don't care. I would do anything. I bet Connor would announce for that debate only 5 minutes prior.
I think are like a separate kind of like higher order issue though. I think like that, like
it seems whenever we're trying to get clarity on the rule.
That's why I was asking, because I took his point to say whether or not Manchin was part of the coalition when he was a senator is irrelevant because he had instrumentality as a voting member of the Democratic coalition. Joe Manchin's not in office now, so now you would agree that he's less useful and is even less part of the coalition than Emma Vigland because now he's not voting for anything and he's shit talking Democrats.
Yeah. In the context of 2024, Emma was a stronger Kamala soldier than Joe Manchin.
Perfect. And then the second question is about Kyle, and the false equivalences and stuff like that. And yeah, to the extent that he's calling Cory Booker MAGA light. Now, maybe there's a discrete issue where Cory is not far away from a particular MAGA position. I'd need to know the context.
It's real.
But what do you make of? Like, I remember very vividly. Can we
just say Schumer went out and said, part of my job as leader is to make sure Israel is funded. And do you think it's like a bad criticism of like some Democrats that they're basically shades of Republican when it comes to Israel policy? Is that like even wrong?
It's not inaccurate to say that there are a lot of Democrats and Republicans that agree that the United States should provide for Israel's security.
Right. So it doesn't even feel like that's an
Old School for 5 says, to my mind, Fetterman has been the best political weapon the Democrats have. He reached out to rural Pennsylvania against the party's wishes. Why do Dems hate him so much? Because he's a Zionist, right? Because he's a Zionist, because he's anti-immigration, because he supports Trump on some policies openly. He doesn't apologize about it. He's like, yeah, we need a secure border. Yeah, we need to deport immigrants. Yeah, we should support Israel. Yeah, fuck Palestine. So that's not exactly keeping in line with democratic orthodoxy. Thank you for the $5, by the way. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Taking a look at the goal. We got an hour left on the goal. We are at a 4 out of 10. You guys, the grassroots already oiled today, so we're having a good day. But realistically, we're about to hit our second goal. You know, each goal is around 10 super chats. We're at 17 super chats. So if you got chips or oils, it's appreciated, not required. Appreciated, but not required. Kyle would definitely be on the bottom of the pile. True. Darth Panzer says Fetterman had a stroke and I'm ableist. True. Fetterman will get primaried. Doubt it. Good luck with that. Andy B says Fetterman is extremely popular in PA, but he could never win a primary. Dude, that's kind of what I'm saying, man. That's kind of what I'm saying is like Fetterman has the seat. So what are you going to do? You're going to try to primary him, and I don't know how that's going to work out. But I've been hearing people talking about primarying Fetterman for like at least 5 years, and I still haven't seen it done. You know what I'm saying?
Inaccurate statement. If it was made of Cory Booker that he's Republican light on Israel, it feels like it's true.
I was talking in a more broad sense. He, like, I can't give you particulars, but in a more broad sense, I think he does regularly kind of conflate the entire Democratic Party with Republicans.
So my last question is, and again, getting back to Kyle about the false equivalence thing, what do you make of when Democrats do well, like electorally? Kyle cheerleads that. Kyle like takes fucking victory laps. And
yeah, but he always takes victory laps when it's the progressives, dude. We saw this the other day when we were watching that video that was like, I watched Kyle Kulinski and Crystal Ball for 2 weeks. And, this is what I saw. And what we saw was Kyle Kulinski saying that every moderate Democrat who lost, they lost because they were a moderate, omitting the fact that moderate Democrats were running in contested districts. And then he was like, oh, every progressive Democrat won because they're progressive, omitting the fact that all the progressives were in like secure Democrat deep blue seats. You know what I'm saying? So like, yeah, sure, he's cheerleading the party, but that would be like, oh yeah, there's this MAGA guy and he always cheers on the Republican Party. Meanwhile, he only cheers on MAGA, never cheers on moderates. You know what I'm saying? Patriarch says, I forced an orangutan to watch Kyle Kulinski for 2 weeks, and now it wants to kill itself. Yeah, exactly.
he hypes the Democrats up. Like, do you remember, because it went viral after the November 2025 election where there was a blue wave? He lit up that cigar, had his shades on, and was like hyping up the Dems and shit talking the Republicans and stuff like that. Like,
but if I were to go to his Twitter account and search for, Mikey Sherrill or Abigail Spanberger, I don't know what I'll find, but I would not be shocked if he was calling them, I don't know, pro-Israel, like pro-Zionist, or I don't know, whatever the fuck. Like, it would not shock me.
What if that's true, though?
Well, no, I mean, like, that's one particular issue, but I'm saying, like, it wouldn't shock me if I found a lot of tweets of him, like, cutting them down the size.
Well, again, I don't know. Like, I don't have time to unpack this here because, again, my line isn't, does he criticize Democrats? I don't give a fuck. I'm fine if he criticizes Democrats as long as he criticizes
No, I'm okay with criticizing.
Yeah, Times 2 Sav says, I floated around to Hassan, Kyle, Sam Cedar, fuck even with Newsmax. I dislike everyone equally. Based. This place is pretty based, though, not an echo chamber. Yeah, we love to fight. We love to fight. The one thing you cannot do is I can be smug. You can't be smug to me. You can be smug to your fellow chatters. You can't be smug to me. So, for instance, I did just unban AF Racing. He was banned on one channel, but not on the other. I unbanned him on both. And AF Racing is like, fine, ban me, you midwit. I was like, okay, ban. Easy. Easy. Not really, you banned Doobie for disagreeing. Are you shitting me? You think I banned Doobie for disagreeing? I didn't ban Doobie for disagreeing. Doobie and I have disagreed about shitloads of things for months. It's because, in my opinion, he mischaracterized the law enforcement shit. We talked about it on stream about law enforcement shit and how he was mischaracterizing it. And then when I'm getting dogpiled, he was mischaracterizing it again. He's like, yeah, Connor just loves beating the shit out of like handcuffed people. It's his favorite thing to do, which any other day would have been funny. Any other day, it would have been funny. But when I'm in the middle of getting dogpiled over being apologetic for police brutality or whatever, you can go fuck yourself. You know what I'm saying? And by the way, the people who are upset that I was unbanning Doobie, I actually took a look at the ban list twice. And the and I didn't see Doobie, so I might have given him like a 24-hour timeout, and he just hasn't come back. So Darth Panther says true. I almost got banned for telling him to look up the definition of a road. God, I was. Oh, there he is. There he is. Let's go. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Awesome. Okay, awesome sauce. Okay, so Doobie, I don't know if like somebody, I don't know if you have like a keyword search or like an AI search that says whenever these creators talk about me or talk about Israel Palestine, I need to be notified. That would be mad funny. But basically, there was that cop day or whatever where I was heavy with the ban hammer, and I thought I banned you, but I did check the banned list, and I didn't see. I didn't see you on the banned list, so I don't know if I timed you out for 24 hours or whatever. But you know, I was trying to unban. I was like, listen, Doobie might have been pissing me off, but it's unfair. Doobie says you should go back and watch that original stream. I didn't mischaracterize anything. All right, let's ban him again, guys. We sacrificed the goat to summon Doobie. True. All right, matter of fact, Doobie, I don't like the cut of your jib. Come back in 24 hours. All right, I'm kidding. Let's do the content.
But there's criticizing, and then they're saying that Gavin Newsom vetoed single payer. There's a big universe of difference between those things.
If he said that, if he says that which is factually untrue, I totally agree. It's a separate thing. But you said cutting Abigail Spanberger down to size, and to me, I don't give a fuck. I don't need him to. I don't necessarily need him.
You cut down Plattner, and if Plattner won, I bet you would be cheering against Susan Collins, and you wouldn't really. If someone cuts down come people, on, Hutch, you cut down Plattner to size.
No, he'll cut them down.
Like, who cares? I can do that.
No, but he'll cut them down in the general. That's my point. There's a huge difference between attacking Democrats that are in the primaries still and the Democrats that are in the general. And that's not even to say that you can't or shouldn't criticize Democrats that are in the general. But when the criticisms are based on things that are just like simply not true, and if it's a constant kind of push of a larger narrative of there being this big, bad, evil establishment that is, you know, seeking to squash like any and all like progressive movement in this country, which I find fucking ridiculous, then I think that it's a larger kind of systemic problem.
It's not about the fact of
if lefties didn't have infighting, they wouldn't have any kind of fight at all. It's actually, listen, guys, I'm not going to lie. Another reason, as if I didn't have enough reasons to not want to be labeled a liberal. Another reason is y'all motherfuckers can't get on the same page. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't tell the sock Dems, hey, I want this, and this policy, so vote for us, and then shut the fuck up about everything else. When you gain more political relevance, you can have more of a say. You can't go to the leftists and say, shut the F up, this is stupid, this is R-slurred. And even if you wanted to achieve your post-scarcity, gay, socialist, communist utopia or whatever, there's a whole bunch of other shit that we need to do first, right? And so shut the fuck up and just vote for Democrats because they're clearly the lesser of two evils. And so once again, like lefties being incapable of like building a coalition and attacking shared goals, in addition to consistently wanting to seize victory from the jaws of defeat, actually does. It's like, holy shit, why would I ever want to be on your team? Not that the Republicans are like better. They're obviously not. But, you know, why would I be like, oh yeah, the Democrats are based now? It's like, no, they're the lesser of two evils.
It's not about the fact of criticism. It's about whether the criticism is factual.
And not in service of some larger narrative that I think hurts not only the Democratic Party, but
that's going to be turtles all the way down. If it's about some larger narrative that you think hurts the Democratic Party, they just take a different view. They think it helps them.
I think they're wrong, though. I think they're wrong. I think that they're wrong.
Let me just close the loop on this, and I'll peace out. I was not surprised when Kyle did that, because I guess, you know, not that I watch all of Kyle's videos, I just don't have the time for it. But I'm familiar enough with his content and Crystal's content and conversations I've had with them privately and when they've been on my channel, they celebrate. They actively celebrate. They just don't note it clinically and move on. I think they're more celebratory, for example, than the majority report, than either Sam or Emma. When
I think
the
you're right about that.
Democrats, when the Democrats kick Republican asses, they are hyped about, especially Kyle. Kyle, much more so even Crystal, he treats it like team sport, lighting that cigar, shit talking the Republicans, hyping up the Democrats. As long as he does that, like, that guy's part of my coalition. So that's what I say. So right. Listen.
Doobie says, I think libs downplay how terrible Hillary was. They got Trump elected by supporting that demon. You know what's funny? Is a lot of people brought up recently, because we were talking about my sweeping for like neoconservative international policy that Trump has executed. And they're like, well, look at Hillary Clinton, because Hillary Clinton backed the plays in Syria and Libya, and you're able to steel man like the benefits to American geopolitical positioning that came out of that. And not just that, she didn't want to bring in 200,000 Syrian immigrants. She wanted to bring in 60,000, which is actually like a pretty like moderate proposal. So all in all, why is she not your neocon queen? And I was like, you know what? She would have been my neocon queen if she wasn't completely hostile to firearms and if she didn't eat babies. You know, like it's kind of off-putting. And then I showed them the video from South Park where it's like Christopher Reeves, the paralyzed Superman guy, where he like takes like a fetus and snaps it open and sucks out the interior of it. Like, it would be, I would be more likely to, vote for Hillary Clinton if I couldn't vividly imagine her taking in like an aborted fetus, snapping it in half and sucking out the insides. You know what I'm saying? It would have been easier to check that box.
Bro, appreciate it. This was supposed to only be 30 minutes. This is why
if she didn't eat babies, who cares? Oh my God.
Don't stream with you guys anymore because
love it, bro. You fucking love it.
No, I do. I can't, like I said, I kept texting, like, give me another 30 minutes, give me another 30 minutes, give me 45 minutes and stuff like that. It's fun. It's fun. Even when we're circling the drain, it really is. I just don't know how you guys sit on your ass and do this for 8 to 10 hours a day. I don't know how you do it. Like, my back is sore. My head is.
That's why I do 5.
Sore. Like, it's a discipline. It really is.
Drugs.
Like, you know how when
ADHD
when Hassan was it Hassan who said talked about how hard streaming was or whatever, and he got a lot of shit for it. Was that Hassan?
Yeah, it was.
You know what I'm talking about?
I don't even think what he said on paper was like that bad, but it's the way that he framed it that I think. But I think his point about.
Yeah, sorry, I got to interrupt that one. So Hassan Piker said that it's harder than a 9 to 5, which is just bullshit. Okay, because I've done 9 to 5 administrative roles in the military. I did, 12-hour shifts in law enforcement. I did 9 to 5 construction administrative work. I did 40 to 60-hour weeks of, admin jobs for, for insurance companies. Dude, there was no way in hell. Like 10 times out of 10, if you give me the option of streaming for 8 hours, I only stream 5 hours. But streaming for 8 hours a day or working a normal admin 9 to 5, it's streaming every single time. Because you know what I do during a 9 to 5? During a 9 to 5, I'm doing my job. I'm writing emails. I'm doing phone calls or whatever. But then I'm listening to Twitch and YouTube political content in the background anyways. I'm listening to Warhammer lore videos anyways. So now, instead of me kind of like listening to Twitch and YouTube politics, I get to produce Twitch and YouTube politics. I get to watch whatever's hot in the Twitch and YouTube political scene and then break it down from my perspective. That's an amazing way to spend my day. Are you shitting me? So yeah, Hassan's totally wrong. I just think that people are different temperamentally. And I think that what Josiah is really saying is that rather than sitting on his ass, passively listening to content while interrupting every 5 minutes in order to yap about it, because it is a lot of yapping, what he would prefer to do is he would prefer to take a topic, research it a little bit, script it, do minimal editing, and post it 3 times a day. And that's the formula that works for him. And that meets his temperament. And good for him, by the way, like finding his golden cow, finding his capacity to just print cash. Good for him, man. I think it's a temperament thing, not like a skill thing. And obviously, this is way better than a 9 to 5. Way better than a 9 to 5. Andy says, Hillary was a trash candidate, but Bernie would have handed Trump a trifecta. Laugh my ass off. Lefties start absent from reality. I mean, honestly, I'm kind of with you. Darth Panzer says base Hutch drugs are also how I make it through my day. True. Caffeine in the morning, duloxetine in the morning, stomach meds in the morning, then a nap, and then caffeine in the afternoon, then work until midnight, and then take 2 milligrams of melatonin, 2 Tums, and 2 Gas X. Boom. Perfect. I got stomach problems. What can I say?
Your social battery being drained is like not even controversial. I think that is for sure a thing.
Yeah, I genuinely don't know. Like the way my channel works, like when I do like recording stuff, like it's very rarely even like.
Yeah, Kingslayer Damocles. The Second Amendment is a giant reason that I can't get behind almost any Democrats. Like Newsom is basically so anti-Second Amendment. He had a campaign that was literally trying to repeal it. Yeah, dude. Darth Panzer says that nap is the reason why you need melatonin, old man. No, I need melatonin in general. Shutting down is actually like a huge problem of mine. And the nap is mostly because I, for the past few days specifically, I do my 9 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. shift or whatever, but then I came back for like a 9 p.m. to midnight shift. So 2 grams of melatonin. I hope he means milligrams. I do mean milligrams. Good catch. Connor, if Gavin becomes POTUS, is he going to take guns away? I don't think so, because we have a hyper-conservative Supreme Court. So I think we have a hyper-conservative Supreme Court. So I actually think the assault weapons ban is not on the horizon. I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be all right, guys. Chat, I think we're going to be okay. Take some white pills.
3 in a row. Like it's usually 1 and then.
Melatonin is gay. Use alcohol. Bruh. No, I fucking love melatonin, okay? Try meditation? No. What I am going to do is I'm going to smoke a little bit of reefer and I'm going to stretch and I'm going to meditate on weekends for sure. That's definitely going to happen. So I'll do a little bit of meditation, but not all the time and not before sleep. Melatonin is gay, but I do love melatonin in the fact that it does make you trip balls sometimes. Like you have some crazy dreams, but I like it. Okay. I like it. And by the way, what ends up happening, so somebody's saying like it's so good, but it's addictive. I bet it is addictive. So for me, what happens is I take 1 to 2 milligrams of melatonin. Sorry for yawning, by the way. You guys have been talking about napping and shit. But I take 1 to 2 milligrams of melatonin, and then probably 45 minutes later, I just kind of get the sleepy feeling, like the feeling of like, it would be nice to roll over and close my eyes and just kind of drift away. And if I don't take melatonin, I just don't have that. As a matter of fact, that was one of my biggest problems when I got out of the military. When I got out of the military, I just did not have that signal to go to sleep. And so as a result, I would like stay up, like frayed, frenetic, anxious, in pain for 21 hours out of the day, or not 21 hours, -5 for 19 hours out of the day. I would get 5 hours of shitty sleep, and then I would go work, and I would go to school, and then I would come back and get 5 hours of sleep. And I just did that over and over and over again until I discovered melatonin. So yeah, melatonin's the fucking jam, bro.
And I'm doing research on another one. So there are like breaks and shit in between. I genuinely, I could not do it. You guys are
You gotta love it.
So
You gotta love it.
yeah. Love of the game.
I do love it.
Listen,
it was really good talking to you. Yeah, I had really.
Speaking of it, loving it. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. We're halfway through a goal. We got about 40 minutes left on said goal. We're at 17 super chats on the day. We did get some oil earlier in the morning. I parasocially love you. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I'm going to see if Pisco and Hutch get spicy, and then I'm going to put a bow on this, and we're going to find our second bit of content.
I'm glad you came by. This is great. I think we should do it more often.
Oh, almost like a Lib and Learn show. They're just recreating Lib and Learn without IRI and Econo Boy.
I would love that, but that's the problem.
With like
but that's the
only liberals and then we can have guests and stuff every week. And
we should get a Conaboy back too and start like a Live and Learn knockoff, a Live and Learn cover band. So
we did Live, Learn, Love,
fun.
or whatever that one was. Live, Laugh, Love.
Remember, we did that. Live, laugh, love, because we need laughter. All right, no, listen, guys, it's fun. Talk to you later.
Now everybody's interrupting me with like sweet sleeping tangent memes to distract from content, but I love it. Do I abuse caffeine? I've heard that's a huge problem in the military. It's 100% a problem in the military. I didn't. The reason why I didn't was because I was using no-dose caffeine pills, which are like 500 milligram caffeine pills. And I took like 2 of them and I had a cigarette. And I was like, I think I just gave myself heart palpitations. It was bad. Like 10,000 milligrams of caffeine is a lethal dose, but 1,000 milligrams taken in pill form followed by a cigarette. I might have actually just like screwed up the electrical circuitry in my heart. It was actually fucked up. And then, sorry, I'm just reading some more chat. Randy Chang says, I feel like that's why Quaaludes were invented. Yeah, there's some drug. I think it's 3 letters. GHB. So I think GHB is like a horse tranquilizer. I forget if it is, but there's some drug that's a horse tranquilizer. And what you do is like, it gives you perfect sleep. And so GHB was really popular in the 80s and 90s in the drug scene. Number one, because if you put it in a drink, then you can, do bad stuff to people, like rob them. Then amongst other horrific things. And then, but also if you take it yourself, apparently bodybuilders took GHB a lot because it would just like knock them out for like 4 hours of sleep. And they would wake up the best rested they've ever felt. And it would reduce soreness because their body was in such a deep state of relaxation that it like put their healing shit into overdrive. So I don't know if that's true or not, but I've definitely heard that GHB or whatever I'm describing, the horse tranquilizer that puts you in like a really deep state of relaxation and sleep, whatever that drug is, apparently that was used by bodybuilders a shitload in the 1980s and 1990s.
Bye.
Take it easy, buddy.
Thank you.
Later, brother. I was going down a place, Hutch, but I'll give you. I've been talking a lot.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I already lost track.
I think that you're actually. I think you're closer to Emma than I think you. I think that your issues with them are with respect to their emphasis, or with respect to their the slant of their reporting, with some of their like views from like or almost like bird's eye view about how the structure of power works, and certainly within the Democratic Party. But if you were to go policy by policy, like I think you would be more aligned with Majority Report than you are with like a lot of centrist Democrats. I think that you would be in favor of universal.
Dude, I hate this. This is actually part of the reason why I wanted to. This is why I wanted to cover this content a little bit. So I thought it would be mad funny because the title of this is like, my liberal friends have gone insane. Ugh. I think it would be mad funny if I was like, hey, Hutch, you're actually a centrist Republican. You're actually a Republican, because he did that to me, because he was asking me about like, my opinion on immigrants and blacks and gays and all that kind of shit. And I was like, yeah. Like, I don't hate people based off of immutable characteristics. I just like guns, and I like mixed economy capitalism, and I like the American empire, and I like this, that, the other. And he's like, yeah, but if you don't hate gays and if you're chill with trans people, then you're a progressive. I should really just like call into Hutch's show and be like, hey man, I heard you were beefing with the liberals recently. I think you're really like a centrist Republican. I would love to fucking do that. But Pisco is doing this shit. Hutch did that to me. Pisco's doing it to him in the other direction. He's saying, no. You're actually like giga progressive. Like, don't worry about it. You and Emma Vigeland, practically the same person. Oh God, I hope he rejects it and they start fighting. It would be great.
I'm sure there would be policy disagreements because they really like rent control, for example. And my understanding is that basically every economist, left wing and right wing, thinks that rent control is bad. And so I think they're more closed off to market solutions. I think both of them are probably anti-capitalist, probably Emily more than Sam. I think she is like anti-capitalist. I think she does envision a more kind of socialistic structure. But I'll give you a good example of like where I really depart from Emma, like where there's like a wide cavern between us, which I watched their coverage on election night in November. I watched.
It's sad. I mean, I thought Emma cried. Was like very upset.
She didn't cry, but like, so when I was covering the election, I was telling my chat going into it, I'm not going to be satisfied unless this is a really dominant victory. And then what ended up happening was that it was even more dominant than I thought it was going to be. Like the margins
Oh,
were
are you talking about 2025 or 2024?
2025, just this last
Got it.
November.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Maybe I didn't specify the year, but
that's my fault.
so the vibes on my stream, bro, we were dancing. We were like, holy fucking shit. Like the Republicans are fucked. Like we were euphoric. The vibes were immaculate. And then I tuned over to the Majority Report's coverage, and that was like straight up depressing. Because what was happening was there were early reports coming in that Mikey Sherrill and Spanberger's margins were exceeding expectations. And she was legitimately pissed off that people were talking about that.
Really?
And she was, yes. And she was undercutting the idea that their victories were notable. Like they were watching the news, and the news was reporting.
Hold on. Hold on. No. They can keep fighting. Newman X for 10 says fashion 40. Officer Nasty, stop fighting. No. Hold on. You misunderstand. Okay, you misunderstand. Let me be more specific. Why do Officer Nasty and Fashion 40 are fighting about Hassan Piker and political effectiveness? Okay. So what I've said, it's not that electoralism doesn't matter. Okay. And it's not that canvassing doesn't matter. It's that the effects of those efforts are diluted. Okay. So to be clear, I actually do think that raising money for charity is less involved and maybe even less effective is a weird term, but like less effective to achieve systemic political change than electoralism. But the reason why I personally don't like electoralism is because there's a series of dilutions that happen. So number one, I'm involved in online politics minimally, right? 100 viewer Andy over here, but I'm already diluted because I'm a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of the Twitch and YouTube political community. And then I advocate for my Twitch or YouTube political community to see the world in a certain way, or at least see it through my eyes where they're sympathetic with my worldview. And I'm going to lose the vast majority of my audience when I'm trying to force them to see the world exactly the way that I see it and agree with every one of my political prescriptions, right? 90% of you are not going to agree with every single one of my political prescriptions. Then when we go canvassing, it's going to be even less people who show up and participate. Now you do have like a modifier, like a positive modifier, where a single volunteer can reach out to multiple potential voters and get multiple potential voters to sign up. But then what ends up happening is when you have those people sign up, they end up voting for a candidate who then dilutes the legislation that needs to be passed because they have to deal with political reality. And so a republic and electoralism, while it's better than fascist dictatorship, authoritarian communism, or Islamic theocracy, it's still like a very diluted and ineffective way to positively impact a community. So that's why I don't like it, even though I think it's necessary and that it's good to be involved in the process. The reason why I emphasize that if I ever got as big as Steven or ever got as big as Vosh, I would want to focus on like disaster relief and community relations and all that kind of stuff is because I feel like our problem is deeper than electoralism. Like we're not just going to pass some new legislation and then boom, we've like solved the crisis of American identity. I think the crisis of American identity can only be solved by real world community building. So I like community building online because it's easier and I get to make money from it and I get to hang out with you guys and this, that, the other. But I think that the only thing that's actually going to make you guys feel like you lived a good life is if you're active in your real world community. If you join gaming groups, or when there's a natural disaster, you help out your community, or if you find your girlfriend or find your wife, or if you have children, or if you become more active with your nephews and nieces and like all that kind of shit. And so I try to encourage you guys in those ventures insofar as I'm possibly able, but then I'm also angling for that as a long-term goal of the channel. So I don't want y'all to get it twisted that I think like voting's cringe, like voting sucks. Now it's not that voting sucks, is that it sucks compared to an ideal world where I'm a benevolent dictator. Okay. So You know, like obviously I would love to be a benevolent dictator, but I also think that I would be corrupted by power. So we have to operate within the system as it presently exists and push for incremental change while also becoming individuals who are better, and then also becoming having as much of a positive community impact as we possibly can. Right? So Officer Nasty says, when my streamer does paid propaganda, it's based, and when a streamer I hate does it, it's bad. That's true. That's true. So when I do paid propaganda for the Democratic Party because they're legitimately the lesser of two evils during the 2024 election, and if Kamala Harris had won, then we would have substantially less destruction and anarchy and death in the world. That is based. And when Hassan Piker travels to China in order to do paid propaganda for a authoritarian communist regime, that is bad. So, Officer Nasty, you're saying this comment sarcastically, and yet it is perfectly true and logically consistent. So, what the fuck do you want from me?
Reporting on what was happening. And so there was this narrative kind of emerging that Mamdani was maybe underperforming a little bit relative to expectations. Obviously, what he did was crazy impressive, and I've really liked what I've seen from him so far as governor or mayor. But and the other part was that Spanberger and Cheryl were looking like they were, especially I think Cheryl. And
so hold on. Times Too Savvy says, is canvassing even necessary now that social media is so omnipresent? So I think we would have to do a study in order to see what was effective. But just as an example, the PV did 3 or 4 canvassing events, and out of like 40,000 contacts with voters or whatever, they got like 200 new registrations. Like the effectiveness was very limited for new registrations. But then the reason why it's hard to measure their actual impact is because with 40,000 voter contacts, and 200 new registrations, that's like not that high of like an effectiveness rate. That's like a 99%, non-effective rate, non-effect rate. But also there's a lot of like disaffected voters who don't re-register and don't like renew their registration or don't figure out how to vote, and et cetera, et cetera. And so it's really hard to measure like a reminder about voting and what's on the ballot and all that kind of stuff. It's kind of hard to measure how that impacts the world. So I don't know how we stats that out. And what was the other thing? And that, but at the same time, it's like PV and DGG over the course of 2 years and the canvassing houses, between phone banking, events, and the canvassing houses, they had 1.6 million voter contacts. So once again, I don't know the effectiveness rate. Who knows? Maybe 1.6 million voter contacts only translates to like 1,000 additional votes. So the money spent in the volunteer hours is not as effective as a social media campaign. But I will tell you that it's, especially as like a guy who's in business or whatever, let's say it's 1,000, like PV got 1,000 people to vote that otherwise would not have voted. That's 1,000 more than you fucking had. You know what I'm saying? And when we have elections that are coming down to a few thousand votes or 10,000 votes in this one state or whatever, everything counts. And so that's where, for me, I kind of do valorize and lionize the people who are actually trying, because I think they at least have the balls to try. Whereas the people who just sit at home and they're like, bah, what you're doing is ineffective and it's cringe and it's gay. It's like, well, you go do something positive. You know what I'm saying? Like, have you ever tried to do an entrepreneurial thing? It's a pain in the ass. Everything that I've ever done that involves like a game plan, it's taken me 2 to 3, realistically, it's taken me 3 times as long as I thought it was going to take. And it cost me twice as much money. So to have people who are like sitting on their couch being like, yeah, the system's broken, everything's as cringe as gay, you might as well not try. It's like, well, fuck you a little bit, you know? Chapingra with a 2 says, when the other team is the quote unquote enemy, you're lost. I agree. Voting is a Jewish conspiracy. So true, Fast and Bulbous. All right, I'm actually going to engage with chat for a second before we keep going. Numanex says, Connor, that's great, but emotions, though considered, ought be kept in temperance. I can tell that they're losing theirs. Not saying they can't express them, but it wasn't serving their arguments. Okay, fair enough. I appreciate you, Numanex. I appreciate you. Connor, can't I just be an antisocial warlord? I promise to be nice. Well, I mean, that's what I'm asking for permission to do, but I can't. I can't. Like, I want to be a benevolent dictator. I should not be benevolent dictator. I would absolutely like, I'd be like, what's a trip to Goonopolis? You know, I'm benevolent dictator. I can do whatever I want. I could go to Goonopolis, in and out, 20-minute adventure. You know what I'm saying?
New Jersey. I think she especially really overperformed because I think that race was projected to be a little bit closer. And
that was very impressive. Yeah.
And so when they were watching the news coverage of it live on their stream, and she was saying stuff like, you know, the newscaster would say that it sure looks like they're overperforming, and then she would say stuff like, no, they're not. Like, she was so invested in that moment in minimizing the.
Sorry for interrupting. Fast and Bulbous says memeing online is infinitely more impactful than a large group of people trying to make a better world. Nice.
Wins of the so-called moderates and trying to inflate the win of the progressive. So that to me is like the big difference between me and her, is because I think she's invested in the Democratic Party in a way that is like exclusively focused on reshaping the party into a more progressive like structure. I think that is like her number one priority. Or
here's my commitment to you.
Yeah.
I will watch that election coverage and I'll examine it and I'll do a vibe analysis. And I will be honest,
dude, but I don't trust Pisco to do a vibe analysis. Sorry, I'm actually getting back into the content now, dude. He did a vibe analysis of Kyle Kalinske covering I watched 2 weeks of Kyle Kalinske and Crystal Ball coverage, and I'm not gonna lie, it was like mad sweepy. It was mad sweepy, man. It was mad sweepy. He was like, yeah, like I kind of understand the criticism he's going for, but like I really wish he would articulate it specifically. And he just repeated that like every 5 minutes. Like the guy who wrote that video needed a specific criticism rather than being like, hey, isn't Kyle being stupid as fuck here? So it's pretty funny.
About it. I will see if the vibes are off, because I think that there's a point to be made there. If you're kind of poo-pooing Democratic victories, places you don't want, it could be a little bit of a vibe terrorist action. I don't know, even if that's true, what do I make of that? Like what do I make of that?
The narrative.
All right. The point is we hit 2.5 hours, so I'm Gucci on it. In summary, unfortunately, I think that Hutch, he misled me. He duped me. He duped me with this title of My Fellow Libs Have Gone Insane. I thought this was going to be like a knockdown, drag out, rhetorical fist fight, BDSM debate with, you know, Pisco trying to assault Hutch, and they were going to, but really what I pulled out of it for probably like an hour's worth of coverage was that Hutch wants to take a more pragmatic rhetorical approach that is going to be more effective with independents and center-right people who want to vote against MAGA. And Pisco and Josiah think that that's not necessary because they have so much political momentum that they should throw red meat to the Democratic base because they have so much momentum as is that it doesn't matter if they alienate a few moderates or center-right people. And then in the second half is, you know, Hutch for the 50th time justifying like, hey, some of these far lefty people are actually counterproductive and shitbags who drag down the Democratic Party instead of helping. As a result, you know, fuck these people. You should hate these motherfuckers. And then Pisco and Josiah go, nah, like they got redeeming features. Like that's the whole conversation, man. So realistically, kind of a bust for me. I'm not gonna lie, but you know, we still got to make fun of some people. There were some good, there were some good vibes in there. Ooh, Bill Clinton testifies in the Epstein House probe. Is that Bill Clinton in front of Congress right now? That would be funny. I'm not saying it's going to be him in front of Congress right now. That would be funny, though. He's like, I did not have sex with that child, Miss Brazilian. That's a deep cut reference to like 1998. Hold on. It's live and I can't scrub. I wish I could scrub right now. I did not have sex with that child. Thanks, Bill. Chapingo for 2 says, I'm curious, what's your D&D alignment? Probably chaotic good or lawful good. Depends on the day. I bounce between chaotic and lawful good. All right. So what are we doing? I think that there was shit. Everybody's fucking live now. I DM Pisco. He hasn't DM'd me back. I could DM Hutch, but realistically, I think we would just have a repeat of the same conversation. So I don't think that's going to be my jam. So I think I need to cover something else. So I would say that Destiny, didn't he have something spicy recently? Is Destiny live? Should I? No, I wish he was live. I would call in. I would call in now. I'm in sufficiently of a good mood enough that I could call into Destiny and fight him a little bit. So let's check the videos. I thought he released something spicy. They want to destroy us. That seems black-pilled and cringe. Getting rage baited by the worst Destiny hit piece. We already watched some preliminary. This is the Drew Pavlu debate that we were kind of checking out. Anybody have any good suggestions? I'm not totally opposed to watching Destiny do a black pill video. Hutch has a really, really funny video though, and I don't know where Vosh. I might need to check out the Vosh pit. We could make fun of Vosh for a while as well. Because Vosh had this video where he's like, I don't think we're going to have elections. I think the American experiment is done. I think we should like go on top of a building and commit suicide in a ritual in order to get kidnapped by the aliens. And it was kind of like, whoa. It's funny. It's funny. I think it would be on the Vosh pit, to be honest. Watching him sweep for a cold-blooded murderer, that'd be funny. That'd be funny. Let me check out the Vosh pit real quick. What okay, hold on. So you know what would be funny? What could be funny is that Doobie keeps accusing us of not engaging with Hassan content. I think Hassan content sucks ass. Like it's really bad. But I would, just to prove to Doobie that Hassan fucking sucks ass, I would watch a Hassan Piker China segment for sure. And we could see all of his passionate criticisms of China. This became an international news story. My first time in China, 20 minutes. All right. Death Lily is saying soy pill versus MAGA. You want to give soy some coverage? Okay. All right. Hold on. So, all right. Let's not take.
Wouldn't be here doing this bar fight.
It is Michael Knowles, so that could be good. I'm a critic of soy pill. So I'm gonna ask you guys real quick, okay? Veterans, Oilers, please tell me. Soy pill versus MAGA, which is Michael Knowles versus soy pill, and then some Zoomer conservative. Could be fun. Somebody's recommending that. Or Hassan Piker sweeping for China, and then we fight Doobie for the next hour or two. Which one? Tell me. Make a choice quickly. I don't want to lose too many viewers. Bro, Hassan 10 is so fucking boring. I mean, I'm with you there. The entertainment would come from Hassan sweeping for China and then us fighting Doobie in chat. Okay, choose your slot. Soy pill? I didn't say soy pill's a moron. I said I had criticism. All right, fine. Fellrunner says Arsler is fine. Connor can't say it on stream. Yeah, I'm employed. I'm employed by Valor Media Network. They're not a fan. All right, soy pill. Let's do soy pill. Okay, cool. Let's do soy pill then. Let us set this up. Let me find my StreamYard real quick. Andy B says, I can't wait to watch Hassan send for the next 2 hours. You understand he's like one of the world's most successful political streamers, right? You understand that drives me crazy? As like a 100 viewer Andy, it drives me crazy that Hassan is one of the most popular streamers on the planet. And yet he seems to suck. He seems to suck so bad. I don't know what to do about that. Anyways. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican. And we got MAGA fighting the soy pill today. We got Michael Knowles. We got some other conservative guy. We got soy pill, who's like a liberal progressive debate bro. He likes to throw memes. He likes to throw elbows. It could be fun. So we're going to check it out. We're going to pause it intermittently. I actually am a critic of the soy pill. I think he's too progressive. I think he's too friendly with the lefties. I am obviously a huge critic of MAGA and the conservative movement that has become a Trump cult. I hate this crap, but, could be fun. Let's check it out.
you don't like Somalis. So just come out and say that.
I might say that.
No offense, your acting is really bad. If you were a better actor, you wouldn't be here doing this bar fight show.
Brock, put me in
Ding! Nice. That's a nice little clip.
a bikini.
Stranger Things is not really a kid's show.
Wait, I gotta push back. It's for babies.
Your performance as a homosexual was entirely unconvincing. Welcome to Bar Fight, the show where I, Michael Knowles, go head-to-head with two esteemed libs on topics chosen by you. Our first guest, you may know as the Soy Pill Online.
Yeah, like I know you identify as white, Michael, but you could pass as some sort of Southern American.
They are a citizen. You think the Constitution only applies to citizens, yes or no?
Our second guest, master debater, recent graduate of Oberlin College. That would be Oliver Nyhouse. Now, here is how it works. We will be debating three of the most controversial topics of our day. The bell rings, we duke it out for that round, and then our friends in the crowd can come up to the microphone and pick a fight with any of us. But do not wait, because there is a time limit for each round, and anyone who comes up to the mic can win special prizes and a seat at our VIP section, sponsored by Redneck Riviera Whiskey. Gentlemen.
Damn, this actually sounds like a blast. This actually looks fun. I'm kind of jealous right now. I'm not going to lie.
Are you ready?
Oh, yeah.
I have the topics right here. It is round one. Now, I'm going to read all the topics, all of them picked by my esteemed guests, and I'm going to try to make it unclear who picked which.
You know, you can get Grok to make him into like a bikini girl, right?
Yeah, that's true. Grok, put me in a bikini. Editors, do not put me in a bikini. First topic, Netflix turned Will gay. Second topic, keep them in your mind. There's a bunch of them. Second topic, vaccines are bad. Third topic, gay marriage is totally fake.
Oh,
A lot of homophobes in the audience, okay? Fourth topic, the Somalis are more corrupt than Donald Trump.
Oh, all right.
Not a lot of Somalis in the audience. Fifth topic, Trump's economy is awesome. And sixth topic, Trump is right. White people were treated very unfairly after the Civil Rights Act.
I'm surprised people are here from the civil rights movement. You guys were there for that. That's a little concerning.
I guess it's the Somalis, right?
yeah.
Okay.
There we go.
Whose topic? Whose topic is it?
I believe that's mine, although
Okay,
it's not
phrase it however
exactly.
you want.
Yeah, that's not quite how I phrased it, but that's totally fine. My prompt was that Donald Trump is more corrupt than a Somali daycare center. So
What's
that's
your
something
argument?
I was going to bring up there. My argument basically is, we need to focus on the fact that if we're talking about fraud specifically or corruption, you can't really claim to care about whether or not there's a daycare center that has kids or not. I think Nick Shirley did a pretty terrible job trying to uncover that fraud, considering he walked in there with a camera and was like, "Show me the kids." And they were like, "No, we're not going to let you into a daycare center with a camera and your film crew." And
2
he
hours
cried.
before they opened.
And yeah, and then he cried fraud. So I think that's a bit ridiculous here, and I think it's also very important to focus on where the fraud is here. So let's focus on some of this Somali fraud. So let's talk about Trevor Milton, who defrauded his investors, costing tens of millions of dollars. He was sentenced to 4 years in prison. Oh, he's not Somali, and Donald Trump pardoned him last year. We can talk about Paul Walchek, who stole over $7 million from his employees' paychecks. He was sentenced to 18 months in prison. He was also pardoned last year by Donald Trump. He's also not Somali. We can talk about Michelle Fiore, who stole over $70,000 meant for a memorial to fallen police officers and spent it on herself, including her own cosmetic surgery. You guessed it, Donald Trump pardoned her last year. We can talk about Lawrence Duran, who ran the largest Medicare-related fraud scheme in history. Yeah, there's a few more.
There's a long list.
It's a long list here.
Dude, is he the moderator or is he a debater? Holy shit.
The
lot of
largest
bad
one
people,
there.
yeah.
We could talk about Philip Estaformis, who orchestrated the biggest criminal Medicare scheme in history, over $1 billion in fraudulent claims. We could talk about David Gentile.
Why don't we talk about Rick Scott, a sitting senator from the state of Florida, who also participated in one of the largest Medicare, Medicaid health insurance scams on the fucking planet to the tunes of billions of dollars.
who defrauded over 10,000 investors of over $1.6 billion. Donald Trump pardoned him just last month. Okay, so if we want to talk about fraud, if we want to talk about corruption, you can't talk about them unless you talk about the fraudster in chief, which is Donald Trump. So I think it's very
throwing elbows in. Where are they? Are they in Nashville?
It seems to me that conservatives and people on the right don't actually care about fraud. They only care about fraud and corruption when it's committed by an immigrant, a person of color, or someone who's part of the LGBTQ community. Because it's not really that fraud is what you're against. You don't like Somalis. So just come out and say that. Just come out and say that.
Okay.
Don't pick up this whole scheme about that.
I might say that.
Yeah, well, there we go. And that would be a little bit more honest there.
So,
dude, that's actually, this is one of the things that has actually consistently pissed me off about the right-wing debate stuff is how do I phrase this? Right-wingers used to have or pretend to have principles. Okay. So they used to pretend to say, I don't know, pedophilia is bad. They used to say racism is bad. But what ended up happening was, I would say, because of the censorious and soy left, they realized that like transgression is its own virtue. And so as a result, they're like, hey, like, you know, you don't give a fuck about fraud. You give a fuck about when people of color do fraud. So as a result, why can't you hold your own person accountable? Like if Michael Knowles says, oh yeah, like Trump is actually a huge piece of shit and a hypocrite and he's pardoning all these fraudsters and he's also doing all these crypto scams and all this bullshit. It's totally fucked up. He's an asshole. This is a bad part of his administration. Then I'd be like, okay, but why do I have a feeling that instead of actually addressing the thrust of the point, which is effectively that Donald Trump himself, the leader of the Republican Party for the past couple of years, has been actively participating in fraudulent schemes himself to the tunes of billions of dollars, but also he's been pardoning a ton of corrupt and fraudulent people. Why do I have a feeling that we're about to make like jokes and point to evidence of why Somali immigrants are bad and why they're drains on the welfare system? Why do I have a feeling that we're going to totally ignore the thrust of the point? Maybe I'm wrong. I would love to be proven wrong by Michael Knowles. Let's see if he proves me wrong.
Your argument is Trump is more corrupt than the Somalis,
correct?
Because he used the pardon power for these people.
Well, not just the pardon power. We can talk about many other things.
Let's take that. Let's take
sure,
that.
We can talk about yes, absolutely.
So surely you would agree there's nothing corrupt about a president using the pardon power.
Oh, he's gonna go for Hunter Biden. Fucking kill me now.
Which he has the absolute right to do.
I didn't say he's corrupt because he used the pardon power.
Well, you said he's corrupt. I'm saying here's all my evidence. He used the pardon power.
Well, no, not that he used the pardon power. That he pardoned people who did corruption. If you pardon people who do corruption, then you're pro-corruption.
Okay. Do you think Bill Clinton?
True. Get some.
Clinton pardoned over 450 people, including 140 people on his last day in office, including many financial fraudsters, billionaire tax evaders, his drug addict brother, which has a residence.
And that was bad, right? That was bad, Michael. That was bad. This is an argumentative whataboutism. Bill Clinton doing that was bad. Trump doing this is bad. These are both bad things, correct, Michael?
Later on for Joe Biden. You would say Bill Clinton's corrupt.
Not a fan. Do not like Bill Clinton.
Joe Biden pardons. Yeah. Gives a blanket pardon to his two brothers who engaged in a lot of.
Yeah, not a good idea. I don't think Joe Biden should have done that. Yeah, absolutely. I do think Trump is unique in the way that he does this, and also we could talk about crypto and Trump literally starting World Liberty Financial and investing and getting hundreds of millions of dollars from that exact meme coin that he came out. And then if we want to also talk about pardons,
let's take
and he
that
pardoned Chang Jiangpeng, who then committed that fraud and was also invested in World Liberty Financial. So there's like
if you want
so many elements to this.
You mentioned the crypto.
Correct.
Trump has some meme coins and other crypto holdings.
Correct.
Is your claim that Trump's
Andy B says having principles, all it does is get you politically homeless. It sucks. Well, no, you got a home, Andy B. Welcome home. I'm not saying that I'm like the perfect man and that I'm perfectly principled or whatever. As a matter of fact, I think I cop to my biases pretty quick when I know that my biases are clouding my judgment in reference to a topic. But I try to say the truth as much as I think it's possible, even if it's inconvenient to my own argumentation or perspective. So
crypto business dealings are fraudulent or criminal?
Well, I think, yes, in that they obviously violate the emoluments clause of the Constitution. We can talk about the fact that Jimmy Carter, when he was president, was required to sell his peanut farm before he became president, yet Donald Trump is able to hold on to or loosely pass off all of his business dealings to his very immediate family, and that's somehow not corrupt.
Two questions. So you mentioned that the crypto thing might be illegal.
Yeah.
I'd be curious to see if you could cite a law for that. But on the emoluments point, the courts have ruled 3 times on Trump potentially violating the emoluments clause. What has the court said?
The court on the emoluments clause?
Yeah.
You can let me know. Which court specifically, Michael?
Well,
ruled
twice
on
the
this?
Supreme Court and
Okay.
once the appeals court.
Tell me about it. I'm sure, Michael, that they said it was totally legit and fine, the same way they said that Trump can break the law and have no consequences for it whatsoever on any official act.
There have been three.
Yeah, that's great.
There have been 3 emoluments cases.
Okay.
The Supreme Court dismissed 2 of them
Okay.
in an unsigned order, so it could have been unanimous. And then they couldn't rule on the 3rd one because an appeals court already dismissed that. So every time the libs have tried to get Trump on emoluments, it's been completely thrown out.
Do you
And you
think
can't
that-
cite a law that
No,
he broke
do you-
with
do you-
crypto.
No, do you think then that the president should be able to have business dealings while in office that directly conflict with his roles as president in terms of whether it comes to upcharging the Secret Service for staying at his own properties and resorts on the taxpayer's dime,
The
or many other
accounting
things
issue with
like
that was already resolved. There was no admission
not-
of guilt,
it
and there was no
wait,
criminal proceeding.
hold on.
Dude, Michael Knowles is just getting assaulted in front of our eyes. Who's this guy? Oliver something? Oliver Niehaus? Oliver Niehaus is kneeling on freaking Michael Knowles, bro. Like I do hate the hat too, Doobie. I think the hat is mad stupid. It's part of his brand, but it's a part of his brand he could easily lose, and it would be fine. So no, he isn't lol. Yeah, here shot. You care to explain? This is the problem. Whoever said, I think it was Andy B. Andy B says like having principles is such a pain in the ass, right? So let me tell you, I thought that it was fucked up that the Clintons created an international NGO organization that they funneled tens of millions of dollars into over the course of decades, and then paid their daughter like $500,000 to $750,000 a year in order to be an administrator of said like the Clinton Foundation. And so as a result, she got like this crazy cushy job that was effectively funded by overseas companies. I thought that was like mad fucked up. And then not only was that fucked up, but also I thought it was fucked up when Hunter Biden, was dealing with corrupt Chinese folks and dealing with corrupt people from Ukraine in order to take hundreds of thousands of dollars over the course of years, adding up to the tune of $11 million that he then transferred to his family members untaxed. I thought that was fucked up. So if it's fucked up that the Bidens and the Clintons took arguably millions of dollars from foreign entities and then funneled it back into their families under, let's just say suspicious circumstances, how is it not fucked up to have Jared Kushner after the first Trump administration start managing the Saudi wealth fund to the tune of $200 billion, which is probably going to individually make him a billionaire? And then how is it not corrupt in order to have Donald Trump currently profiting to the tunes of billions of dollars via Trump coin and Melania coin, the vast majority of purchasers being foreign nations that then get consideration for military bases and military technology and trade agreements and tariff concessions? How is that not just corruption? So, here, Shot, I would like to hear you cope past that. Okay. So if Hillary Clinton's bad because of what they did with the Clinton Foundation, if Biden's bad for what they did via Hunter, then how are the Trump family not bad for what they're doing right now in reference to crypto? I would like to hear a standard applied.
Just because there wasn't criminal proceedings against something, do you mean that nothing wrong happened?
No, I'm saying it's not corrupt. Which is your claim.
Hold on. Do you think someone has to be convicted of corruption in order to be corrupt?
I think corruption has a meaning, and corruption revolves deceit or fraud. And in particular, when we're talking about political office, we are talking about crimes.
I don't even know if that's true, because like in deceit and fraud, with a bribe, you could deliver a quid pro quo. You might not even be defrauding anybody. You could actually just be accepting money as a state official and then giving them consideration. I don't even know if the deceit or fraud is... I don't even know if that's necessary for corruption.
Have a way to adjudicate whether or not a president's committed a crime. Trump has not.
If they're all bad, who's the baddest? I would say that just dollars to donuts of the amount of dollars that a single family has taken, the Trump family makes the other ones look cute by comparison. Like, at least the Clintons had the shame to launder their money through a non-governmental organization that actually did humanitarian work overseas. At least the Bidens had the shame to bill for services and create NGOs and create trusts that Hunter Biden put money into. So there was some degree of transparency. So, what's the, and it was like $10 million over 12 years whereas Jared Kushner is currently managing $200 billion. And I think Donald Trump doubled his net worth from $4 billion to $7 billion. Like, do we understand that? Do we understand that like $1 million goes into $1 billion a fuckload? Do we just like understand that? I hope we do.
Been found guilty on any of these fronts.
Hood Monkey says, how? Also, Oliver is considered a child predator, just a heads up. Oliver diddled kids? What are we talking about? And you also said, how? Exclamation point, question mark, Hood Monkey. I just explained it. So you're going to have to explain to me how not.
Now, before we end, I think it is worth pointing out, we've talked a lot about Trump, and there's no evidence he's engaged in any corruption. However...
oh, shit. Eat a wiener.
We haven't talked about the Somalis, who have committed, by the most conservative estimate, $1 billion in fraud, potentially up to $9 billion in fraud, merely on...
Wait, are you citing the number of Nick Shirley in the back of a car just adding up numbers and not understanding anything?
No, I'm happy
from the like illiterate journalist. Is that what we're talking about?
Let's go through the numbers.
No, I think hold on. You hold on. The numbers. What I'm challenging you is you completely have moved on from the crypto point by trying to talk about the emoluments clause.
No, he brought up the emoluments clause.
Yes, but you've completely brushed over the fact that Trump has started a coin that is completely worthless, had all of his supporters buy into this, and then rug pull them for hundreds of millions.
Obviously, your claim is that he's enriched himself through it, so it obviously has value.
It's worth.
And you can't cite a law that he broke.
It's worth nothing. I didn't say.
But
it
you're
was
trying
illegal.
to get off the Somalis.
No, I'm trying
to get off the Somalis.
Get off of the emoluments clause so you can talk about the crypto coin and how much it is insane that he said, "Hey, give me millions of dollars for this worthless coin."
What law did he break?
I didn't say anything about illegality. I'm saying this is corrupt and this is fraudulent.
Broke a lot of laws.
Is it not fraudulent that Donald Trump stole millions of dollars from his supporters?
It's not fraudulent at all. There was no fraud. There was no deceit whatsoever.
Was it corrupt?
And it's still
was it for corrupt to use his office and his position of power to steal millions of dollars?
He wasn't in office when he started the coin.
He used his popularity from being in office.
His popularity from being in office? Yes. Do we really want to go down that road with
just
Barack
to be clear,
Obama and Joe Biden? Your defense is
$100 well, it was 2 days before the inauguration, so it's okay that he stole the money.
He wasn't in office.
Yeah. Okay. That's just to be clear about your defense is he wasn't in office. It's fine to steal money from his supporters.
Private citizens, especially one of the most successful businessmen of our lifetimes,
can make here is that his supporters are stupid and it's fine because Trump
never made that point at all.
Yeah,
on your point though, before the bell rings, because you were cutting me off on Somalis because you don't want to hear it. The feed our
I'd buy Obama coin. Nice.
Future scam was the largest fraud of COVID, of the pandemic, $250 million in that alone, $100 million of fraud when it comes to daycare, $14 million of fraud already admitted to by a Somali.
Wait, they weren't in office,
when it comes to autism.
These Somalis weren't in office?
No, they're in our country.
No, they weren't in office.
We're going to kick them out. Okay. Questions from the audience?
Okay, we're also not kicking out the Somalis because the vast majority of them are second or third generation who came over during the 1990s. So this is a part of... You said Oliver is a bad faith douche. Dude, wasn't somebody calling him a pedo earlier? Do we have any evidence for Oliver being a pedo? Okay. All right. I feel like there's some claims being made against Oliver in chat that need to be substantiated. So, anyways... Let me address the Somali thing real quick. So what happened is in Minnesota, Minneapolis, right? There was a bunch of like Christian organizations that heard about the Somali famine and the hundreds of thousands of people who were dying as a result. And so they became sponsors of Somali migrants to the United States seeking asylum during the 1990s Civil War. And so as a result, we got hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of Somalis who moved to Minneapolis during that time period. But it wasn't because we were just like, oh shit, we just like love Somalis, let's all move them next door. It's because they were American citizens who were actually Christian, who actually read the scripture, who were actually empathetic to the plight of people who were being starving overseas. And they tried to extend it a charitable hand. So like kicking out all the Somalis would involve the denaturalization and deportation of like second and third generation citizens. So once again, this is like a virtue signal that we're going to deport all the Somalis. It's not even true. As a matter of fact, what I'll do is I'll just Google the Somali population of Minneapolis, and then I'll Google how many of them are citizens.
Hey, everybody. I really want to know. Yeah, sure. We don't like Trump. That's what you're saying. But is there something wrong with simply more deeply investigating the Somali fraud, but also just fraud in general in the Minnesota area? Because
oh my God, please tell me the libs are just going to say, no, there's no problem with investigating fraud. We should punish fraud wherever we find it, but we think it's ironic that you guys are totally ignoring Trump. Please just say that. Please just say that.
There's
if
nothing
that's
wrong
their
with
tax-
investigating fraud, but you look at the way that the Trump and his
Times 2 Sav says my dad was a Marine in Somalia during the 90s. We're from Minnesota. Let's just say he's not a fan of them. Lol. I'm sure, bro. But what I would recommend, I was an Islamophobe. I still think that some people would argue that I am an Islamophobe, but I think I'm less Islamophobic than I was 10 years ago. I would honestly recommend like hanging out with some like normie Muslims. They're a lot less scary like in person when you're like eating and chilling and hanging out and talking about politics and talking about religion and talking about this and talking about that. There's definitely some cool Muslims. So I would recommend recommend taking your dad to I don't even know if there's any good Somali food, right? I'm not a closeted bigot. I'm an open bigot. But I don't even know if there's any good Somali food. But as an example, like when I go to an Indian joint, I really don't like Indian food that much. But if I go to an Indian joint, I will fuck with some naan bread and some buttered chicken. That shit is like straight fire. So and then Vietnamese pho, holy shit, do I love Vietnamese pho. So if there's like a Somali equivalent of like buttered chicken and naan bread or Vietnamese pho, you need to take your dad to, whatever Somali joint makes an equivalently delicious food.
administration has, the whole Doge scandal and how they found nothing, they convicted no one and wasted a ton of money. I don't trust the current administration to look into fraud when
What's
they
the Doge
themselves
scandal?
the scandal.
Gee, that's cringe, dude. This is part of the reason why I was actually okay with like taking on this content. Why wouldn't you just say, yeah, we should punish criminality wherever we find it? Why are we sweeping for Somali fraud now? Because we're like, oh yeah, we don't trust like cops to investigate fraud. Dude, oh. Echem Cheese says, I've never seen non-Vietnamese pho. Listen, I'm sure there's some like pho. I'm sure there's some like pho. Number one, if you said the word pho prior to me eating pho, I would have no idea what you were talking about. So I said Vietnamese pho. That way people know that it's like a Vietnamese dish. That's why I said Vietnamese pho. Number two, I don't even believe you. I'm sure that there is some like fusion joint, that like takes like Japanese food, or they take like American Tex-Mex food, and they're like they have like barbecue pho. They got like smoked barbecue pho or something. There's got to be some crazy shit out there, I'm sure.
Of that they are not able to find any fraud and they spend millions and millions of dollars and it's complete waste. That's
It's
a
not
scandal.
that, first of all,
It's not even true. I'm pretty sure they have an ongoing case right now about Somali fraud that's huge. So hold on. I said that I was going to Google the Somali population of Somali immigrants versus Somali citizens. So let me catch up on that real quick.
Doge was not tasked with finding fraud.
That was
part of it.
exactly
Doge
what
was
they were
tasked
marketing
with-
fraud and abuse.
Doge was tasked with
waste,
making the
fraud,
government
and
work.
abuse.
Waste, fraud, and
I'm
abuse,
sorry, was
yes.
that not what?
Silent Gaming saying there's a Mexican pho place in Connecticut. I mean, that sounds straight fire.
Elon Musk came up
I'm
and said
sorry,
he was going
also
to fire
tasked
the
with
government.
making
So
the
you're
government more
saying
efficient.
that
That's
they didn't
entitled.
say waste, fraud, and abuse 100 million times?
No,
was literally their
Doge
motto
stands
of
for
what
the
they had.
Department of Government.
You pivoted away. That's not actually
and
what I
North
asked you.
Korea is a democratic republic, so I guess it's fine, right?
It's true. This is what they're
No, I'm
named.
just
It's
saying
in the name.
The
task of
presents
it-
are from
the task of
Santa.
it was to
It says it
streamline
under the tree.
spending and to reduce spending,
And to
even
find
that which was
fraud.
not fraud.
And to find waste, fraud, and
Yeah,
abuse.
some of it was fraud. Yeah.
Well,
Which fraud?
Could you
What
name a
stuff did
case?
they find? Because they didn't actually find fraud. What they found is somewhere like USAID was they found things they were spending money on that they ideologically disagreed with.
Yeah,
people
like
spending money.
transgender
People,
ballet,
people, people spend- yeah, I'm
ballerinas
sure
in
you're
the
gonna,
Philippines.
yeah, of course.
So-
they were literally
so
putting on transgender ballet.
That's
a
yes,
real
Michael.
example.
Yeah,
Wondering,
uh-huh.
guys.
100%.
So what if we just go like this? We say, okay, hear each other. Let's move forward and try to focus. Let's actually try to find the right fraud. Let's try to figure it out together as a unit. Because
it's a meaningless platitude. I agree with you. Fraud is bad. I don't trust the administration to find fraud.
Well,
They're
yeah,
horrible.
That's
at
fair enough.
You don't think the Somalis committed any fraud?
Did not say that.
So Googling it real quick. So there's 260,000 Somali Americans in the United States. 80%, I think they said 100,000 of them are foreign born, but 80% of the ones that are foreign born are naturalized citizens. So that means that leaves like 35,000 that are immigrants on some kind of visa or illegal immigrants. Whereas out of the 260,000 population, 80,000 being 115,000 being foreign born, 80,000, that means that like 90% of the people who are Somali American are US citizens, either through naturalization or through descent. So like Michael Knowles saying like, yeah, we're going to deport all these people. It's total bullshit. It's absolute bullshit.
Oh, this is
It's
a really
very
interesting.
possible.
Hold on,
bad,
hold on,
but
hold
it's
on.
an abstract
Hold on, wait,
latitude.
no,
I'll
no,
ask you
not
about
what
a
I said.
specific example.
Yeah, and if you look at the what's the quality Leering Center or whatever, this is someone who'd been investigated for malpractice and sorts of stuff before this, and I'm all for investigating that and making sure these kids are safe. Absolutely.
Oh, good.
And that was a really interesting
I
pivot
guess we
there,
agree.
Michael, where you said this. You don't think the Somalis have done any fraud? None of us have ever made that claim.
Well, he just said
We
it
are
was all
profit-
abstract.
True, because you're a rhetorically defective piece of shit.
No,
and
hold on. No,
ideological,
hold on. No,
not
no,
practical.
no.
I said that about Doge. Doge
No,
didn't find
you're-
any
you're-
of
No,
those
you said
Somali
in
fraud.
response to his question just now. It's all
because
on
we're
tape.
talking about fraud as a general concept, and Doge
Right, and I'm talking
relates
about
to
a
fraud,
particular
even if you
example.
don't think it relates to fraud. But I think it's really interesting how you pivoted to the conversation of you don't think the Somalis have committed any fraud? No, I don't know. I think we should have an open, fair investigation that doesn't involve a 20-year-old YouTuber named Nick Shirley who doesn't know the word benevolent to be able to come in here and tell us that somehow Somalis are committing fraud because they didn't let him into a daycare center with a
The
camera.
investigation's
That's
being
a wrong
conducted by
one.
the federal government.
Correct. And I am in support of a federal investigation.
Love it.
However,
We agree.
I think there should be an investigation. And I do think, however, that should also involve the state of Minnesota. And we do see, however,
State of
that-
Minnesota
hold on,
perpetrated
hold on.
the fraud. Why
No,
would we let them?
there were people who did that. So do you not think that there can be investigators who investigate what goes wrong in the government who aren't the people who committed the fraud?
Oliver,
Michael?
the
Come on. Like, this is-
investigation is into Tim Walz for participating in the fraud.
Sure,
How would you
there
allow
are
Tim
multiple
Walz to
types
conduct
of
the investigation?
investigations that occur. You can investigate if you want Tim Walz for orchestrating that. There can also be people who investigate in the state to determine whether state fraud was done. It's
Yeah,
not.
that's
It's
fine.
not. It's not. Yeah, so he's trying to make it ridiculous to claim.
So it looks like the pending investigation involves approximately 80 to 85 people with approximately $1 billion of fraud committed related to pandemic relief and daycare centers. So at least that's what a cursory Google search is. But do you know what's great? Okay. Do you know what's great about having consistent principles? I know Andy B and I were saying that it's kind of a pain in the ass because it makes you politically homeless, is that you can apply the law, which is filling out paperwork and obtaining money under false pretense in order to further your own worth rather than doing what the money is for, which is fraud, or corruption, which is holding public office and then taking money and then using that for self-benefit instead of public benefit. That is 100%, you could just call it out and call it bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Politically unhoused. Come on, it's 2026. For sure. Somebody's saying that Destiny is going live. Maybe we'll stream snipe him real quick and I'll jump on. Because honestly, that does sound more fun to me than this. This is actually going to give me a headache if I keep watching it, you know?
That if I claim that there should be any Minnesota involvement in it, I'm claiming Tim Walz should investigate himself because that's what Michael likes to do. He likes to reduce this
he's
down.
the governor
He
of
likes
the
to reduce
state.
this
It's kind
down.
of-
He likes
What I'm
reduce
hearing
this-
is that a white suburban dad did the fraud and not a Somali.
Yeah, well, he participated in it, but there were about 80,000 non-white suburban dads who
Michael-
sent money to Al-Shabaab.
But Michael, I'm going to go with you. They weren't in office, so I don't think it's that bad.
So hold on. Michael Knowles' contention is that a third of the Somali population of America was sending money to Al-Shabaab. Okay, that's cool.
It's fine.
You don't think the
They weren't
They weren't in office.
They were in office.
No, you can
So-
commit crimes when you're not in office.
Oh, like
can?
Trump.
You can. I don't know
Wow,
where
that's
you're getting this
crazy.
idea from.
Like stealing a bunch of money in a crypto scam.
There's no again. I don't. You keep going back to Trump having crypto dealings.
Well, you
But
said he wasn't in
you aren't
office. That was your
alleging any
defense.
crime.
Well, he wasn't president yet, so it's fine. Well, these guys weren't
No, no,
president either. So
we're talking about corruption in office,
Mhm.
but then you're saying that he committed some crime, but you can't name the crime.
you
can't
first of all,
name
I didn't
anyone
say
who
it
was
was a
harmed.
crime. I said it was corruption, as in you're
What's
using
the
your position of
corruption?
power to market something as valuable to your, your little head
Here's a
idiot
question:
little
Has
people.
President Trump profited on the Trump coin?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Then it has value.
Oh, okay, for him specifically.
So,
Okay.
so wait,
All right,
hold
next
on, hold on. No,
question. That's a good
no,
point.
wait, he admitted he
Stole a bunch of money from his friends.
and he's profited. He's profited on business
All
dealings
right,
while in office.
we'll get back to
He's profited on
Next
business
question.
dealings while in office.
I guess I would just say a similar thing of like, I feel like the problem is,
Damn, that looks like PF Young. All right, I'm going to use the restroom. I'm going to let these arslers talk for me for a minute while I go use the restroom and get some water. Basically, the second that Destiny goes live, I'm going to jump on and I'm just going to haphazardly talk to him about police prescriptions and also kind of press him a little bit on like, why are we tepidly, criticizing the pedophile ring? Like at what point does like half a dozen millionaires and billionaires having sex with children and them all being friends and sweeping for each other for decades, at what point does that just become like an issue of public concern? And how are you not being contrarian by just being like, I don't care? I don't care. You know, it's bad. What do you want me to say? Like, I think that's weird. So, Andy B says, can't do Destiny content. Well, sorry, King. That's definitely in the rotation. So anyways, I'm going to let these arslers talk for a little bit. I'm going to get some water in, water out. And the second he goes live, we'll go talk to Destiny and, you know, politely throw some elbows. Be right back.
Trump commit, which I agree with a lot of what you say about Trump, but you know, Trump does something corrupt, and so Democrats say he's the problem, and then vice versa. And so why you're saying let's have an open investigation into, you know, the Minnesota thing, but then you're poo-pooing Nick Shirley, you're poo-pooing, you know,
because he's not a federal investigator.
Sure, but is that not telling that it took him to reveal it because federal investigators didn't?
He didn't take him to reveal it at all. As Michaels talks about with Feeding Our Future, yeah, that was a fraud scandal that happened. And that was investigated, and that was found. So it didn't take Nick Shirley to do this. Nick Shirley just came along with his camera and claimed that somehow this is indicative of some larger fraud scheme.
In daycare fraud too, so it's less than Feed Our Future, but it's pretty significant.
Which is being investigated right now. Yeah. So how are you claiming that these things have already happened when the investigations have not come through?
Do you think that it's good for journalists to pursue facts?
I think it's crazy to call Nick Shirley a journalist.
I don't know. I think he's a better journalist than the New York Times.
I'm sure you do, Michael. There we go.
For Nick Shirley made it, and now, you know, Tim Walz is stepping down from re-election. Has that not had an effect?
I mean, we can talk about many things that led to Tim Walz not seeking re-election. I mean, I'll agree with you once. I think being on the failing vice presidential ticket isn't exactly a ringing endorsement of you continuing to run the state. So I'm not, in terms of political realities here, I might agree with that. I also think the fact that Tim Walz's family was being just being insanely harassed there in terms of literally people going to his house and screaming the word retard at his son. Okay, I'm sure you think that's funny, but I actually do think it's pretty, you know, vile a vile thing to do.
Do you think that President Trump's family has been harassed at all over the last 10 years?
Yeah, and I don't support people going after his children or something like that, or going after or making up these stories that his granddaughter is gay. I think that's a bad thing to do. It is. No,
Michael, it's completely unfair because Trump lives in like a penthouse and you can't scream retard from the ground floor.
New York is very small.
We need to make Tim Walz in a skyscraper, put his family up, and then it'll be even ground. Then I'm okay with it.
Tim Walz has taken enough taxpayer money. I'm not sure that we need to put him up in a penthouse. But do we have another question?
Hi, guys. This isn't a question. This is just a comment. I think it's a little disingenuous, Oliver, that you read that list of all the Americans that were supposedly committing fraud.
Yeah, sorry about the facts.
Yeah, we have to deal with their nonsense and whatever, you know, means that we deal with it. But these Somalis, they're coming over and they're committing the fraud. They are not Americans. They come from a different country and they bring their garbage with them. Yeah. We don't have duty to deal with their nonsense.
Hold on. What do you mean we don't have to deal with their nonsense because
they're from a different country?
They're not citizens.
Do you think people who, we're not even talking about illegal immigrants versus legal immigrants. Do you think someone who's a legal immigrant who's here?
They're not necessarily.
A majority of the Somali population is legal immigrants that came over from the Somali Civil War, which, by the way, we exacerbated. So these are not.
We exacerbated. Give me a break.
We dropped a big fucking helicopter in there and then killed a bunch of them.
Yeah, they need to stop committing terrorism. They need to stop destabilizing their.
There's a civil war. There are two factions. This is not. All the Somalis are just shooting at stuff. It's a bunch of turmoil that we exacerbated. A bunch of immigrants came fleeing the violence. The people that weren't shooting at us, now they are integrated into our society. And now you're saying, oh, well, they're not American. They're literally American.
Is it your contention that the Somali Civil War, which we aided in, we provided aid, is your and lost personnel because of it, is your contention that Somalia didn't experience mass violence before 1991?
No.
It's a functioning country.
No, my contention is that's a different claim that we exacerbated and allowed people to come in to flee that violence.
No, we allowed them in.
Part of which was because of us. Are integrated into our society. They are.
You can finish your sentence if you want.
They're American citizens. They're not immigrants.
They're not literally not citizens.
A majority of them are citizens.
Right. Look this up. Okay, so we have to decide who won that round.
Part of the narrative.
The Somalis lost that round. There's no doubt about that. Was it the soy pill?
Blue or red?
Wow,
blue or red. 100 paddles.
Was it Oliver?
When you're a crazy dude.
Oh, yeah, blue and red. That's right.
Blue or red.
Was it the lips? Put up the blue.
Hold it up. What color one? Blue or red?
There's one. There's one.
Michael, are we in
was it the red?
Is it an amino acid? A lysine group. Yes. Oh, I'm so smart. I feel like we learned this during the COVID stuff. Dude, protein folding. Everything about microbiology is like fun until you get too micro, and then that shit is AIDS as fuck. I used to think that like proteins were like the proteins were like this, and then like maybe the really fucking complicated ones, maybe, or whatever, were like this. It's like this in like 50 different dimensions of retarded, insane shit. And then even like as they're printing, the way that the protein folds and then how the fold interacts with other things that are already, oh my God. And then like when the ribosomes are printing off things, like some things take a little bit longer to print than other things. So as they're folding and coming out, if a thing prints,
shit, you get that?
fuck all of
Fuck
that
no.
shit.
Sorry,
Anything having to do, as soon as you start talking about proteins, I think in biology,
I always
it's
get
time to
my
quit.
Vyvanse every 90 days.
The other
Like,
equivalent,
if I wake up super
16?
late or if I feel shit someday or whatever, I won't take it. So I always have like a little stockpile. So if they were to stop right now, I think I have like 2 months built up where I would be okay. How you doing, buddy?
Hey. Sorry, I was hearing 2 Destinies simultaneously, so I need to unfuck my shit real quick.
Okay. You guys gonna talk about the Preddy killing?
We're just gonna chat like friends.
Woohoo! I'm excited to see this.
Wait, real quick, do you have a definitive answer? Do your matchmaking aggression things, does that carry over, but like from solos to duos, duos to trios, or is it like completely separate, or solo? Do you have any idea?
I don't have a definitive answer now, but it feels like it does because sometimes I'll do solos, and in the solos I will do like super nice runs, and then when we get into duos, we'll be in the nicer lobbies.
Okay, I am ready whenever.
Okay, sure. I'm just gonna spam and collect random shit. If you want to jump in, you can. But okay.
I'll join. I won't really talk much, and you guys can have your debate.
Okay, so we don't have to be spicy. We can just have a friendly conversation. We could just gently spar if that's okay.
Friendly. Yeah.
Okay, so the Preddy shooting and the Renee Good shooting, I basically have the same point. I don't even know if we're going to disagree. I think that it's going to be ruled legally justified in both cases. I think that they're immoral for different reasons, and we could extrapolate or extract different prescriptions. I think like the qualified immunity shit or the ending of qualified immunity or prosecuting ICE for these things based off of current laws, I think that shit's cringe. But I do think we could get good case law out of it. So how do you feel about it?
These days I tend to map morality on pretty closely to the legal stuff. I don't view these things as being all that separate. Unfortunately, because of the angles available, I think the Renee one might be on the fence. I don't see how the Preddy shooting, that whole circumstance seemed unbelievable to me from start to finish.
Okay. Well, I think that in order to actually have like a sane conversation about it, and if we get too spicy or whatever, what we could do is we could just move into prescriptions, because if we don't agree on descriptions, we might just fight back and forth. I feel like that's what happened with Pisco and I. We just kind of had an exhaustive battle over not agreeing on descriptive shit. And so at the end of it, we just moved into prescriptions and then we lined up. So in reference to descriptions, I did watch some of your content. I watched your debate with the thick THICC conservative commentator. Weirdly enough, I think that he actually had a lot of my descriptions. But I guess my question is like, you kind of asserted that a law enforcement officer doesn't have the capacity to disperse someone, and somebody should either be detained or free to go. Do you still think that's true?
No, I think that there can be times where you disperse people, but it's like people in a crowd. You're trying to gain control of a situation. Generally, dispersion in a good cop world, most of the things that the cops are doing are things to lower the temperature or things to reduce the amount of bad stuff happening. What the fuck's the word I'm looking for? You're trying to
escalation. De-escalation.
De-escalate. Yeah, Jesus, thank you. You're trying to de-escalate. So in my mind, dispersion, when dispersion is happening for riots, it's because it's usually after curfew, shit's already been fucky, and the cops are trying to just get people to leave the area because they know that if they continue to build and things get more rowdy, it's going to be bad. That's dispersion. Never in my life can I imagine a scenario where you're trying to disperse a single woman by shoving her to the ground.
Okay. Well, let's break that down real quick, because I might actually have an example. And I have before we get into the content, I suppose, Khazra is a community member of mine who is in Iran. They basically told us in chat like a month ago, hey, if I don't show up for a while, it's because we're going to have an internet blackout. People are taking to the streets and it's getting really, 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 really bad. They did survive, so they're back in it, and they want to see more liberals cover the Iranian situation. I did kind of tell them, like, you know, it's kind of like, it's bad. What do you want me to say? Well, because like, we're not going to disagree with the protesters, and obviously like massacring civilians in Iran is terrible. But they've asked a few times they'd like to see more coverage of it from bigger creators. So they wanted me to say that to you.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, it's bad. What do you want me to say? So anyways, let's
to be clear for the Iranian people, I'm sorry. Yeah, I got a lot of requests like that too. I think I'm not to mean, but I think I would just say that. Like, I think I'm not a fan of the Iranian regime. I don't like them if they go away. I think that's fine through revolution or whatever else. Yeah.
Right. And that's kind of what I was trying to describe to them. It's like, if there's contention, then you can create a debate, or you can have a fight about it, or you can do coverage, or you can be critical. But I think that, you know, when the take is so obvious and so universally agreed to, it's hard to make content out of it.
Yeah. That's why I don't cover, unfortunately, and I feel strongly about it, but I don't really cover much of the Ukraine-Russia stuff, because it's like that's so obviously one-sided to me. Like, it's so
yeah,
obviously
we need
horrible.
it. Somebody said it in chat. We need an Iranian Anna.
Yeah.
So, all right. So start working on that, Castro. But anyways, so let's get into the shooting or whatever. So, or let's get into the breakdown of events. So, with Renee Good, that way we can move into Preddy really quickly. I think that since you're saying that the Renee Good shooting is more in dispute, obviously, I think what could be taken out of that is the concept of officer caused jeopardy, which is a law enforcement officer puts themselves either negligently or maliciously into a scenario that then forces them to use force that results in death and injury. And we probably need to either write a law or have some kind of new case law that says that officers should not do that. And when doing so, I would say they should open themselves up to civil penalty. But a lot of liberals and progressives in my chat says that it should open them up to criminal penalties as well. So do we just kind of agree that officer caused jeopardy should be the concept that's extracted from the Renee Good shooting?
The analysis that the court laid out in Barnes v. Felix had to do with the totality of the circumstances leading up to the event to know whether or not a reasonable officer should have thought that their life was in danger, or the other person was putting their life in danger. I don't know if this would include like an analysis that would basically completely, like the whole officer-induced thing would be subsumed within it, or if you need that separate thing. Because I'm trying to think of, give me an example of like an officer-induced jeopardy.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think the Felix versus Barnes case is illustrative, but I even think the Renee Good case is illustrative. So at least according to Wick, basing it off of Wick TV, he was wicking out the other day. I was watching some of his content. There is a DHS policy, Department of Homeland Security policy, that effectively states that unless absolutely necessary, you should not walk in front of running vehicles. And that that policy is in force with ICE and CBP. And that also this officer has been dragged and gotten stitches by being dragged by a vehicle previously. So for me, there's multiple avenues of approach to this vehicle. He kind of intentionally walks in front of it once, then he films the driver, then he films the license plate, then he walks back around the vehicle, then he sees his friends are moving to detain the driver, then he walks in front of the vehicle again. So for me, I would be saying that that would be like negligent officer caused jeopardy that should be trained against and potentially should open up the department to civil suit for wrongful death.
Potentially, yeah. The only rule I would be worried about there is like, just because, and I think the Supreme Court has ruled this, and I think I agree with this, just because you mess up somewhere doesn't preclude your right to self-defense in other cases, right? So like, let's say an officer is serving a warrant and they go to the wrong address, and then when they enter the building, somebody tries to attack them and the officer defends themselves and ends up killing the other person. Like technically that might be considered like an officer-induced jeopardy, but I don't think the officer should lose the right to defend themselves.
That's where I think malice or negligence need to be a component of whatever case law comes out. So the reason why I would say that this is potentially negligent is because actually of being it being in policy, him getting dragged previously and injured previously, him walking in front of the vehicle not once
I will
but twice.
say, have you seen the video of him getting dragged previously?
No, I haven't actually.
So not to bootlick or whatever, and I'm gonna have the totally opposite take of you by the end of this conversation, okay? But like that seemed fair from the officer there. Like I think they were trying to apprehend or detain a person. He was like reaching in, already doing it, and then the guy started to fucking take off when his hand was already through the thing. With that, from the video that I saw of that, I don't think it was anything remotely similar to the Renee Good thing. I know people are bringing that one up a lot, but it seemed fair just from the little I saw the officer conduct. But yeah, I'm just saying that. Okay.
Yeah. Well, reaching into a vehicle, I think, should be treated differently because once again, that's like whenever possible, you shouldn't reach into a vehicle. But whenever possible is like a key term there, because if you're trying to detain or arrest somebody who's in a vehicle and you need to reach in order to open the door to detain said person, then you're obviously taking a risk, but that's necessary to do your job. Whereas I would say with multiple avenues of approach and stated policy, and if this lady fled or whatever, you already have her license plate in her face, I don't think that stepping in front of the vehicle is necessary to execute your job.
Sure, yeah. So I would say here's my big issue using kind of the totality of circumstances analysis. This is my issue. I don't think a reasonable officer. Now there are things that could change my mind on this. If we got all of his cell phone footage and she was like making threats or saying crazy shit, then I would change my opinion on this. But I don't think a reasonable officer should have thought that she was like trying to kill him, that his life was in danger there. I think a reasonable officer at that point should have thought, oh, she's probably trying to leave. It seemed like he was acting more out of like fear and frustration, or not fear and frustration, anger and frustration, than a genuine concern for his safety.
Yeah, something that
my big issue. Yeah.
So something that I would like to add, though, to the nuance of the scenario is that, like, especially with my own experiences in law enforcement, fear and anger are oftentimes deeply correlated. And what I mean by that is, like, anger is oftentimes used to mask fear. And so for me, like, the reason why I feel like you articulated it the way that you articulated it is because you didn't want to say fear, because if you say fear, then you're kind of admitting that, like, you know, he was potentially in danger. Whereas if you say anger, then it seems like, you know, he's irrational. But what I would say is that, like, you know, once again, fear and anger are closely correlated. Not just that, but I would argue that intent actually doesn't really have necessarily anything to do with imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. As an example, I would say that schizophrenics and type 1 diabetics don't have the requisite presence of mind to intend to hurt people, and yet they can still be deadly threats.
Sure.
Yeah, so intent matters, but it's not the end of the totality of circumstances analysis.
Hold on, wait, give me one quick second, okay?
Yep.
I'm just running and picking stuff up. So if I see people shoot, I'm running the other way, okay? Just so you know. Trying to get to the heaven cues is what I'm going for. Just as a heads up. Okay. Okay, teasing apart some of these things. So I think intent does matter, or rather the officer is always trying to discern intent. I think that, I'm not going to accuse you of doing this, but sometimes a game is being played when people talk about how intent doesn't matter in their analysis. And like in a very limited sense, that's true, but you discerning intent from the other person is, that's where the analysis really is. So for instance, if a person is, I'm trying to think. If I'm like,
it's part of the totality of circumstances, because if she was one foot to the right, then the shooting would be completely unjustified. I mean, I'm with you there.
Well, no. I think he knew that she wasn't trying to kill him. I don't think he ever thought that.
Sure. She was probably fleeing and eluding. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't think he ever had that idea in his mind. I think he was just upset. And I don't think that's a reason to kill somebody.
Maybe, but just as an example.
Wait. What do you mean maybe?
Yeah, no, I'll give you a specific example. So I think we both agree that the articulable thing is imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. And let's say there was like a type 1 diabetic who's driving towards a daycare with kids. They don't have the requisite intent to hit or kill anybody, but you shoot them anyways in the hopes that you strike them in such a way that, you get them off target or whatever in an attempt to preserve life. So that's kind of where, like, the piecing out the intent as not being, it can be part of the totality of circumstances, but the intent to hurt or maim or kill others is not necessarily like going to preclude you from action. So for instance, let's say,
wait, so real quick. So I agree with you there in that it might not necessarily matter, but if you knew that the person was a type 1 diabetic and you were in a room with them or something, like if you were a cop and you went into a room and a guy is acting like a person having what is it, hypoglycemic shock.
Yep.
Like the guys, they might look drunk or out of it, or you don't know if they're trying to be weird or do some fuck shit and kill you, right? Because when people start acting weird like that, a whole bunch of shit can happen. But if you know that they're a type 1 diabetic, well, that would change your calculation quite a bit, because you say, oh, well, this person's a type 1 diabetic. Like, I'm not going to assume this person's going to kill me. There's another like very reasonable explanation for their kind of weird behavior right now.
Yeah, but even within that example, I actually like that example a lot, because I have a supervisor who had that exact scenario happen. So he goes to a type 1 diabetic's house, and they're having an episode. They're, hypoglycemic, so they're confused and they're irritable and they're angry. And they're not recognizing their family members. And what they're doing is they're taking a dog leash and with the metal side out, and they're flinging it around like Indiana Jones and whipping their family members in the face. So obviously that's like violent. It's not deadly threat. It's not deadly force, but it is violence. And so because the family had already notified him that he's a type 1 diabetic, the approach there wasn't to just shoot the guy for beating the fuck out of people with a metal dog leash. It was to actually slow down, catch the leash in an arm, charge him, tackle him, arrest him, get him to the hospital, right? So absolutely that's the right thing that could have been done. However, exact same scenario, different weapon. Let's say that it's a knife instead of a dog leash. We would still say that the intent wasn't there to necessarily hurt people. He's experiencing a medical episode. But if he tried to stab people, then you might shoot him. And I think that's the same thing with Renee Good.
So, huge difference here. Okay. So I understand and I agree with everything you said so far, but the huge difference here is dual use objects versus single use objects. So like if somebody's a knife or they're throwing a leash around or whatever, right? Like you're basically only using this to hurt somebody. But for driving a car, like we can think of a very like the vast majority of people that are driving their car are not driving their car to kill another person. We agree on that, right?
Yeah, kind of. I think I could be a smartass and say like, well, a dog leash is meant for walking dogs and a knife is meant for cutting food. But yeah, like I get the thrust of your point.
If a person's having a diabetic shock or whatever, and they were walking their dog, we wouldn't assume that they're going to use the leash.
Right. Yes. Okay. However, let's say, let's do the identical scenario. Let's move the officer 1 foot to the left. That way, even though Renee Good is trying to flee and elude, and she doesn't have the intent to strike and kill the officer, but she's being reckless in the way that she's escaping, and there's a high probability that she's going to run him over and then get him trapped under the tires. At that point, in your moral calculus, does he have the ability to act?
So I would say no here, because this is another weird thing. I don't think that this is actually like a defensive action.
Why? I can guess why, but I'd rather you tell me why.
I would just go and leave. Just leave. Because the car's still moving. You're not stopping the car with some gunshots.
Well, right. So I got into this with Pisco, so hopefully we can fast forward a healthy chunk of the conversation. So let's say that a driver is driving right for you and they're intending to hit you. And you have let's say they're 20 yards away or something like that. And you have the opportunity to shoot or not shoot. And they're 20 yards away. What do you shoot? Yes or no? And why?
Probably never shooting. One, because I don't know if I could acquire a target and aim and shoot and hit that fast too. I don't even know what it would look like shooting through a windshield. I don't know what those shots even look like at a distance, so you can see somebody reliably. And three, because it's not optimizing for my survival. Even if I were to shoot and hit every single shot, that might be even less optimal. Like I would imagine trying to move to the side is going to be better than shooting, and then who knows which direction the car is going to veer off into. I might shoot them and then try to dodge and then get hit by the car veering off to the side. Or I might shoot them and hit them, but it doesn't actually, I would need like a headshot or a spine shot to like actually stop them completely. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it optimizes for survival at all.
Okay. So I'm not saying these things because I think they're analogous. I think I'm testing the limits of your answer. So let's say that there's a car bomb, it's a VB IED.
Okay.
So like if it gets past you, it's going to hurt other people. So what's your answer there?
Are you shooting and blowing the car and bomb up or something? Or
well, you're trying to kill the driver. You're trying to kill the driver because hopefully that gives distance. If you kill the driver and the driver crashes or loses control of the vehicle, or he gets afraid and he slams on the brakes or something like that, you don't have a guarantee that you're preserving your own life, but you do have a statistical probability that you're reducing the chance of the driver getting to his target, which is behind you.
Oh yeah, that's probably good. Yeah.
Okay. Then also just testing hypotheticals. And once again, I'm not saying this is analogous to the scenario. I'm just testing the limits of the idea. Let's say that you're fucking wheelchair bound or something, or you're trapped. Your feet are trapped in cement. Okay. So so you do not have the ability to move. You cannot move reasonably. This guy's bearing down on you. So you're either going to die because you're going to get hit, or you can shoot and then maybe roll the dice proverbially. What are you doing?
You can shoot and maybe get hit, or you can roll the dice by wheeling. You can't wheel out of the way, basically.
Yeah. You're just you either get hit or you shoot. So what are the what option are you taking
at that point? Fuck them.
Right. So I guess the thing here is that like you have a moral intuition that I think is fine to say that like, well, I don't think that 2 feet away, several shots to the windshield, I don't think that this is going to affect the outcome, or arguably it could even make it worse because let's say they dead foot and they slam on the accelerator. I've actually exacerbated the scenario, but I don't think that this is like enshrined into law or policy. I think now,
just to be clear, so we're crystal clear, it is in policy. You're not supposed to put yourself in front of moving vehicles. That's like non-controversial. It's not debated. That's just,
right. But then I'm talking about shooting into a vehicle.
So for shooting into a vehicle, what I've seen on this, and I understand this to be true. We're gonna go to Buried City. I just want to find the roller boys. Okay, I need to turn those in. Okay.
You just do runs. I gotta do D&D.
Okay. Be careful. Have fun. I love you. Sometimes people make this mistake, or I think that people are doing the analysis of self-defense when the analysis that's actually happening is the person has shown a propensity to commit a violent felony. So you want to stop them. So for instance, let's say that a bunch of officers have somebody pulled over and they have this guy pulled over. And let's say that the guy slams on the accelerator and there are like 3 cops in front of him or whatever, and he screams out like, "I'm gonna kill you! Get out of my way! I'm gonna get out of here!" And let's say the cops can move to the side like super easily. I think the cops are within their right to shoot him as he's fleeing, even once the car's passed. But it's not because they're shooting in self-defense. It's because he's shown the propensity to commit a violent crime, and in the fact that he's shown that if you let him flee and then he kills somebody, like that's kind of on you,
No, I'm with you. Actually, what you said amends an earlier statement, but I'll let you finish.
Yeah. So returning to the Renee Good thing. I don't think that this cop at any point thought that she was trying to kill somebody or that she had the propensity to kill somebody or was willing to kill somebody to escape. I don't think a reasonable officer ever, unless the only thing I would say would change my statement is maybe there's some crazy footage on his cell phone that she said some things that would change my mind on that. But otherwise, I don't think he ever had that thought. I think he just got mad.
Okay. Then I want to amend an earlier statement where I was saying like what we should get from Felix versus Barnes and from the Renee Good shooting is we should get officer cause jeopardy. I think there should be a violent felony exception to officer cause jeopardy where, for instance, in Felix Barnes, the officer jumped onto, correct me if I'm wrong, but they were detaining someone who had unpaid toll violations. It was his girlfriend's car. He takes off, and one of the officers jumps onto the skid of the vehicle. And then using the fact that the guy is speeding up and not obeying lawful commands, he says, okay, well, this is posing imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to me. And then he shoots and kills the driver. Well, the argument
he was also stuck as well because he was kind of like up on the car when he took his gun out because the guy, I think, threatened to drive away or seemed like he was going to drive away. I need to reread it. It's only 17 pages. It's not that long. But I think what happens is the car starts to drive. And when a car drives forward, if the door was open, the door closed on him. So he was basically stuck in the car. And then the guy started driving forward. And I think that's when the officer started shooting, which I think is super fair. Yeah.
Okay. Well, then at that point, I would basically say that he wasn't intending to cause officer cause jeopardy or whatever. Therefore, this rule wouldn't apply. But let's make it a little bit more simple. Let's say that the officer, rather than getting like trapped in the door or there's some kind of like proximity issue that forces him to stand on the vehicle, like let's say they're like pulled on the shoulder of a tunnel or something. And so there's only a foot gap, but he wants to get into the car from the passenger side because the driver's side is too dangerous. And then he steps onto the vehicle that way and the vehicle takes off and in instinct he grabs it. I don't think he should be held accountable for that. However, let's make it a little bit more simple. Let's say that all he has is unpaid tolls. And when the car is starting to take off, he has an option, which is step back, write a warrant for this guy's arrest, and have law enforcement officers pick him up for fleeing and eluding later, or he can step onto the vehicle and effect an arrest at that time. I would say that policy and morality should dictate that he lets the guy go and then writes a warrant for his arrest to be picked up at a later time. And if he jumps onto the car for toll violations, then that could be construed as officer caused jeopardy.
Yeah, potentially, sure. But I think policy is basically already maps onto this. Like in a lot of cities, they won't chase somebody past a certain speed threshold because it presents too much of a risk to the public, unless they're chasing somebody with like outstandingly violent warrants.
Unless it's a violent felony. And that's exactly where I was going to go. So I think that there should be a violent felony exception where, for instance, let's say that this guy was like a kidnapper or a rapist or a murderer. Then at that point, I think that you should be able to do like Rambo sliding on the top of the car, you know, fucking shit.
Sure. Okay. So I don't think we necessarily disagree on any of this. I don't know how any of this applies to the Renee Good situation, though.
It probably doesn't. And to be honest, I think we would probably just bounce back and forth to the point that, like, I don't want to get too spicy about it, where what would happen is I would argue that the officer is either going to argue or was in imminent fear of death or great bodily harm and therefore pulled the trigger, whereas you would say that that was not reasonable, and we just bounce back and forth.
So here's the question. Did anything happen up to the point of her pushing the accelerator? Was there anything that happened that would have led this officer to believe that she was capable and willing to commit violence?
I would say the fleeing and eluding thing with like reckless disregard for human life. But also there's a reason here. There's a reason why I didn't accept this argument from my chat. If you wanted to expand a little bit more, you could. But I do have something that I wanted to tell you that directly addresses what you said.
Sure. Well, yeah. I want my first thing is just before we even advance much, I'm just up to the point of her driving away, like before that happened. So up to that, do you think this guy has any reason to believe that she would be capable of committing violence or doing anything violent?
Not really, but I also want to articulate something that I think addresses your point.
Okay.
Okay.
When you say not really, I feel like I got a yes or no on this. Like, is there anything that makes it seem like this woman is going to commit a violent crime or be violent or do anything like that?
No, but
okay.
But I think my articulation is still going to address what we're talking about.
Sure. And it might, yeah, okay. Just make sure we agree on that. Yeah.
So there's a video that I was able to find while I was covering this. It's something that is actually brought up in police training classes, and effectively it's a domestic violence dispute. And by the way, like domestics, you know, they're hairy, this, that, the other. I've actually always had a relatively good experience on domestic violence disputes because I like to use verbal judo to de-escalate situations. And I think that I was able to be on my guard and protect myself while also still being ready for something to pop off if it did pop off. But basically what happens is I think it's in, I don't even want to guess. I thought it was in Las Vegas, but I could be wrong. But effectively what happens is they show up to a DV. There's no real signs of battery. They're interviewing both parties. An officer walks out with the guy. The guy's wearing a hoodie or a parka. And they're actually having like a really chill conversation where they're super nice. Like the cop is super nice. The detainee is super nice. They're like, oh yeah, like I know you got to do what you got to do. And they're just kind of like shooting the shit like everything is totally normal. Well, what ends up happening is it is cold. So the guy has his hands in his hoodie. And the cop says, okay, well, you know, everything's fine. We're still investigating or whatever. I need to pat you down for weapons just to make sure that, you know, everything's Gucci and you're not a threat to me or other people or whatever. And what ends up happening is the guy initially is like, oh yeah, that's cool. I don't have anything on me. But then as the cop goes to like actually pat him down, the dude pulls a revolver, shoots him in the face and kills him. And this is caught on body camera. And so if you asked me the same question of, was this guy showing any signs of violence? My answer would have been no. It would have been the opposite. I would have been like, he's compliant. He's answering questions. He's being polite. He's saying, yes, sir. No, sir. Like this is like an ideal detainee in many ways. And yet, you know, you flip from ideal detainee to dead in like a few seconds.
Okay. That has no bearing on anything I just said, though.
No, it does.
It doesn't, right?
It doesn't. No. You're asking if there were any indications that Renee Good was a violent person prior to her driving. And I was saying that that's not necessarily relevant.
It is relevant. Hold on. If I make the statement, most women are shorter than most men, would you agree? Do you fully agree with that statement 100%?
Most women are shorter than most men. Yes.
Okay. you wouldn't say that, well, I know a tall woman, right? You would agree with the statement, right? Okay. The majority of the time, people's behaviors are dictating and showcasing their intent, right? Now, I haven't seen this officer interaction with a guy, and not every officer plays every single interaction by the book, and I understand that. But like, there is a reason why you detain people in a certain way, right? The reason why the cops tell you to turn the other way is because if you can't see them, it's harder for you to plot out some bad shit. The reason why if a cop is away from you, usually they'll tell you to put your hands on your head and not behind your back. It's because behind your back, it's easier to reach for stuff. On the back of your head, it's not, right? Now, I'm not going to blame this cop. This might have been a tragic situation where the guy just played it really well and then got him at the end. But police officers are still, one of the reasons why cops talk to people so much is to kind of get a feel for the type of person they are, to see if they seem like they're going to do some fuck shit or not. And that's going to be generally pointing in a certain direction. And that's going to play into the officer deciding if a person is a risk or not. It can't just be that because one guy was really sneaky one time, every officer is going to treat every situation the same way.
No, I agree with the assessment that you're not going to treat every situation the same way. So for instance, like when I have a grandma who's being super sweet to me on the side of the road with no other driver's history, I don't, and even if she says she has a pistol, I don't expect her to shoot me in the face, right? Sure. But I'm also basing it off of probability. And then with probability, you know, I think it is easier to bet your life off of probability when you're not actively doing shit. Whereas when you're on the road and you do like 1,000 interactions time after time after time after time, and then you do bump into sociopaths who are incredibly good at lying, then it does make you paranoid and distrustful of the general public, because the green flags that you've gotten from some people ended up being some of the worst red flags that you ever dealt with.
Okay, so what I'm taking from what you're saying is that a cop should treat every single person the exact same way, at all points in the interaction, no matter how the person is acting.
No, I would say you should trust but verify.
Of course, I agree with that. Wait, let me grab a drink real quick. 1 second.
Yep. Here, Shot, if you're saying I'm waiting for the JF Gary Epi collab, I already did a JF Gary Epi collab. I debated him on Modern Day Debates a week ago. 2 weeks ago. You already got the JF debate.
Okay. So the reason why I said that the whole thing is not relevant is because the story. Now, maybe she was a secret murderer and she was going to do some crazy secret shit. We just don't know that because we can't literally see into her mind. But the narrative that was sold in terms of looking at everything that's happening is that she just seems like an ordinary.
Yeah, she seems like a normie.
Lesbo mom or whatever, right? Yeah. And up to the moment of her driving forward, at least, we have no reason to think anything different, right?
Sure. But I would say putting it in reverse and then putting it in drive when you're being detained changes that calculation.
A little bit. But even at that point, does your mind immediately jump to this person is trying to kill me rather than this person just trying to drive away?
No. I do think that anyone with above average emotional IQ would think that Renee Good was fleeing, not trying to kill people.
Okay, well then in that case, that would be my whole argument then, is that he shouldn't have shot her because she's not trying to.
But then we get back to is intent necessary to pose a threat of imminent threat of death or great bodily harm? Then we get into the probability of shooting her. Does that actually increase your chances of survival or decrease it?
Well, the intent, my understanding of the intent here, he would ascertain that her intent is probably just to leave. He's literally standing right next to the car. It's not like she's accelerating from 100 yards away and she's going to hit him at 90 miles an hour. And he has the ability, obviously, very easily to just step aside, which he did.
Yeah, but I think the argument from the cop would be that he was stepping aside simultaneous to pulling his pistol.
Okay, but he literally cleared the entire car. I guess it's up for debate whether or not he got hit. I would say it doesn't seem like he did. And if he did, it was incredibly minor. But it doesn't seem like at any point up to her driving that she was the kind of person to try to run him over with her vehicle. And then I think this is also kind of hurt by the fact that the other two cops didn't draw their weapons. They didn't view her as being like that at all. So we have an officer who, for some reason, after her backing up, decides to basically stand in front of her car. And then as soon as she starts going forward, he starts to develop this feeling like, I think she's trying to kill me. That just doesn't seem like good officer conduct there.
Well, that's where I think
would have thought in that situation that she's trying to kill me.
Well, that's where I think that this is going to boil down to a debate between lawyers and probably the state attorney's office over whether or not the officer is going to be able to articulate imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, and whether or not case law or current laws are going to be enough to charge him, let alone convict him. But that's where I think that we land on bad descriptive ground, where I start fighting my chat and calling them arslers and all that kind of stuff. Whereas realistically, prescriptively, we might have overlap. So for instance, I would argue that this officer, regardless of whether or not he was in imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, and you could, analyze the TOC, he caused officer-caused jeopardy by walking in front of the vehicle against department policy twice. He did not have a violent felony that I think would be an exception to what should be the law for officer-caused jeopardy. And, if you wanted to, like, let's say that Pisco and you were like, yeah, we're lawyers. We're 100% going to try to charge this guy and convict him. Y'all can fight it out in fucking court. But for me, I think the officer caused jeopardy should probably open people up to civil suit to the institution, because then the institution has a double incentive. Well, actually, maybe a double incentive is the wrong way to say it. Number one, the institution, if they cause a reckless or negligent death, in Renee Good's case, they could pay the widow $500,000 or $1 million. Does that bring their partner back? Absolutely not. But is it going to help with expenses going forward with their children? Absolutely. And then same thing with what it would also do is it would cause them to look at their officers from a liability standpoint and fire the ones who are negligent or malicious in their conduct in such a way that is a civil liability for the department.
So civil stuff is there to make people whole again. Now, obviously, you can't make somebody necessarily, you can't bring a person back to life, but like you can give them some kind of financial recompense. Criminal stuff is here because there are things that the public has decided are reprehensible behavior that we can't abide. If a police officer is finding ways to, what I would say in this circumstance would be akin to murder, that's not a thing that I only want them to be held civilly liable for. I would want them to be held criminally liable for it as well. I don't think we should have a society where we've created a position where people could basically murder people and only be sued for it.
Sure. And this is where like I kind of have to like throw my hands up, because I don't think we agree on whether or not this is murder. And I also don't know if we agree on what the likely outcome of a court proceeding is going to be. Therefore, sure. I could just like spurg out and scream at you for the next hour that it's not murder, sure. But then, that's not going to be productive.
Do we think that, okay, so we agree that up to the point of the shooting, the cop didn't seem to have any reason to think that she was like a murderous, evil person who was trying to kill anybody, right?
Correct.
Do you think at the point that he shoots her, do you think in his mind he's genuinely thinking like, oh God, she's trying to kill me? Or do you think it's more likely he was thinking like, this fucking bitch?
Maybe it could be this fucking bitch, but it's also, imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. Like I said, the intent can be a part of the totality of circumstances that you analyze, but it's not exclusive.
It's not exclusive, but in this case, it's going to be pretty close because it's a dual use thing. It's a car, right? And her using the car to drive away is a totally legal, valid thing. It's not like a wielding a gun or a knife.
Well, hold on.
Yeah.
You could say understandable. I don't think you can say like legal.
What do you mean by that?
So she's not allowed to drive away.
Sure. No, yeah, sure. I'm just saying that like if somebody, aside from like a goofy scenario where somebody runs into a kitchen and you find out after you kill them that they were a chef and they were trying to cut the steak fast, right? That like if somebody's running at you with a knife or a gun, there's only one thing that they can do with it. Like any reasonable person, even a reasonable officer would think he's trying to kill me. Whereas like with a car, well, they're driving. Well, they could just be trying to drive away, right? Now that might be flee the scene, sure. And I'm not saying she has the right to flee, especially if, I don't know what the officer said exactly. I heard conflicting reports on what was said, but like assuming he was trying to detain her driving away is obstruction and fleeing, right? But like at no point is it like, oh God, she's really trying to kill me. She wants to kill me. I don't think the officer ever really got that vibe.
I think that here we get into perceptions, and it's hard for me to sympathize with the officer because I think that he acted negligently in such a way that resulted in a human death in a way that I myself would never act. But I also don't really jump into the brain of other people and say like when they're afraid of shit, because I know that that's like a spectrum. Like different people are afraid of different shit.
It's an objective test where like we have to be able to say what would a reasonable officer have done here? And we want to be able to say that because we give these people the exclusive right to commit violence against us. They have a monopoly on state violence. I think we should hold them to a standard of like, you better be sure when you're using it that you have a good reason to.
But what I would say is that if you go to the objective reasonable standard of a law enforcement officer and then you divorce it from its context, if you say, hey, a law enforcement officer as a law enforcement officer, you're conducting your duties, you're detaining someone, you're standing in front of a vehicle, they're approximately, 10 feet away, 15 feet away. They're fleeing and eluding, but based off of your perception, you think that there's a high probability of them striking you. Do you use deadly force in order to try to minimize the threat to your life or whatever? I think a majority of officers are going to say, yeah. But then if you back it out and zoom it out to, you're dealing with a 37-year-old lesbian.
Of what you were worried about the other person doing, because I feel like what you just gave was a divorce from context, just like a total.
Well, it is, because when you add in 37-year-old lesbian and you walking around the vehicle twice and putting yourself in front of the vehicle, that's the context necessary to say that this is unreasonable. But that itself is not whether or not the use of force is justified, right?
Sure, but like the things leading up to that, I think are going to influence how reasonable it would be for you to assume something bad is going on here. Let's say that you get a phone call that there is let's say that you get a phone call that that there's a guy who just broke in and stabbed a lady or whatever, and he's out in his car and it looks like he's about to, drive away from a neighborhood or whatever, right? And let's say that you show up at this neighborhood and you see a guy in his car, and maybe he's got like what looks like some kind of blood or something on his face or whatever, and you shout at him or you pull up, you're like, hey, get out of your car, and the guy starts to drive away. You might shoot him at that point. And I think probably reasonable, right? You got a call, he matches his subscription, and now he's driving away. Like, I think totality of circumstances, like, okay, this guy might have just committed a crime and now he's trying to flee as soon as the cop says something, right? Let's say that you get a similar call. There are two kids that are messing around, and let's say that you pull up, and when you pull up, a guy and a girl like come up in a car, and you say, hey, what's going on? And then they start driving away. I think in that case, okay, well, it sounds like some kids that were fucking around that maybe shouldn't have been, and there might even be a misdemeanor, public indecency or whatever, but like these guys are probably not lethal or whatever. If you shot at them there, that would be crazy. That would be a bad thing. You shouldn't be shooting at them there. But it's because of like all the circumstances that rolled into when you finally tried to do the detainment, like it would heavily influence how you'd view the circumstances. Now, it might be that the first guy was just cutting a bloody steak and was driving away because he got scared. And it might be that the two teens were actually holding down and brutally raping a young child in the back seat. Like, you don't know that, but just like looking at the totality of the circumstances leading into both these things, like one shoot I think would be totally justified, and the other one is like wild, I think.
Yeah, but I think that might be the divorce in what we're talking about right there. So for instance, like in order to use deadly force, you just have to have the articulable belief of imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, which I think standing in front of a vehicle that's 3 feet away and then them trying to get past you and striking you with the vehicle, I think is a reasonable understanding of imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. What makes this interaction unreasonable, in my opinion, is the officer caused jeopardy. But that's why I would open it up to officer caused jeopardy. Sounds like you want criminal sanction. I want civil sanction, but that's...
When you say this articulable thing, I don't know where this comes from necessarily. Like, that would also depend on the totality of circumstances. If you're told that there is like, if you're told a violent crime is happening, you bust into a room and a whole bunch of people have knives out, fuck, you might start blasting. I don't think necessarily you should, maybe, but it might be really legally defensible. Like, that's crazy. You walk in there, all knives out. If you're told that there's a violent crime that just happened and you bust into a kitchen and there's a whole bunch of people cooking and they all have knives out, you can still articulate the same possible harm, but like they're chefs in a kitchen and they're in a kitchen, so obviously they're gonna have knives out. Like, even though you can articulate the same type of harm, it wouldn't be justified to start blasting.
Yeah, but so hold on. So what's the difference between, let's isolate the variables then real quick. So what's the difference between somebody fleeing and eluding and you believing that there's a high probability that you're about to be struck by a vehicle, and somebody who's trying to hit you with the vehicle, but based off of the angles, you think they're going to clip you? Because to me, those are like consequentially the same thing. They have differences in intent, but there's still imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. Therefore, it meets the deadly force threshold.
I think the thing that we're missing here is because the lady, it's possible that lady didn't even really see him or like understand that he was even in front of the car. And because they were so close and there's so much more wiggle room here for what people could be doing, I wouldn't instantly go to this person's trying to kill me.
Right. But then I don't think, not only do I not think that you and I are going to be able to bridge the gap of our perceptions of descriptive reality. I just don't, I did like a 4-hour struggle session with Pisco. I don't think we're going to be able to bridge this gap. But at the same time, I'm not even sure if it's necessary. Because what would happen is, I like fighting you, I like debating you or whatever. But at the same time, even if we were to go to court, you're not saying anything different than what a prosecutor would say if they thought that they could get the officer charged. And I'm not saying anything different than what the defense attorney would say in the officer's defense. And so realistically, I don't know if this
the only
bridge
way
in
you
perception
can
is going to be, I don't know if this gap in perception is going to be bridgeable.
The only way that you can defend what the officer did is to decontextualize it and then back it up into basically vacuumed hypotheticals. That's the only way it seems like you can mount a defense for what the cop did. But when we start to consider everything, like if you say like, well, what if somebody was driving at you while fleeing the scene? What if somebody's going to clip you? Like this is not what happened. What happened is you've got a wino soccer mom lesbian person in a car that you've been interacting with now for, I guess, a couple minutes. And then as you've moved by the vehicle one time, so she had a chance to run you over there if she wanted to, and then you go to walk in front of the vehicle a second time for God knows what reason, and then you see them back up and you don't fucking move. You decide to plant your feet in front of them, and then they turn their wheel to move forward. And what looks to every single driving human being in the world, what looks to be a person who's trying to like just back out and drive away, you decide that they've decided to kill you or that they're going to kill you, and then you not only shoot, but you pull your gun and shoot. You manage to hold on to both your gun and your phone at the same time, and you totally clear the vehicle, so you don't even get hit. So it seems like even your fear that they could potentially do it unwillingly didn't come to fruition, and neither the other two cops there felt that same fear. So like all of these circumstances together is like, I don't know. I don't really think this guy ever thought that she was even a threat, even accidentally, because it was so close. Like she was going 2 miles an hour, which he bumped him, if that. Yeah, I don't think that cop ever really.
If you want to fight and you want me to articulate the way that I would write this police report from a police perspective that I think would actually result in like a dismissal of the charges, then I mean, I could. However, once again, I would cite that we're probably not going to get to descriptive consensus, whereas I think prescription is probably where we would have the highest amount of alignment.
Well, but I mean, like, what would you say? Like, do you think that something that I just said there wasn't fair, or am I missing some part of?
No. I think that there's a formula for the way that law enforcement officers articulate their jobs. It can't just be you backing
up and saying there is an articulatable harm of imminent bodily. It can't just be you saying that like contextless statement over and over again.
Yeah, sure. Do you want me to take a stab at it?
Sure.
Okay. So while performing my lawful duties in the block of blah Jefferson Street or whatever, I noticed that there was a woman obstructing the roadway, at this and this approximately, 50 yards north of this location. Believing that this person may be subject to a violation of 18 USC 111, I decided to approach the vehicle, make contact with the driver, discern their intentions, and also get identifying information. I walked up to the vehicle. I captured the woman's face on my cell phone device for evidentiary purposes. I walked to the back of the vehicle, and then I obtained their license plate number for, evidentiary purposes. While walking back, towards the front end of the vehicle, I noticed Officer Blobbity Blah and Officer Blobbity Blah giving lawful orders to the subject later identified as Renee Good. Believing that this person was no longer investigation, but actually under detention, I moved my way around the vehicle to assist in the detention of Renee Good via the driver's side door. At that time, Miss Renee Good put herself into reverse and then put herself into drive in such close proximity to myself that I believe that I had imminent fear of death or great bodily harm due to her striking me with the vehicle. At that point, I unholstered my pistol, serial number XYZ ABC, and fired several shots in an attempt to end the threat. I was still, I was clipped by the vehicle and suffered a grievous contusion to my head.
I got this. Okay. So I have a killer question, but the second thing first is that the question would be, well, if she wasn't detained yet, the car was still turned on, why did you move in front of her vehicle when there were two other cops that were in the process of detaining her? Did they appear they needed help at the time? Did they seem like they didn't have the situation under control?
Right there. So that's a violation of policy, but I think you and I both agree that legality, policy, and morality are three separate things.
No. First of all, I don't necessarily think that, but this is just a question. I would say, well, why did you feel the need to step in front of the vehicle?
Because I wanted to assist my fellow officers detaining the driver.
Did they need help?
Yeah.
Did they say they needed help? What gave you the impression they needed help?
No. Sometimes when you're detaining people, arresting people, people get squirrely. So the more people you have, the easier it is to detain them.
And even if that means that you need to put your life potentially in danger to get over there when it didn't seem like they needed help at all or hadn't requested help at all.
Well, actually, because Miss Good had previously said, I'm not angry at you, when I was stepping in front of the vehicle, I actually thought that there wasn't a high chance of her fleeing today. So I was shocked. I was flabbergasted when she put her vehicle in reverse and then put it in drive forward. I was flabbergasted that she would risk death or injury to myself because prior I thought that she, while not compliant,
but then if that's your
I didn't
mindset,
think that
then
she
why
was
would you
violent.
assume, then how did you go from I was so shocked to that to instead of thinking like, oh, she must be trying to flee. Oop, I need to get out of the way to like, oh, she's trying to kill me. I need to shoot and kill her. How did you flip so fast on that?
Well, I'm answering as if I was the officer, right? Well, I didn't necessarily believe that Miss Good was trying to kill me, but at the same time, I did believe that she was acting in such a reckless manner that she was posing an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to myself.
Okay. I mean, I guess that would be what they would go to court over. So here's a killer question. Let's say that he was standing behind her with his phone when he was like recording the back of the vehicle, right?
Yep.
If she would have backed up then, do you think he would have been within his right to unholster his pistol and unload into the front seat?
Weirdly enough, I think that like awareness, probably not, right?
Why not though? Wouldn't it be the exact same thing?
I don't think it would be the same thing because effectively like when, and sorry if this is like a logical inconsistency, but I think that there's a general perception, I'm appealing to reasonableness now, that when you're behind a vehicle, unless they have backup cameras, it's actually very common for drivers to be unaware of things that are behind them. And so
Okay,
like,
so we're both old. I understand that, but we know nowadays every car made in the past 20 years has a backup camera, right?
well, if I would say that would actually probably depend on the context, weirdly enough, of like the backup, you know, because if she throws it in reverse and then like slowly backs up so she can turn or whatever, then obviously I would read that one way. Whereas if she threw it in reverse and I'm standing behind her vehicle and then she like spins out her tires trying to hit me, then yeah, I would obviously read that differently. And I would view that as like a threat of imminent threat of death or great bodily harm.
It's not like she was fucking flooring it to get away from the cops when she turned her car to the forward and was going to drive away, no?
Well, correct. But let's say that let's
wait, real quick.
Yep.
We don't know how that was just in this one thing. I don't understand why he wouldn't be even more in his right to shoot and kill her, because as you said before, the intent and everything doesn't even matter. Maybe she doesn't even know he's back there. In your world, he still has a right to shoot and kill her because she's could be killing him even if she doesn't intend to. So when he's behind her with a phone, if she starts backing up, I feel like in Connor's world, he'd be fully within his right, at least ethically, if not legally, to just mag dump her.
Well, he might be. So for instance, like let's say that let's run it back and let's say that there's a wall there.
No, because there's no wall neither. We don't need to make more of a hypothetical. He's standing behind the car as opposed to standing in front of the car.
Okay.
He's got his phone out. He had his phone out in front of the car, and he's trying to do something, and then she starts moving the car. He's behind it instead of in front. Why wouldn't he be able to shoot from behind if you think he's able to shoot from in front?
Well, I mean, he might be able to. So for instance, like let's say that they're backing up slowly. I'll try not to change. I'll try to change as few variables as possible. But
I feel like that when I saw the video, I feel like she backed up and went forward at about the same speed. It didn't seem like there was a significant change in speed here.
Sure. But I'll try to change as few variables as possible. Let's say that she starts backing up towards him and actually does start to run him over or clip him or whatever. And there actually is like a chance of him getting trapped under the wheel well. That's a word, right? So if there was actually the possibility of that happening, I think he could articulate that he's an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. I think you go back to actually, weirdly enough, Pisco's argument that how does shooting her change the calculus? Because, you know, she's still going to be backing up and the vehicle's still going to back up in idle. So, I mean, that's an interesting thing. But I also think that now you're eliminating some of the variables for TOC, but I'll just let you respond to that real quick.
What do you think I've eliminated? Or I don't understand what was the response to my question.
No,
I feel
because,
like you should
no.
She should be able to be completely killed.
I think this is material. So when she backs up and then she goes to drive forward, you can actually see her cutting the wheel and looking right at the officer. So she's within like an area of observation where she either could or reasonably should see the officer.
I don't know. She's literally talking to, I don't even know if she looks forward. I have to go back and relook at the video because she's got a cop to her left that she's literally talking to as she's backing up and everything. No?
I think there's a moment that was particularly damning for me while I was reviewing the footage. If you check out the officer's cell phone footage, where effectively she is cutting her wheel and she looks forward while cutting her wheel. And I think the officer would be in her field of view.
Do you mean like just turning her wheel? Is that?
What's that?
When you say cutting her wheel, what does that mean? What are we?
Yeah, turning.
Okay. If we're going to make the statement that she can see the officer, is aware that he's in front of her, is like cognizant of all of this, and I'm sure she's probably stressed and everything now because she's got people shouting and everything, right? But she's like aware of that. Why could I not say, shouldn't the cop be aware that she's not like pointing the car at him? Or if the cop sees her steering the wheel, shouldn't he be making an effort to get out of the way of the vehicle? Because the cop, I don't even think the cop dilly-dallies. I think the cop basically plants his feet. Like he starts to move and then he either comes back or he stops moving, I think, after she backs up. So like if she can have the wherewithal to see the cop right in front of her and know that she's going to represent a third of the cop, shouldn't the cop know at least? Shouldn't he have more situational awareness? It's literally part of his training.
Okay, from an officer standpoint, absolutely. But then this is also another thing that I get frustrated with this conversation. She's not performing a lawful action. He is. So you're making them morally equivalent in the scenario where his attempt to detain and her attempt to flee the scene are morally equivalent, and they're not.
No, they're not morally equivalent. She's in the wrong there, okay? But we're not talking about the lawful action of detaining. We're talking about the decision to step in front of her car. He has every right to detain her, from what I've seen. I understand. But we're not talking about him detaining her. We're talking about him choosing to place himself in front of her vehicle. And then
yes,
to think that
and that's why I've said I think officer cause jeopardy needs to be a thing.
Well, but I don't think we need that extra standard here. I don't think he ever thought that she was going to kill him or that she presented a grave threat or whatever. I think if that was the case, I think he would have dropped his phone. I don't think he would have managed to hold on to it the entire time.
Okay, I'll put money on it. Okay, I will put $50 on the fact that I don't think this law enforcement officer is going to be charged even at the state level. I'll put an additional $50 on the fact that if he is charged, he will not be convicted. I'll put my money where the mouth is. Where I think I feel like the defense attorney rationale that I've articulated today, I think would be successful, and I'm willing to back it up with a little bit of cash.
I mean, whether or not I don't know if they're even gonna have the chance to charge him. I feel like there's a lot of political reasons playing into that, more so than the criminal ones. And then I would have to go and look at I don't know if there's extra standards that are governing cop behavior that aren't part of this conversation that somebody hasn't brought in yet. I lean towards him, as much as I don't like it. I think that the Renee Good one is more on the fence than the Alex Preddy one. I think it was clearly bad, but I don't see how he can articulate that he genuinely thought his life was in danger. I think that if he was charged, my guess is going to be there's an expression for this for lawyer dudes. It's like it's easy. The charge is hard. The conviction is easy, or something. That like if they can get the judge to approve the charge, I feel like a jury would convict him. But I don't know for political reasons it will ever get to that point.
Okay,
I guess,
well, it's up to you. I'll have that standing bet of $50 if you want it. If you don't want it, it's not a big deal.
I'll do 10 and 50. I'll do $10 on if he gets charged, because at this point I don't think he will for political reasons. But then if he gets charged, I 50 that he'll be convicted of something, manslaughter or greater.
Okay. No, I mean, that's fair. And then, I mean, shit, that's what we spend on ammo and fucking cheeseburgers. So that works. All right. So if you're, what's interesting to me though, that about this conversation is that you kind of said that you don't think officer cause jeopardy should be extracted from this case. Is that like an in general standard, or do you just feel like it doesn't apply to the case and we can get there where we can get to where you want without officer cause jeopardy? Like, do you not want it in general?
The totality of cause of circumstance, and then like with department training.
Okay, but as an ideal, do you still think that officer cause jeopardy should be enshrined into law either through case law or legislation?
I don't know. I don't think so. I feel like some officer cause jeopardy is fine. if there's a guy saying that he's going to go out and murder a bunch of people, and an officer puts himself in between him and that guy, I mean, that's an officer cause jeopardy. I kind of like that. I think some officer cause jeopardy is good to avoid greater harm. I think that's okay. I don't know if we need that, unless if you can pose to me a case where you're like, well, what about in this circumstance where the totality of circumstances wouldn't cover it, but an officer caused jeopardy would cover it, and it would be a greater service of justice.
Yeah,
think of
so
a circumstance like that, I can't.
I do think that it should be either enshrined into policy or morality or legality at some point, and I have a specific example. So when I was a law enforcement officer in a city, there was a tactical cop who was on the narcotics team, and he worked with SWAT and this, that, the other. And he came onto patrol sometimes, and he was like a huge douchebag. If you're going into a fight, he's a guy that you want watching your back, but he is not a guy that you want to patrol with. And so we get a call about a homeless guy at a pizza shop who's verbally harassing people. The pizza shop wants him trespassed. So me and my supervisor, who's actually pretty cool, we show up and we trespass the guy, and we're writing down his information, and we're, getting ready to serve him a piece of paper, and then he's going to fuck off and we're going to be done. Well, what ends up happening is the tactical cop, because he's a douchebag and he's chasing stats, is that he keeps saying like, hey buddy, calm down. Hey buddy, calm down. Hey buddy, calm down. But he's effectively like physically encroaching on the homeless guy repeatedly. And the homeless guy is reading his body language, and it's a homeless guy. He's fucking crazy. So the homeless guy spurgs the fuck out and basically freaks out on the guy. And then the tactical cop arrests him for like, trespass after warning and resisting arrest without violence. And so he gets his stat. And my supervisor and I like actually took him aside after that. And we're like, hey, that was kind of fucked up that you just like took a calm situation, escalated on purpose so you could get an arrest and a stat. And he was like, yeah, well, the body camera is going to show that I tried to verbally de-escalate. So even though I was using my body language to trigger him effectively on purpose, I still got the stat. I still got the arrest. He's out of the city. It was legal, and no jury is going to, side with the homeless guy against me. And for me, that's like obviously so fucking immoral, that while possibly still being legal, that, that should be barred.
Yeah, but then I think there should just be like, you have your use of force continuum, and if you violate that, then you could be held liable for crimes. So assault or whatever. Like, I think that's
but he didn't violate the use of force continuum. The schizophrenic did freak out, and then he used a minimum amount of force to detain him.
Yeah, but I think then I would argue the use of force continuum should change. I think there is an issue due to the nature of what cops do for work. I think it's hard to deal with mentally ill people as well. I don't know if it needs to cover additional training or additional background or whatever, because mentally ill people unfortunately can present as people who are intoxicated or who are just being shady as fuck, and that's a difficult thing to deal with. But I mean, that would be a policy thing, not like a officer-induced jeopardy thing, I think.
Yeah, maybe. So either way, I guess we don't have to craft the perfect legislation or policy today. But if I could, I thought that behavior, while possibly legal, was morally objectionable for like 10,000 fucking reasons. So if I could ban that behavior from law enforcement, then I would.
Sure. I agree with the behavior you're talking about. I just don't know if you need officer-induced jeopardy to do it, but sure. Okay.
Well, I think the reason why I think officer-caused jeopardy actually covers what I described, though, is that like we had the opportunity to serve our law enforcement purpose, which was to give this guy a trespass and then tell him to fuck off, and then at that point, our job's done. Whereas this guy basically instigated a use of force scenario or like hostility on behalf of the homeless person. He instigated consciously in order to obtain an arrest. And I think that's like immoral.
What does that look like? Is because that would be argued then in every single interaction, because some people can become irate by just asking basic questions, right? I think that cops will do this, where they just like, they chat with you like, hey, where you headed? Where you from? Where do you live? Like, you don't have to answer any of these questions. You could say, fuck you, I'm not detained or whatever, right? But like cops will ask these questions, just get like a general feel of like, what, does this person seem weird? Is he from around here? And you could theoretically induce a scenario where the person becomes super agitated and then a fight breaks out as a result of that. But like, is that something I would want the officer to be liable for?
No, but I think there's
like a potential charge then that like now we have to fight this on every single perp interaction, where people can say, well, he made me fight him because he tried to arrest me and I got scared or whatever. It's like, I don't know. Yeah.
Well, weirdly enough, this is part of the reason why I wouldn't make it criminal, because I don't think that like cops should be held accountable that way. Although I do think that if you made it civil, what you would do is you would effectively open people up. It would have to be demonstrable that it's a
like
large.
every
Hold
single
on, I got an
interaction.
answer for you. You're asking a question,
Okay.
or you're not asking a
Okay.
question. You're implying a question.
Okay.
So I think that if you open it up for civil, then you could limit it to instances that resulted in death or injury, and then you would also have to show a departure from, you know, policy or reasonableness that resulted in the death or injury. So for instance, like with Felix versus Barnes, I know that you said that you actually think Felix versus Barnes was reasonable, but if it was the identical situation, but the guy jumped onto the skid on purpose, then that's where I would say that that would probably be officer caused jeopardy and therefore open the department up to wrongful death.
Okay, sure. You think the Alex Preddy shooting, you think that was a justified one?
Yeah, so let's open up that can of worms. Legally justified, morally horrific. So we need to peel that apart, I suppose. So where do you want to start there?
I'm not, when you say legally and ethically are like very different, how are you separating these so much in your mind, I guess? Or why do you separate these so much in your mind?
So maybe I'm using these terms incorrectly. I'm using lay understandings, but I would say morality is like personal conduct, good or bad analysis. I would say ethics is the same thing, but it carries like a social connotation, like a social prescription connotation. And then I would say that legal, in my opinion, is just like, it is enshrined ethics or enshrined morality, but we also tolerate a bunch of things that are unethical, but still legal. We haven't codified every unethical behavior as illegal. So there's a differentiation there.
Okay, sure. But I think when we're talking about like murder and killing, I think we're probably in the realm of legality here, like easily more so than.
Yeah, sure. So I think that once again, I would bet dollars to donuts, you know, $50 they're not even charged, $50 they're, if charged, they're not convicted. I would do the same thing on the Preddy shooting.
Okay. Looking at, so walking through the Preddy shooting.
Do you want to start with the initial interaction from the first officer?
The initial interaction from the
like the officer who pushed the woman and pepper sprayed?
Yeah, that's what I was kind of walking through.
Okay.
So from that interaction, do you feel like should the officer have pushed that lady? Was there a reason to do that?
I don't know. Okay. 90% he had sand in it. I need you to hear this and I need your chat to hear it. 90% that guy had sand in his vagina. Okay. That's what happened. However, the remaining 10% could be argued and will be argued successfully in court that those women could have been detained or dispersed based off of 18 USC 111.
Has there ever been an example of this type of disbursement happening when it's just a single person standing in front of you?
Absolutely. This is actually something that I wanted to talk to you about that I have a specific anecdote for. So
wait, I'm just curious. Can you differentiate between this? How could I not say that a cop could literally attack anybody that he wants and just say that he's dispersing them?
Because you have to have an inciting crime.
So what was the lady doing that necessitated her being pushed into the snowbank?
18 USC 111, which is like the forcibly obstructing, impeding, intimidating, whatever law enforcement.
Yeah. So what was she doing at that point?
I would say that the two ladies were standing 6 feet away from a law enforcement vehicle in the middle of the roadway, yelling insults at, ICE personnel, and also potentially obstructing their vehicle if they wanted to go in reverse.
Okay. So I don't think that's the case.
Do you think that they would be able to say that and then detain those people under 18 USC 111? Even if it was ultimately thrown out?
Well, so at the point that he shoves her, she's literally on the other side of the street.
Yeah, after he's already given them lawful orders to disperse and gotten them out of the street.
Mm-hmm. So she's been dispersed.
No, she's not out of the roadway.
She's walking. She's on the other side of the street. She's no longer anywhere near any of the ICE people.
Is she out of the roadway? I actually had to pull up a picture of a road in order to fight my chat about
this. At the point when he shoves her, she's not completely out of the roadway, but being standing in the street there is not a crime. And
well, is it or is it not? Is it a local crime? Is it a federal crime, or is it not a crime at all?
I don't believe that walking in the street is a crime.
No, walking across the street isn't a crime, but walking across the street not at a designated like a crosswalk area is jaywalking.
Is that defined in every single thing as jaywalking?
No.
How are you able to get to your car? How can you get to your car to get into the driver's seat or whatever if you have to go across into the street a little bit? Is that jaywalking?
No. As a matter of fact, we could look up like the Minnesota jaywalking statute. Additionally, what your chat is already going to do, so I'm going to preempt the argumentation, is that federal officers can't enforce traffic laws. So I can preempt that. They can call local law enforcement in order to enforce said traffic laws, but they themselves can't enforce local traffic laws.
Sure. So
but I'm trying to make the distinction that you're saying, like, no, you can just walk into the middle of the roadway. That's just not a true statement.
Okay, hold on, wait. Fuck. Could somebody find the video? Because I don't want to mince words. She's not in the middle of the street. She's like standing in front of another car that's parked.
She's literally by the double yellow. Like when the interaction first starts, she's in the middle with the double yellow with another female.
We're not talking about
and
when
Mr. Preddy is directing traffic in the center of the roadway.
When you talk like this makes me think that you know that you're wrong because you're starting to mince words. You just said when the interaction starts. I didn't say when the interaction starts. I said at the point when the officer shoves her, she's no longer in the middle of the street.
Why is middle of the street relevant? If she's being told to get onto the sidewalk and she's still in the roadway, how is being in the parking area of said roadway like being dispersed?
If a cop tells you to get out of the road and you turn around and you start walking to the sidewalk and then the cop runs up behind you and he shoves you into the ground, do you think the cop is in the right to do that?
Is that what happened?
First I'm just asking that question. That is what happened, yes.
No, it's not what happened.
And
this is where we can start fighting a little bit. I'll be gentle. We can spar a little. So you think that what happened was, well, and by the way, this might be a straw man, but I want to illustrate how it's differentiating from your narrativization. So the cop says, hey, you're too close to my fucking car. You're impeding on my ability to perform my duties. You need to disperse and get the fuck out of the roadway. And then these ladies said, yes, sir. And they turned around and walked to the sidewalk, and then the officer just shoved them for no fucking reason.
Yes, that's from
bullshit.
what I remember watching. Okay, well then let's find the video. Hold on, I'm trying to find the.
Do you walk backwards towards sidewalks from the roadway? Is that how you walk?
I mean, if I'm still shouting at somebody, I might.
Okay.
You can't push somebody for shouting at you. That's not illegal.
Okay, but you can push somebody if you're trying to get them to disperse for committing a previous crime, 18 U.S.C. 111.
I don't even know if they were committing a previous crime at that point. I'm not sure if that's been established, but
you might say it's not established, but do you think that officer believed that he had the right to detain or disperse them based on that statute?
No.
Okay, so he's doing it for fun. He just likes it.
Because he's mad.
Okay. Okay.
So like here's this. I'm linking you this here. Okay. This is a.
Are you sending it to me in a direct message?
Yeah, this is a dog shit short video, but I'm just because it shows the start here. If you can find the full one or whatever. But like this is my understanding of the first like big shove when Preddy puts himself in front of her. At this point, like she's standing. Like there's a car. I don't know. I think that car is parked. There's like a car behind her. This car looks like it's parked here. Like what is he dispersing her from? He's mad because she's shouting at him.
The roadway.
What is that? That's her standing in the roadway.
Yes. If it's concrete, it's a road. You see how there's like a car there? Like where cars travel and it's roadway?
Parked. I think that car is parked.
And does that make it not a road anymore?
Is it like whack-a-mole? If I park on the side of the street and a cop is standing there, when I get out, do I have to like run as quickly as possible? Because as soon as I start the car, the cop could run and shove me?
No. But is there a substantive difference? This is where I do feel like we're just going to get wrapped in an axle, but that's okay. Do you think
she's no
that...
longer
Hold on. I got a question for
18,
you. I got a question for you.
If we talk about 18 USC, no, it's going to be a wacky hypothetical. If we talk about your 18 USC 111 or whatever, right?
Yep.
What is she obstructing at this point? He's on
not
the other side of the road.
She's been given a lawful order to disperse.
And she did.
No, she didn't. She's still in the fucking roadway.
She's not being told disperse from all roadways.
Yeah, you don't know what she was ordered to do because we haven't fucking heard it.
Do you think he could have ordered her walk until you die?
No, but I think he could say, fuck off and get out of the road. And that would be a lawful order.
Why the fuck would he have the right to say that as a fucking federal officer?
Because if we take a look at it, so I know Officer Nasty is saying, well, forcible, according to the 8th Circuit, applies to all the terms, and therefore, they don't have a detention authority at all. But if we actually look up the statute, it says like forcibly impede, instruct, resist, intimidate, etc., etc. And if we can agree, I know you're smart enough that I could isolate these subcomponents. Okay, so we could agree. Well, hold on. Let's just see if we can make it further then. So at that point, if we have impede, intimidate, obstruct, whatever, ICE federal law enforcement officers, and he can articulate how they're impeding, obstructing, intimidating, whatever, then at that point he has detention authority and he has the ability to disperse them. That's just like a statement of fact.
I don't believe you get both. I don't think you always have the right to just shove somebody around when you could arrest them.
That's a different statement.
Well, you said detainment and disbursement, and you're using disbursement as a stand-in for just push somebody around.
Well, okay, so let's talk about that. Let me bring up a personal anecdote. So one of the reasons why I got frustrated when you were debating the fat MAGA guy is because it sounded like you didn't think that law enforcement officers have the ability to detain or disperse. Although I think you clarified today that you do think they have that authority.
What I said is that if you're dispersing, when you're talking about like a crowd especially, it's not just a single person that you're shoving to the ground.
So let me bring up my specific example. So in my specific example, I was called to Walmart for a recently fired employee who they wanted trespassed from the location, but they did not want her to be incarcerated because they were basically thinking like, well, she's had a bad day. She's been fired. We don't want her to go to jail. Okay. So, but she's refusing to leave, which is a crime, which is trespass after warning. Okay. So I show up on scene and I say, ma'am, you know, the Walmart staff has notified me that you are trespassing this location.
This is a quick fucking meme for chat. That's a really retarded thing, is to call the cops, but say, I don't want this person arrested. Depending on the situation, sometimes it's out of the cop's hands. And also it's not your call once the police officers arrive. That's a really
that's why I would say I was Officer McFriendly. Okay. And I ordered this lady to disperse instead of detaining her because there's something called officer discretion. So I got this lady's information. I got the trespass done. And then I told her, hey, you need to leave. And she's like, fuck you. She's like, fuck you. You don't have authority. You can't tell me where to go. This is a public place. And I'm like, no, I do. This is private. They've told me that they want you trespassed. You are trespassed. If you refuse to leave, I can incarcerate you. Okay. And she's like, no, fuck you. You don't have that authority. And so what I do is I start walking towards her, similar to the way these ICE agents were walking to these women. She starts retreating and I say, you need to leave. You need to leave. You need to leave. And she's like, no, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. You can't do shit. You can't do shit. You can't do shit. And so what ends up happening is her mom shows up because she's like 18 or 19 at the time. And her mom like
hot.
What's that? Fuck you. Okay. So her mom shows up and I'm like, ma'am, you need to take your daughter because right now she's refusing to leave after trespass after warning. I could detain her, but I'm trying to get her to leave. And so her mom eventually talks to her and gets her to leave. So the point of that is that there's a minor crime. Okay, it's a very limited crime, which is trespass after warning. But the first time, hold on, I want to finish this concept. The first time that she said, fuck you, you don't have authority to tell me where to go, I'm not going anywhere, I could have said, turn around, put your hands behind your back. And then if she refused that, I could have charged her with resisting without violence. And I could have pepper sprayed her and I could have shoved her.
But you couldn't, but if she said, fuck you, I'm not leaving, you couldn't say, well, fuck you, boom, and just push her. You can't do that. You can
I probably could have said, fuck you, boom, and then like shoved her 7 feet across.
You couldn't have said no words and just shoved her. You can't do that.
Hold on. But I absolutely could have put my hands on her in order to escort her out of the building. 100%. And by the way, the shove is going to be like, I would, because I'm a nice person who was trained to treat people that I'm interacting with as if they're members of my family, I could grab a wrist or an elbow and escort them out of the building, or I could put my hands up to at shoulder level and I could gently walk with them while pushing them out of the building. Or if I was a sociopath and I was pissed off and I had sand in my vagina, then I could push them. And if they trip, that's on fucking them. It's all considered hands-on. Pushing aggressively, pushing gently, and grabbing somebody by their wrist and elbow is all considered hands-on.
Okay. I think you fully agree with me 100%. I think the fact that every example you bring up is so unrelated, I think means that you fully agree with me 100%.
Wait, no. Hold on. No. The articulation that I just did is making a point that you yourself have already conceded, which is effectively that an officer has the ability to force somebody to disperse or be detained, right?
Yeah, that's not a disagreement, though. I think we fully agree. I think we fully agree, and that's why.
Do you think that this officer thinks that he has the right to either force these people to disperse or be detained?
Disbursement here would be within the narrow confines of however she was obstructing or interfering with whatever operation they're doing, which at this point, I'm not even sure if there was one. I don't even know if that was the case, because I think that was just a field office on the other end of the street. Okay. So it would be that. It wouldn't entail him banning her from the public street in front of the ICE building. So no, I don't think he had the right to shove her to the ground outside there.
Okay, because I've already cited 18 USC 111, which is vague, very vague. That does give law enforcement officers detention authority for, like, obstruction, impeding, intimidating, whatever. And that's what I think is going to be the catch-all statute that's used in order to detain or disperse her. So what law? Hold on, I have a question for you.
I don't understand why you just said that. He didn't detain her. He assaulted her.
That's irrelevant. You already agreed with me that he has the authority to detain or disperse.
Disperse or disperse. Randomly assault somebody.
If you have somebody who's violated a crime, I could have gently pushed that lady out of Walmart and would have been within my rights to do so. That would have been another category of assault.
I'm not sure if that's true.
It would have been a spectrum.
I think you could have done that as a way to be nice, maybe in a roundabout way, but I don't know if that's actually true. If she was like, I'm not moving, I don't know if you could just push. I think you might have the authority to arrest her and maybe walk her out that way, but I don't know if you would have the legal authority, or if it's even policy like, oh, just keep pushing her until she's off the grounds.
Wait, so where do you think that riot cops derive their authority to fire CS gas and pepper spray people and push people that they then don't subsequently arrest?
Because they're trying to de-escalate a situation that, if it continues on the path that it's on, is going to get further out of hand.
No,
and they're trying to bring the situation
those people,
under control.
I almost guarantee you those people are
generally
guilty.
Speaking, hold on. Generally speaking, I think that those are generally situations of practicality more than like legality. Like if you had a RoboCop that could arrest every single person in a crowd that was being tear gassed, they might have the authority to do it. Sometimes cops do run in and start fucking arresting people, and I think generally those maybe they stand. I don't know if you need.
I guarantee you. Before pepper spray is deployed and before CS gas is deployed, there are orders to disperse, and an assembly is declared unlawful before they start doing that stuff. So everybody in the crowd at that point is subject to detention, probably under a violation of a municipal statute about unlawful assembly.
Sure.
Okay, so at that point, they're subject to detention or disbursement. So I'm pointing out to you that a cop with a riot shield pushing someone to get them to disperse, or pepper spraying them, or hitting them with CS is all derived from the authority that these people have committed crimes.
I agree. And I'm glad that we agree. If there was a crowd of people and you were trying to get somebody to move back, you could use your riot shield to push them. I agree. That's true.
I brought up a specific example that I used when I was in law enforcement, where I could have forced somebody to disperse, and it was an individual. There was no crowd.
So if she was in the Walmart and she didn't want to move, you could push her until she fell over, and then she gets back up, and you push her until she falls over, and she gets back up. You could do that 100 times until she's off the property.
Probably terrible officer tactics, but I think it would be legal.
I don't think so. I think that would just be assault.
What are you gonna charge me with? I'm telling her to fuck off.
Assaulting a lady. You can't attack somebody just because you're telling them to fuck off.
You could probably.
You should arrest them.
Let me amend what I just said.
Okay.
Let's say that we're starting at the back of the store, and I'm basically doing like a 6-foot shove to the ground over and over and over again, then eventually, like I would say after the first or second shove, you're probably going to be able to say that this is like excessive force, because you have the ability to detain, you have the ability to use a different move that is less likely to cause injury. Therefore, this is excessive force. But what I'm telling you is that, like, within the scope of going hands-on, a shove, grabbing somebody's wrist, putting somebody in handcuffs, even punching someone in the face, this is all considered the same category of thing.
I don't think you're getting into the crazier hands-on stuff until you're ready to make an arrest, or you need to make an arrest. I don't think you're ever using this just to push somebody around.
Okay, so hold on. I want to clarify our disagreement. So you think that this officer, starting in the middle of the roadway, but ending by the side of the roadway in the shoulder, he, at the time of shoving the woman, he does not have the authority to detain and does not have the authority to order these people to disperse?
I think he can do both of those. I don't know about the disperse at this point, but even if I grant the disperse, none of that gives him the authority to just shove her at that point.
I don't agree. And I would challenge you to find a policy or a statute that supports your perspective. You could argue it's excessive force because he's doing something within policy in an unreasonable way. But I don't think you have a law, and I don't think you have a policy that says that when you've ordered somebody to disperse, you cannot push them.
The law would just be assault, right? I mean, I would check. I guess I would have to go look up case law.
No, you are right, because effectively law enforcement
like
officers
are
capable of being. Hold on, this is important for the audience.
I'm somewhat of a cop slap connoisseur because I watch a lot of cop slap now. Okay, you watch a lot of cop slap on YouTube?
I love cop slap.
Generally speaking, the only time I've ever seen a cop shove somebody is when there's a person being incredibly obstinate that he's trying to take to the ground to arrest. Like that's part. I have never in my life seen a cop be like, "You need to leave." Well, I'm not going to leave. Oh yeah. Ugh. I've never seen. I don't know if I've ever seen that in a cop video ever, except the one where Alex Pretty gets assassinated. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. Is this something that you think you commonly see, where the cop's like, "You got to get off the property, ma'am"? She's like, "Well, I don't want to get off." Oh yeah. Well, what about now? I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Okay. And what do you have that backs up the fact that this is either a violation of policy or a violation of legality? And by the way, hold on, there's something important that I need to articulate that I think you articulated well that is true. Law enforcement officers are still subject to the same laws as citizens. However, they're given broader latitude in order to engage in what would otherwise be crimes in the performance of their law enforcement duties. So you're right that if you just like shove somebody randomly and there's no law enforcement purpose to said action, then you technically could be charged with battery or assault. That's totally true. But what this officer is going to say, and once again, I'm willing to bet $50 on multiple things in reference to this thing, is that he's going to say that I believe that these people were in violation of 18 USC 111. I gave them lawful orders to disperse. They refused to disperse. They were still in the roadway. Therefore, in order to force them to disperse and go to the sidewalk, I, gave them a push. And then at that point, Alex Pretty stepped in and rubbed my belly with his left hand, which I construed as assault on a law enforcement officer. Therefore, I decided that detention was warranted at that time, and I placed XYZ person under detention, and then I notified, Pretty that he was under detention as well. And that's not going to be. It's not. Okay, hold on. Once again, I'll bet like $50 they're not getting charged. I'll bet another $50 if they are charged, they're not getting incarcerated.
Okay, watch my thing.
Yes.
What can you see my stream on Discord?
Yes, watching.
Okay. So I'll be generous. I don't even know here if he has a right to tell them to disperse, because I don't know if there's some lawful operation or thing happening here. I'll grant it, I guess, but I actually don't even know at this point. And if I was having a super formal argument on this,
Pisco and I had this argument real quick. So 18 USC 111 has all the verbiage that I've already said. Forcibly, resisting, impeding, obstructing, threatening, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Now, what Pisco has said is that the 8th Circuit has applied the adjective forcible to all of those descriptors, meaning that like you have to be able to articulate like physical force, I suppose. So
sure. What it means, what I'm going to assume that it means, and I know I'm right, even without knowing any law or any case law, what I'm going to assume is when they use these broad descriptors, the reason why they're doing it is because having a 6'8" guy in front of you screaming at you like you're doing this probably easily passes the threshold of like intimidation or harassment, right? But if I would say, I didn't touch him. We say, well, bullshit. You're obviously obstructing. Like the officer can't be reasonably expected to obstruct. That's my guess. It's not there though to cover 5'2" white wine moms that are holding a cell phone 20 feet away saying, fuck you, I hate you. I don't think it's meant to cover them.
Maybe not. But once again, I would say that they could and will charge under 18 USC 111. And I would be surprised if they were found for excessive force or any kind of detention, to be honest. And I don't think that's just because it's a Trump administration. I would argue that this would still be true under a Biden admin as well. The Biden admin just wouldn't have ICE agents being this aggressive and causing these scenarios in the first place.
Okay. So you're watching my stream, right?
Yes, I am watching the stream.
On Discord, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So here, I don't know if there's an operation going on. I don't know if you and Pisco figure this out or whatever. Looks like she's talking, shouting at the guy. Doesn't seem like there's an operation going on. I'm not entirely sure. Okay, we see Alex Pretty here in the street.
Doesn't that look like she already got pushed once right there too?
I think she might have.
Yeah.
But at this point,
like before this.
Sure. Yeah, I think she did. I think we said that in another video. But
Like
at
it looks
this
like she
point,
was
she's
stumbling.
away. Sure. At this point, she's away from the car. What's he doing here? If he wants to arrest her, then go for it. But why is he? What at this point? She's away from the car. What do you want to do? Like,
No.
why
So okay. So hold on. You're asking the question, and I want to answer it earnestly. So if this once again, 90% this cop has sand in his vagina, 10% he's serving a law enforcement purpose. Okay. If this was a busier roadway, not only do I think that you would be able to articulate violations under 18 USC 111 that would allow you to disperse or detain said people, but I also think that you could articulate dangers of being in the roadway, where you're saying like, not only are these people forcibly threatening or whatever the fuck you want to say in order to be able to write up the statute, but on top of that, when I lawfully ordered them to disperse, they remained in the roadway and there were oncoming vehicles posing a hazard of injury to said people currently disobeying my lawful order.
Are there oncoming vehicles right now that are posing a threat to anybody?
There was one earlier and it was going 3 miles an hour. So once again, I think it's weak, but I think it's something that you can articulate. And I think if this was on a highway, they would be perfectly justified in articulating.
If it was on a highway, we would be having this conversation because it would be a totally different set of facts. So
sure.
It seems like not at this point. So he's pushed them or whatever. He pushed her again. Good job. He got him. Okay, nice. Now this lady here, this car, we agree this car is not moving, right?
It's parked. Yep.
Okay. Now this is the one that I just think, why?
Disperse. Like get out of the roadway. You're saying why? I'm telling you.
Yeah,
you just don't like the
parked.
answer.
This car is parked here.
What does that have to do with the definition of a fucking road? Get the fuck out of the roadway.
So he's enforcing the don't stand in front of parked cars.
No, at this point, he's probably enforcing the you violated this statute. I'm telling you to disperse. You're not dispersing.
I don't think that to tell somebody to disperse, I don't think you can shove them across the road over and over again. I think you have to decide if you want to make an arrest or if you just want to leave it alone.
Okay, I disagree with you, and I would challenge you to find a statute or a policy that says that you cannot use force in order to get people to disperse.
Well, that policy won't exist because typically when you're talking about getting people to disperse, you're talking about crowds of people.
Okay, so then you're kind of talking about an ought that's not codified.
I think it's just codified in assault. He would need a reason to shove her. I don't know what the reason is.
Okay, what do you think? What do you think the likelihood is that he's going to be charged with assault either at the state or federal level?
Again, I would say low, but because of political reasons, not because of criminal reasons.
So what do you think? What do you think the chances of him getting charged with assault by the Biden admin?
What?
Let's say that this scenario was identical and we were under the Biden admin. What do you think the chances are of him getting charged with assault at the federal level by the Biden administration?
This is the guy that shot twice before. I would say 85%.
I would say less than 1%.
Okay.
Sorry, just to be clear, you're saying that there's an 85% chance that if a federal law enforcement officer shoved a civilian out of the roadway, that there's an 85% chance that the Biden admin would charge said officer with assault.
I would reject the syntax there of out of the roadway. She's not standing in the roadway. She's standing in front of a parked car.
It's a fucking road.
Do you think right now, do you think this officer would be within his rights to go double dragon and just like start kicking and shoving all of these people who are standing in the road? Pretty, the other woman, this woman, if he had like 4 arms, he could just like Machamp, he could just start shoving all of them?
No, but I'm telling you that from a use of force perspective, a push, a punch, and grabbing somebody by their wrist and elbow is all considered the same shit.
I don't think so. I disagree with that.
I mean, it is. Okay. It is. What policy or what statute do you have that says otherwise?
I can't look it up on the spot. We could come back. I mean, we could look up, and I would be shocked if there's any use of force continuum. This is if you're trying to get somebody to move or you're trying to gain control of the situation, you can punch them or push them.
A push and a punch is considered like almost, well, I don't know about a punch specifically, but a push is 100% considered at the bottom of the use of force continuum. Like the use of force continuum, passive resistance allows you to go hands-on and use pepper spray. Active resistance allows you to go hands-on, use pepper spray, and tase. Violent resistance but non-deadly force violent resistance allows you to do everything, including the baton, except for the pistol. And then deadly force lets you use the pistol. So saying that a push is not at the passive resistance part of the use of force continuum is not accurate to my knowledge. And I would defy you to find something that says otherwise.
Well, I can't find a negative. Do you think you could find me the positive of that in any federal or state enforcement manual that says this is when you push somebody?
I could probably just go grab my my municipal policy book. Yeah.
Okay. When then, if you do this, or if you look at this up later, I'd be curious to see it, because then maybe I would change my mind if this is in fact the case.
All you would have
when you
to
do
really
this, when you do this, because if you do this, I have a feeling I already know where it's going to go. You're going to read part of it. It's going to be talking about dealing with crowds of people. When this is like a last resort, you have no other way to gain control of the situation. Or it's going to be talking about in the process of making an arrest.
Nope. You could just Google use of force continuum, and this is something that's been almost universally adopted nationwide.
Okay, I'll go do some reading.
Okay. I probably have to dip in 10. I am having fun. I want to do more, but I'm an old man with a family, so I might have to dip in 10.
Sure. I'm just reading from the NIJ, the National Institute of Justice.gov. This is from 2009, so maybe we've got more violence since then. I don't know. Most law enforcement agencies have policies that guide the use of force. These policies describe an escalating series of actions an officer may take to resolve a situation. This continues generally at many levels. Officers are instructed to respond with the level of force appropriate to the situation at hand, acknowledging the officer may move from one part of the continuum to another in a matter of seconds. I would say that no matter what, it was obviously an inappropriate escalation of force. I don't think he needed to shove her, but okay. An example of a use of force continuum follows. Officer present, no force is used. Consider the best way to resolve a situation. The mere presence of a law enforcement officer works to deter crime or diffuse a situation. Officers' attitudes are professional and non-threatening. Verbalization. Force is not physical. Officer issues calm, non-threatening commands such as, let me see your identification or registration. Officers may increase their volume and shorten commands in an attempt to gain compliance. Short commands might include stop or don't move. Empty hand control. Officer uses bodily force to gain control of a situation. Soft technique. Officer uses grabs, holds, and joint locks to restrain an individual. That makes sense to me. Hard technique. Officer uses punches and kicks to restrain an individual. That also makes sense to me. We have less lethal methods. Officers use less lethal techniques to gain control of a situation. Blunt impact. Officer may use a baton or projectile to immobilize a combative person. Makes sense. Chemical. Officers may use chemical sprays or projectiles embedded with chemicals to restrain an individual. Makes sense. Conducted energy devices. Officers may use CEDs to immobilize an individual. CEDs discharge a high voltage, low amperage flow of electricity at a distance. And then lethal force. They may use lethal weapons to gain control of the situation. Should only be used if a suspect poses here. Okay. I don't know in what part of this you're just shoving people around.
Okay. Well, what I would say is if you scroll up to above less lethal, go to empty hand control. So exactly what I told you. Sorry, can you just scroll up just like an inch? Yes, there we go. So what I would say is soft versus hard technique are both under the same umbrella of empty hand control. And so these things are articulated as things that you can do at the passive level. Now, I don't advise striking people because I don't think striking people...
Hold on. Have you ever seen a YouTube video called The Protagonist Throw?
I have not.
So it's a thing in action movies that when you see it, you can't unsee it, and it's very annoying, okay? But basically, in every single action movie, okay, and you're a man who's seen combat, okay? Probably more than me. Well, mine has just been all DV situations. So, okay, in a situation where you're fighting somebody and you clearly have the upper hand, all right? You clearly have the upper hand. And this happens so many times in movies. What the antagonist always does is he takes the protagonist and he throws them to the other side of the room.
Oh, yeah.
And this is stupid for 50 million reasons. Because if you have control, you would just hold them and kill them or do whatever, right?
Yeah. And it's like a gargantuan monster that could kill you in a single punch, but they keep throwing them. Yes.
Yes. All of the techniques that are listed here are to gain control of or restrain an individual. Shoving somebody away does the exact opposite of that. None of these techniques... You think
punches restrain an individual?
Officers
do you think kicks restrain an individual?
Officers use punches and kicks to restrain an individual. As per the thing listed here, yes. If they're heavily combative, you might have to fight. Yeah.
Okay. But what I'm saying is that so this didn't pull what I wanted it to pull, but it still pulled enough that I still think it's accurate to what we're talking about. Can you Google the term passive, active, violent resistance? Can you just type those terms into your Google search and see what pops?
Yep.
I kind of want more than just passive, like if it actually shows the entire continuum. But if you want to click on the first one and just see where we get, that's totally fine.
Method involves deliberately disobeying such laws to advocate for change or to secure concessions from authorities. Often associated with civil disobedience, passive resistance emphasizes peaceful protest and the moral obligation to challenge unjust regulations. Blah blah blah.
Okay, can you type in like passive resistance, use of force? Because this is like talking about concepts in reference to legality, whereas I want more like the policies.
I understand. So passive resistance, this looks like it comes from some cop thing. Proposed language to use in CEW model policy. A subject refuses with little or no physical activity to appropriately respond to the officer. Examples include subjects who offer little or no physical or mechanical resistance upon contact, but who refuse to act or respond to an officer's attempt to take him or her into custody, stand back or walk when directed, or stand when or walk where directed, or put their hands behind their back as directed. Passive resistance are often present during public demonstrations or other lawful protests. Passive resistance is such, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Contact controls. Measures designed to gain compliance or take custody of passively resistant subjects include, but are completely limited to, verbal commands, this is fucking cut off. Hold on. Seriously? Wait, maybe I can copy paste it. Okay, maybe we can guess what the words is, or the words are, that are completely limited to verbal commands, low level. I'm guessing this is physical control techniques, such as a compliant or non-compliant escort, non-forceful physical guidance, or other low-level physical control techniques, such as a front or rear wrist lock. The use of OC spray, a CEW impact weapon, police something, empty hand strikes, and body strikes and or takedowns are strictly prohibited. Now, this is just a suggested language, so maybe this didn't make it in, but this seems to kind of jive with what I was saying, I think.
It kind of jives with what you're saying, but then you're saying like a push is equivalent to like a kick or a punch.
I would say almost worse, but yeah. All right, but it's in that ballpark.
Okay.
Like, by the time you're pushing people, in my mind as a police officer, from all the stuff I've seen, if you're pushing, kicking, or punching, it's because the other person is like, we're fucking fighting, let's go. Somebody's dying, or we're fighting, and you're trying to arrest the person. I don't think a cop can just be like, you're fucking annoying. Ugh!
Yeah, it's not you're fucking annoying. It's you've committed a crime, and I want you to disperse, or you're under detention.
Yeah, but you can't make somebody move like that as a cop. You can arrest them.
What do you mean I can't make somebody move like that as a cop?
As in, you can't just shove somebody around because you're a police officer. You have the authority to arrest them if you think they're breaking the law that much and they're refusing to obey orders.
Wait, but Stephen, you're asserting this and it's just not true. So for instance, like when law enforcement officers are creating a crime scene and they're setting up like caution tape and there's a ton of people just standing around milling about and they're being told to fuck off and they don't fuck off, you're saying cops can't push those people in order to get them to move?
If they're literally about to infringe on like the crime scene, then yeah, they could. But like,
yeah, and then are all those people subject to detention immediately thereafter because they refused a lawful command and they were pushed?
They could be, yeah.
No, could be. I'm saying, are they? And the answer is no.
When you say,
cops
are they
push
subject?
plenty of people that they don't arrest.
When you say, are they subject to, my understanding is, would the cop have the legal authority to? Or I'm sorry,
right.
Would the cop do it? Whether or not he has legal authority to would he do it is obviously this can differ from cop to cop. But in my mind, if a cop is ever shoving somebody, then they're over the threshold of being arrestable.
They are over. Well, that's my argument to you, is that these people are over the threshold of being arrestable. But the cops,
but if you want to arrest them, that's fine.
I need to articulate this. I need to articulate this. I need to articulate this. They are over the threshold of being arrestable. However, it's up to an officer's discretion on who he detains and who he doesn't detain. And so therefore, using a minimum amount of force in order to get people to disperse is
not the minimum amount of
in line with his purview.
He's not the minimum. That's not the minimum amount of force.
Do you want to go back and read your empty hand statement again?
Sure.
And by the way, we should probably look up the specific guidance for federal officers, but I'll read the empty hand.
The empty hand control is officers use grabs, holds and joint locks to restrain an individual, or punches and kicks to restrain an individual. My guess is that
I think the use of the word restrain is silly here, but that's okay. I actually meant the other one
hold
where
on.
it was strictly...
This is what you're missing, because it's not silly, because that's what you're doing as a cop. You're restraining somebody. You're not just beating people up. Cops aren't just there to like,
wait. So hold on.
You're saying to the cop here in his job, he can just fuck this woman up because she's breaking the law.
No, I think you're making up a position right now.
You can arrest them.
You're making up... Hold on. You and I are... And also I wanted to go to the thing where it's like, aggressive techniques like XYZ ABC are strictly prohibited. That's the one that I wanted to take a look at. But so hold on. I go into a boxer stance and I punch you in the face. Has me punching you in the face restrained you?
It depends on what's going on.
Okay. The answer is no. I push kick you.
Stop. No, stop. Hold on. You're contorting yourself into such weird things.
No,
if you come to arrest me, you are. If you come to arrest me and I throw up my mitts and I go, all right, let's go. Could you punching me be a part of your detaining of me?
100%.
Yes. Okay. So then when you ask me, is punching somebody partly a part of like arresting them? Yeah, it can be. Yeah, for sure. Cops get into fights with people. Yes.
Okay. We might be talking past each other. I'm reading this perhaps autistically. Officers use punches and kicks to restrain an individual. Okay.
Yes.
Restrain to me, I would have to Google like the lay definition of restrain. But when I think of kicking someone, at the end of that kick, they are not restrained. At the end of that punch, they are not restrained. Yes, I understand. I'm being autistic. It's the through line to obtain compliance so you can restrain a person. I understand. We're talking past each other. Okay. Please go to the other thing that said like this, and this are strictly prohibited.
Sure. And to be fair, this was a suggested language for, in Vermont, a proposed language to some...
We should probably actually look at like federal use of force documentation, but I'm okay to work with this as like a preliminary framework.
Okay. Well, also this is just, I mean, okay.
Yeah. Can you just read what at the passive resistance stage, can you read what's permitted and what's prohibited?
At the passive stage, measures designed to gain compliance or take custody of passively resistant subjects include, but are completely limited to, verbal commands, low-level physical control techniques such as a complaint or
compliance.
This was probably supposed to be compliant, such as a compliant or non-compliant escort, non-forceful physical guidance, or other low-level physical control techniques such as a front or rear wrist lock.
Okay. So what I'm saying is we can look up the specific federal guidelines. But what I'm saying is a push, even though this was obviously a hardcore push, is going to fall under the quote unquote lower level empty-handed techniques. Because a punch and a kick, in my opinion, are going to be infinitely more likely to cause injury than a push. Now, you can say context dependent, right? Because if you shove somebody over a sidewalk, they trip on the curb and they smash their face into concrete, you obviously caused injury through a push. However, like I would say, putting my arms up and gently pushing that woman outside of Walmart, that's obviously not likely to result in injury. So yes, the officer is ass mad. But what I'm telling you is the policy is going to recognize push, and it's not going to differentiate between like, gentle push versus hard push. That's like a level of nuance not captured by the policy.
I think that it would absolutely be recognized that if two kids were like going at it, or like a husband and wife, or whatever, and a cop was like standing in between or like holding somebody back or pushing somebody back, that's going to be seen way differently contextually than this ass-paying cop like chasing this woman across the street, shoving her over and over again for the third time. Like he's not gaining control, and I mean it's evidenced by the outcome. He's not gaining control of the situation. Everything is getting even further out of control.
Well, hold on. Now I'm going to be a dick. Does punching someone in the face help you gain control of a subject?
If they're resisting arrest, it could. Yeah.
Okay. Hold on. Is somebody on the ground easier to gain control over than somebody who's standing up?
Yes.
Can I leg sweep somebody as a law enforcement officer if I plan on detaining them?
Well, it's a little John Wick, but probably, yeah.
Okay. So at this point, she's on the ground, so she's easier to detain, right? And as we've already established, not at the passive level, but at some level, you're allowed to punch and kick people in order to gain compliance so you can restrain them, right? So,
Do you see
so
the,
who are
so
you
hold
to
on. Do you see,
say?
wait.
Who are you to say that this cop isn't going to restrain her afterwards?
You see the trick that you just played there, Connor?
Yes,
Come on.
I did that trick on purpose. Yes.
Because she wasn't being active. If I get pulled over, my license plates are expired. Okay. This happened to me. And the cop said, get out of the car. And I get out. And when I stand up, she punches me in the face. And she says, well, Connor, this helped me arrest him, didn't it? It's like, yeah, but the guy wasn't physically resisting. She was not physically resisting the officer in any way that gave rise to her being shoved, 6 feet away into the sidewalk.
Well, I think you're being imprecise with your terms, because passive resistance can still be considered physical, even if they're not like active and passive. Passive is still physical. So if I stand in front of you, plant myself in the ground, you tell me to put my hands up and I refuse to do so, and I actually impede you from moving in a certain direction, it's still physical. I'm just not like forcible against you. You know what I'm saying?
My guess would be, and here's the thing, that if you can find me a policy of this, then I'll, okay. If you are, if you have a person who is just like refusing to move, my guess is you have the option to either arrest them or ignore them. I don't know if you can just shove them into the ground. I don't know if that's like an option that police officers have. You can just start shoving everybody. Like
I would argue that
they've all come to shove all the civil disobedience people, to keep shoving them away until they're gone, like a bulldozer.
I would argue this gets back to whether or not officers have discretion to disperse or detain. And my answer is yes. Your answer is no. What I'll do...
No, that's not true. I would agree. I think that they totally have the ability to disperse or detain. So, like, if he was doing something really important, I don't know what the fuck it could be, but if he was doing something really important here at his car and she's like right up in his face and he like pushes her back, he's like, get the fuck away from me, like get back, excuse me, or whatever, then okay, sure, I get it. But the triple double dragon push into the smashing her face to the sidewalk, shoving her 6 feet across the street, at that point, contextually, well, I don't know what he's defending. I don't know what situation he's trying to gain control over. Seems like he's just really fucking mad at the woman. Maybe he hates white people. These two people who are Hispanic, right? Maybe that is the great replacement is happening.
Best.
And Lauren and Fuentes, everybody were right. Or JD Vance and all the Stephen Miller, all the new wave of white replaced people are right. And maybe he's just trying to kill white people. But I don't know, the pushing across the street multiple times, that's just crazy to me.
Okay. Well, what I'm going to do, because I'm already 8 minutes late to something that I have to do, I will find you I'll try to find the specific federal use of force continuum that includes like active and passive resistance for your review. And then barring that, I'll try to find something that backs up what I've said specifically. But once again, I would back up everything that I've said today by the chances of Renee Good, officer, getting charged, I would put at $50. I would also pay $50 if they were convicted. And then same here with the Preddy shooting. We didn't get to the shooting yet, so I mean, we could revisit this another day. But basically, like, I would bet $50 that these guys are not going to get charged. I would bet another $50 that if they're charged, they're not going to get incarcerated. Now, that has nothing to do with morality.
I focus a lot on the lead up here because I am a big fuck around and find out guy. If there's like officers that are making seemingly like an incredibly lawful arrest and you decide to intervene in that circumstance in any way physically, even if that just means like putting your body up, I think that's pretty wild on a civilian side. But I feel like this Alex Preddy guy like tried to do almost like the optimal cuckoldry shit. Maybe he shouldn't have moved as close to the officer. I'm not even sure if he touched the officer. He's doing fucking jazz hands.
Do you want to play that real quick? Just real quick.
What?
Just like the whole when the Preddy almost or doesn't make contact with the officer and then he does his jazz hands.
Sure. I need the footage from the front of the car.
Oh, I thought that was it. If that's not it, it's not a big deal. We could do this.
Well, you have to see the footage from the front of the car because from this perspective, people will argue that he did touch the cop.
Doesn't it look like he grabs his belly there for a second?
It kind of does from this angle, but I think from the front of the car, I think that it's I don't know if the guy ever even touched him.
Okay.
Wait, real quick, hold on. It'll take me 2 seconds. Somebody link me this real quick. You motherfuckers have all the most retarded fucking links all the time. Link me what I'm asking for. Motherfuckers in chat.
Based.
Car footage, Preddy shooting. Hold on. Oh, thank you. We need to bring back the trusted flyer, okay? Whoever does my flyers.
All right, so this is the start of the confrontation. What I hear in the video, which we just, one says, do not push them into the traffic. The other responds, I'm pushing.
Okay, so here he shoves the lady, and then this is where Preddy intervenes. I don't know if he ever touches the cop.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, let's see that real quick. And then I'm looking for like the belly rub. That's what I'm looking for.
it would have been right here.
Well, so hold on. So was the belly rub before the jazz hand?
Like, no, it would have been like right.
The other
hold on. Here's the big shove. That's the big shove. And then this is when Preddy goes over to her and then is kind of in front of the cop. But it happened like, I don't know if he ever even touched the cop.
Yeah. I think unfortunately, can you rewind frame by frame just to right before the jazz hand or whatever? I think that we're off by like a millimeter to actually see it. And by the way, like I could articulate that like anytime you touch a cop, it's like battery on a law enforcement officer or whatever. But obviously it's like, it's pussy shit. You know, somebody touches your fucking belly or whatever. Yeah, maybe like, hey, fuck off, buddy. Like you're going to get detained now because you touched my belly. But realistically, like, you know, should you get so fucking ass pained? Probably not. But yeah, like that, this is where we have like the legal distinctions that I get frustrated by because according to Pisco, the officer would have to be in fear. Okay, hold on. Let me caveat this because he got mad last time I misrepresented his position. Yeah. So let me say that this is my understanding of what Pisco was saying in reference to assault. What he was saying that even if Mr. Preddy gently touched the officer, he didn't have not only did he not have the requisite intent to do battery or assault on a law enforcement officer, but it would be unreasonable for the law enforcement officer to infer hostility from Mr. Preddy's actions. And I don't think that's true at all. So like,
so this is part of why I think I don't divorce the legal from the ethical as much. I think that when you start acting in certain ways, I think that it's going to dramatically change how you should perceive the other people around you. Like, sure. If I walk in, if there's a woman in front of me and me and my cop friend walk in and there's 10 men in the room and we're like, we have to arrest this woman, and we walk towards the woman and we go to arrest her, right? There's two ways that all the men in the room could respond. They could just sit there and watch, or they could all get up and they could start like approaching. And it's like, okay, this is about to be a bad situation. I have good reason to believe that these guys are about to, fuck shit up because they want me to arrest this woman. As opposed to if you walk into a room and you're like, I'm here to arrest this woman, and then you and your cop friends are fucking wailing on her and the guys get up, it's harder at that point to know, like, well, are they getting up because they want to fuck us up, or are they just genuinely concerned about the well-being of the woman? Because now your behavior has impacted significally the perceptions and the behaviors of the other people around you.
Yeah, I mean, I think on a human level, that's logical to infer. Yes.
Okay, well, you said words there, but yeah, okay. All right.
No, but then my beef is we end up back at legality. But I am 15 minutes late. I'll be happy to spar about this again. I'm happy we were able to spar in a way that we were contentious without being shitty. So I had fun, and I hope you had fun too.
I always have fun fighting with you. I love you. Right. Be careful.
Bye, buddy.
Bye.
Chat. I gotta go. So it's been a hot minute. We hit 2 goals. Chipingro was the last donor with the super sticker. Chipingro with multiple chats. Chips, excuse me. Numanex with the 10, Old School with the 5, Sean Kaplan with the 5, Chipingro with the membership, Chipingro with the 2, Adonic Samuel with the membership renewal, Numanex with the 10, Anonymous Chatter with the 10, Real Serious with the 100 ARS, Anonymous Chatter with the 10, Grassroots with the 5, Real Serious with the 100 ARS, Grassroots with the gifted 5, Vazraka with the gifted 1, Grassroots with the 20, Chipingro with the 2, Grassroots with the 50, Grassroots with the 100. Thank you to my Oilers, my Kings and my Queens. Thank you to my Chippers. Thank you to my Lurkers. I'm sorry that I'm kind of dipping out on you without having like an extremely, how do I phrase this? Like a climactic resolution to that conversation. But I do hope that you did appreciate that Stephen, in my opinion, he approached that in pretty good faith considering how spicy he's been about the topic. And then I also think that I was pretty good faith. I mean, I'm always good faith, you know, but I'm also trying to, rather than spurg out and get like wrapped around the axles on like, you're wrong about this, therefore you're a piece of shit. Instead, I was like, okay, hold on. We see this differently. We can either choose to double down on this topic and then we can engage with each other, you know, and spar on it, or we can move towards prescriptions, or we can move towards things that we actually overlap on. So I hope that was good faith enough for Steven that he feels like we can spar without like hurting each other. And that's my ideal. That's my ideal. I don't want to. I do want to remain Steven's friend, even if we disagree on spicy political topics where I think he's being crazy. Honestly, he wasn't that crazy during that conversation, so I actually really appreciated it. Give me a second. Let me just check in on the comments since I said goodbye to you. Fel says, I give you shit, but that was a good combo. Thanks. Thank you. Old School says, but Connor, you promised ice cream. I'm sorry. Giga Impact says, honestly, you should have more conversations where you both agree on things because when the tension is high, it risks burn bridging because DGG chat hates you now. Yep, it happens. Fel Runner says it was a good combo. True. Fel, thank you. Not as many. This chat is small being compared to DGG. True. Was DGG chat really going deranged? I don't believe it. Well, Chipingo says the goal-oriented approach is the only thing that will let our culture move forward. True. I agree with you. All right. Like the stream, share with your friends, engage with chat, super chats. If you've got a membership, if you've got on my personal, love you. Thank you for being here. I will see you tomorrow at. I'm not doing anything tonight, guys. I'm not doing anything tonight. I did something last night. I did something the night before. I need to edit Counterpoints 40K. I need to edit Counterpoint Sci-Fi. I need to edit Counterpoint Star Wars. I got to focus on my other projects. And honestly, I'm just exhausted. So I do appreciate you guys. I hope you have a beautiful day. I will see you live tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Thank you for smashing 2 goals today, and I hope you guys have a beautiful day. Bye for now.